Chapter 1, Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Summary. This novel tells the hot-blooded talk of how, in the cultivation world with the laws of the jungle, Zuo Mo, a low cultivator whose face had been changed and his mind wiped, cultivates, levels up as he tries to find his memories. At the same time, it is the record of the struggles of a miserly, greedy, and shameless, questionable youth. 2 years ago, zombie-faced male Zuo Mo was picked up by the head of the Wu Kong Sword Sect back to the sect. The amnesiac youth lived a busy and satisfying life, wishing to earn more crystals, and putting in effort into the spiritual wheat. At last, he finally achieved his aim of becoming a spiritual wheat farmer. A once disregarded outer sect disciple, he suddenly became a hot inner sect disciple. A sudden occurrence gave Zuo Mo the chance to find out a powerful person had changed his appearance and wiped his mind. Add that to the hopeless nightmare he would always have each night. He wanted to know the truth of what happened in the past. So he decided to keep cultivating and at the same time, find his enemies. Edit, October 2, 2015. Starting to roll out hovertext along with footnotes for first appearance of a term. Please use the table of contents to navigate through this story. All readers, please read chapters 1 to 5 instead of this post for an edited version that will have consistent terms with the rest of the chapters. Chapter 1, Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. A strange yet familiar voice seemed to come from deep in the clouds. Again and again, echoing, layering, relentless. Who? Must not forget? Must not forget what? He suddenly woke. Just as usual, his entire body was soaked, the clothing sticking to the skin uncomfortably. He sat up, the stars and dark sky above his head reminding him that there was still a long time before morning. A gust of wind blew over, whooshing icily. This dream again. Habitually blowing out a long breath, it was still early. Go back to sleep. He laid down again. Mog1, remember to water for me. We made an agreement at the beginning of this month. This year's harvest is depending on you. Before he could walk to the opening of the mountain, Zuo Mo heard someone yelling from far away. When he looked over, it was a 50-something old man, dark and thin. He was poking around in the field. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't see there was a person there. The old man's nickname was Old Black. His real name was unknown. He was the oldest among the outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect, too. Zuo Mo wiped at the sweat on his forehead, replying, "Won't forget. Don't worry, tomorrow, it's your turn." His body was like a stalk of bamboo. The purple, robe of the outer sect disciples as it hanged on his body was loose. In contrast to the slipperiness of his speech was his wooden face that looked like a zombie, dark and gloomy. Zuo Mo's zombie face was his specialty. At the beginning, everyone stayed far away from him, but gradually they found out, other than his face which people didn't like, his temper and personality were both extremely good, at which point more people interacted with him. After 2 years, he was the most popular among the outer sect disciples. Old Black's face lit up in joy, his mouth hurriedly complimenting, "Good, good, good. Mog, your specialty, Old Black, has never seen anything else like it." Zuo Mo's, The Little Art of Cloud and Rain, was special. The third level of The Little Art of Cloud and Rain, it was the only one in the outer sect disciples. And it was with this that he almost had a monopoly on the duty of making rain for all the ling, fields of the sect. The Little Art of Cloud and Rain wasn't a complicated spell, everyone knew how to do it. Its main use was creating rain for the ling fields. One only needed 3 to 5 days to learn the first level. The second level, it could be easily accomplished in 1 or 2 years. But starting from the third level, it required the ability of comprehension from each individual. In all of the outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect, only Zuo Mo had successfully comprehended it. After The Little Art of Cloud and Rain reached the third level, its effectiveness increased dramatically and could drastically increase the amount produced by the ling grains and ling vegetables. Because of that, after he achieved the third level, his position in the sect flipped around. His name went from Little Zombie Mo to Moge. Zuo Mo waved his hand to bid farewell to Old Black. He bared his teeth and shifted the bag on his back. His shoulders ached. On his back was 300 caddies of ling grain, which almost broke his thin and weak shoulders. A thin and weak zombie carried a cloth bag on his back that was multiple times bigger than his body as he moved with difficulty along the mountain path. Lugging 300 caddies of ling grain, he wheezed his way down to the entrance to the mountain. Just past the mountain gate, he threw the cloth bag on his shoulders to the ground as his entire body collapsed down, his breath racing. After resting for a short period and he recovered some energy, he stood up and carefully took out a grass-yellow paper crane from his bosom. The paper crane was the size of a palm, folded from yellow grass paper. Drawn on it were cinnabar seals. He put in ling energy and the paper crane enlarged. It was slightly larger than a real crane. Thin stalks of bamboo made up the skeleton and a layer of yellow grass paper was pasted on top. Drawn over the entire body were cinnabar seals that curved like tadpoles. But it was clear that the craftsmanship wasn't very good. Many places that were pasted together were frayed. The quality of the yellow paper was very low as fragments of grass could be seen everywhere on the paper. Putting the cloth bag onto the back of the paper crane from the ground. Inside the mountain, the outer sect disciples were restricted from flying. These 2 years, Zuo Mo had cursed this rule inside countless times. Clumsily climbing onto the back of the paper crane, the sound of creaking and groaning as the bamboo rods of the paper crane as it bent instantly sounded. He paused in his motions. After a while, seeing that the paper crane showed no indication of collapsing, he released a breath. Xiao Huang, 6, Xiao Huang, you can't break down at this time. Zuo Mo patted the head of the paper crane as it swayed and left the ground. The creaking of the bamboo and paper sounded once again. It was as though the paper crane was drunk. The flight path was strange, suddenly high, suddenly low, suddenly left before turning right. It wheezed as it followed the mountain road forward. Zuo Mo had a very steady seat. He was very experienced. This was the lowest quality of flying paper cranes. Its maximum load wasn't even 400 caddies. The weight right now was extremely dangerous. But this impotent paper crane was something that all other outer sect disciples were envious of. In the outer sect disciples, he was the first one to have a steed. Of course, as to whether a flying paper crane counted as a steed, that wasn't in the limits of Zuo Mo's consideration. In the midst of the creaking and crying, after swerving for 10 hours, when Zuo Mo's zombie face was slightly pale, Dongfu was far away on the horizon. In the midst of the clouds, Dongfu faded in and out. Once upon a time, Dongfu Jinren, 7, broke off the peak with one sword strike and used the bottom half of the mountain as the base of his seat, creating Dongfu. After 500 years, Dongfu had developed into one of the 13 primary towns of Tianyujia. 8. 3,000 jie of the Xiuzha, 9, Tianyujia couldn't even be ranked. It was only a minor jie, its history just 1,500 something years. 1,500 years ago, Tianyu Xianran, 10, found and took control of this jie. She used her own name to name it Tianyu Jie. Tianyu Xianran was one of Kunlun, and so Tianyu Jie logically became one of the jie that were governed by Kunlun Jing. 11. After that, some other Jinren came to Tianyu Jie to start their own sects, and it gradually became the present situation. The paper crane creaked and groaned as it struggled to fly to the base of Dongfu Mountain. During the journey, he was able to hear the laughter of other people. A thin zombie, sitting on a similarly thin, drunken paper crane. The scene caused many people to laugh. Zuo Mo sat dignified, his expression natural as though he was the perfect zombie. In reality, on the inside, he was drooling at the flying steeds that went over his head. Those were true steeds. The one with the gray body and red beak was a red-beaked goose. The back of the goose was white and soft. Sitting on it, one could almost not feel any shaking. It was called the greatest experience. That lump under the feet was lucky magic cloud. Traveling on a cloud was so free and outstanding. The silver hovering on the back of that shoujo was thunder wings, the lightning flowering and the speeds like lightning. Do you want to experience speed? He could recite the slogans smoothly. But he was only able to recite the advertisements. The thing that shocked everyone the most was a 1,000-wings boat that slowly sailed above his head. The entire boat was like a mountain as it flew across his head. Zuo Mo only felt his eyes become dark, and when he raised his head, the light of the Jinji 12 at the bottom of the black bottom were barely detectable. The greatest crime of all shoujo was extravagance. Zuo Mo couldn't help swearing inside, but when he saw the other shoujo scatter sorrowfully, his mood instantly became better. After flying for another 2 hours, one person plus one crane finally reached the base of Dongfu Mountain. With Xiao Huang's impotent flying ability that stuck to right above the ground, flying up Dongfu was just wishful thinking. He climbed down from the paper crane and loaded off the bag. When he took down the paper crane, cracks could be seen on the surface. Zuo Mo sighed in grief inside. Did he have to buy a new one? This thought made his flesh hurt deeply. Narrowing his eyes to look at Dongfu that was over the clouds, and the winding and countless stone steps, and then a look at the bag beside his feet, Zuo Mo's legs started trembling. Brother, do you need help? A shadow came across Zuo Mo's eyes. A man whose half-naked body was steely muscled came over. How much? Zuo Mo asked alertly. His eyes scanned around the surrounded. Receiving encouragement from his look, a few other men sitting at the side stood up. Noticing that some of his own profession seemed to want to come over, the man's heart tightened and he hurriedly stated, 3 first grade. 3 1 grade meant 3 pieces of first grade Jingshi, 13. Zuo Mo exclaimed in shock, kill me! And followed decisively, just 2. If you're willing, then do it. If not, never mind. At this time, if he made out a shocked expression, he would have had both sound and look. But it was hopeless for Zuo Mo's zombie face, which didn't move, and the atmosphere instantly became weird. Too fake. The strong man jerked his mouth. But seeing the other people that were restless in the surroundings, he gritted his teeth and crisply nodded, fine. Finishing, his hand that was as big as a fan reached for the cloth bag on the ground. Zuo Mo shouted, wait. What? Make a contract first. Zuo Mo took out a jade strip. Just 2, what contract does it need? The strong man muttered disapprovingly. For safety. Otherwise, with my body, if you run, I can't catch up with you. Zuo Mo's face was still expressionless, and his voice was still carrying a smile. Helplessly, the strong man could only sign a contract with Zuo Mo. Seeing this, the other people finally left. Finishing, the man picked up the bag on the ground. The 300 caddy back in his hand seemed weightless. Halfway up the mountain, Zuo Mo struggled to crawl up the mountain, his entire body soaked in sweat. The brawny man said with a face full of disdain, your endurance really sucks. Then he urged, can't you be faster? I still want to do 2 more orders today. At this speed, it'll be lucky if we get there before dark. Zuo Mo felt as though he was a fish that had been taken out of the water. He felt he was suffocating. He put his butt on the stone stairs and panted roughly, one breath disconnected from the next. I can't. The man instantly panicked, it can't be like this. Are you trying to ruin my business? Zuo Mo's eyes rolled and he stated expressionlessly, you can see it. I really don't have any more energy. The man furiously ranted, taking your business, I really lost a lot today. Finishing, he grabbed Zuo Mo with one hand and put him under his arm, lengthening his stride and started to jog up the stone stairs. You guys who cultivate your body, it really is admirable. Zuo Mo, who was taking advantage, said heartlessly. What's admirable? Just eating based on strength. Right now, I'm at the 5th level of Lianqi. 14, once I get to Zhuji, 15, I can take more orders. These days, it's hard to make a living. The muscled man couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. Living isn't easy. Zuo Mo felt sorrow in his heart. He suddenly remembered that thousand-wing boat he saw on the road and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what's with that thousand-wing boat? Never seen it before." That's the moving palace of Qi Yizhenren. You have to be careful and not provoke him. The man gave a friendly reminder, if you see women dress in white with a veil, you have to respectfully stay away. They are all concubines of Qi Yizhenren and have terrible tempers. Many people offended them and they didn't have good endings. The man's strength was astonishing. One hand holding the 300 caddy bag, the other hand Zuo Mo as he spoke without showing any sign of exhaustion. That's true. Us little people, to offend them is to seek death. Zuo Mo agreed. The strides of the man were very big and his speed much faster than Xiao Huang. It only took him an hour to finish climbing up the winding stone stairs. Zuo Mo crisply paid him 2 1-grade jingshi. The man took the jingshi before turning to rush down the mountain. Living isn't easy. Zuo Mo looked at the back of the man and expressionlessly concluded. Zuo Mo was very familiar with Dong Fu. He took up the bag, a few turns, and he found his destination. This was a store that specialized in purchasing ling grains. It was a small storefront. Outside the door there hanged a small flag. On it were 2 words, ling grains. The seal arrangement on the flag guaranteed that the 2 words could be seen from far away even at night. 300 caddies of second-grade ling grain, to this kind of store, it was just a small piece of business. The storekeeper didn't even bother to come out to give a greeting, only sending a shop assistant. 30 pieces of second-grade jingji. The shop assistant had no intentions of bargaining. Zuo Mo also knew he didn't have any room to bargain and very crisply nodded. This price was slightly low, but it was the same at any other store unless he could bring 10,000 caddies or more of ling grain at one time. Then he would have the right to bargain on the price. Taking away the portion that needed to be given up to the sect, 300 caddies of ling grain was the result of his year of hard effort. 30 pieces of second-grade jingji, for him, it was a large sum of money. Having 30 pieces of second-grade jingji as he walked on the street, Zuo Mo felt that all the passerbys' eyes were like thieves. The streets of Dongfu were wide. In the sky, there were also many houses of different colors and shapes. Those were also stores. But, that was the high-end district. Without a high-grade steed, Shouja who could not fly on a sword couldn't enter even if they wanted to. Some high-end stores were like a small island floating in the sky, flowers and grasses blooming, the music streaming out. That was a place that Zuo Mo wouldn't even dream about. He always only looked at what was in his bowl. Translator note, will be translated as ling and not spirit. There are several reasons for this. Ling energy will not be the only kind of spiritual energy used for cultivation. Therefore, using spiritual energy rather than ling energy would lead to a misconception. It keeps all kinds of energy used for cultivation on an equal footing. Secondly, due to events further in the story, spiritual energy is actually more appropriate for something else. 1. Ge brother, could be used as a suffix onto a person's name. Or as hey, bro. 2. Wu is none is empty/air/sky. 3. I'm not sure if purple is the correct translation. The color the author used is, which is explained in the Song dynasty by mixing rouge and flowering for porcelain, which is blue. Red and blue should make purple, but the result I picture is brown. 4. Meaning spirit. 5. Fa spells are a general term. 6. Literally little yellow. Little is a common prefix used in Chinese for nicknames. 7. Jinren spiritual master in Taoist usage. 8. Is Skymun is scope, boundary, and in taxonomic terms, kingdom. In many Shen Huan novels, Jia is another word for planet or world as in. 9. Those who cultivate. 10. It usually means Taoist immortal in common usage. Used here as title of respect and power similar to general or governor. 11. Means border, place, boundary, territory. In this novel, Jing is a collection of jia which are under the jurisdiction of one power. 12. Restriction. An energy construct in this world. 13. Crystal rock. A kind of currency. 14. Literally refine energy. The first major stage for a shioja. 15. Literally build foundation. The second major stage for a shioja. Chapter 2 Jade Stick. Chapter 2 Jade Stick. Blurred like a fantasy, the lights floating, Dongfu was just as beautiful at night as it was in daytime. The lanterns on the two sides of the street gave off bright and gentle light. From the sky, there were the barks and squeals of the ling beasts and the lights coming off the flying talismans which were even more attractive than a meteor shower. The cool light didn't lessen the people, but made it even more busy. The merchants all gathered sufficient energy and the shop workers in each store wore uniforms as they stood on either side of the door, one person holding a copper bell, one person holding an 8 divination mirror. The worker holding the copper bell sent out a spell and a clear voice spread out from the copper bell. This store sells talismans, all kinds of talismans at great prices. Whether or not you are a lianqi apprentice, or a skilled jindan, this store can fulfill your needs. Engraved on the copper bell was a clear sound incantation. The voice was mild and moderate, and definitely wouldn't be harsh on the ears. Even if it was heard for a long time, the listener wouldn't be bothered. The worker with the 8 divination mirror cooperated beautifully and had made out a spell at the same time. The 8 divination mirror flashed and above his head, holograms of difference started to flash, realistic and moving. And as the sound of the bell changed, the holograms above his head changed as well like a stoplight. This was a mirage spell, producing illusions and tricking others to thinking it was real. If it was two stores that faced each other, a frequent scene was the workers from both stores glaring at each other, the bell swinging rapidly, the lights of the 8 divination mirror also flashing. The same scenes were occurring on all around the street. 5th grade secret paradise. Has 1 ling spring, 500 ping, 2, full of ling energy. No matter for raising animals or planting ling grains or grasses, we guarantee you have a good harvest. 2 million 5th grade Gingshur. Don't miss it, it won't come again. This store is selling all kinds of high-grade ling herbs. 1,000-year-old store, quality is guaranteed. All of the medicine of this store has been inspected by high-level medicine professors in the Tian Xin School of Medicine. Please don't worry. Do you want to get into Zuo Mo Sword Sect? This training center takes in students all year round, passing on all kinds of beginning spells. Personal lessons by experienced swordshio, 3, of Zuo Mo Sword Sect. Guaranteed to pass the first time. Why are you hesitating? Come try. Those who register now will receive 15% off. This was the city with no night, the primary town Dongfu. Zuo Mo wasn't unfamiliar with this prosperous primary town, but he wasn't used to it. He didn't come often. If he hadn't brought a flying paper crane, it was hard to even make a trip to Dongfu. Even the most beautiful street would have an intersection. Zuo Mo stared dazedly. He was lost. Damn it, lost again. He hit his head in frustration and hurt. Helplessly, Zuo Mo walked to a banyan tree and lifted his face. On the branches, he saw many small red birds. The little birds were entirely red and had long crimson tails. When they flew, it was like there was a stream of fire behind them, so they were called flaming birds. They were intelligent and psychic. They could understand human speech and were good at learning. Many cities used them as road signs and direction. However, it wasn't a free service. Zuo Mo bore the pain as he threw one piece of first-grade Jingshur. A flaming bird spread its wings and swooped down from the tree, accurately catching the Jingshur and swallowed it into its stomach. Free market! Zuo Mo shouted. The flaming bird flew a few circles around his head below, heading in one direction. Zuo Mo hurried to keep up behind the bird. The flaming bird didn't fly very quickly. The long tail feathers threw off red light that glowed brightly in the night. The red light spread out in the air and quickly disappeared. Passing through the lantern-lit streets, quietly listening to the calls of peddling, quietly looking at the holograms changing at the two sides of the street, and thinking about how he felt when he had opened his eyes 2 years ago, unconsciously, Zuo Mo became silent. He sighed in his heart and a slightly sorrowful mood pervaded. The clear call of the flaming bird startled him awake. When he saw the free market not far away, his mood lifted. The flaming bird circled a few times around and turned to leave with a trail of red glowing dots behind. Zuo Mo waved his hand at the leaving flaming bird. The free market was the most common place for low-level Xiuzha. The so-called free market, it was due to the fact that anyone could put up a stall and set things. They only had to buy a mini room and pay some fees before they could freely sell. The price of a mini room was much lower than a storefront. Usually when the mini room was collapsed, it was only palm-sized and easy to transport. Many Xiuzha would buy one to carry around. Then they didn't have to worry about where to sleep when they went out. Buying here was much cheaper than normal stores, but one had to spend time to find them. The free market was like a gigantic weiqi board, divided into squares. Each square could hold 10 mini rooms which were arranged 5 back to back with another 5. Very quickly, Zuo Mo found his goal. Oh, Moge, you came. The store owner was a male about 27 or 8. He had a pointy head, his 2 eyes moving rapidly. He was called Fu Jin. His potential was average and he didn't have much interest in cultivation. Right now, he only was on the 3rd level of lianqi, so he decided to start a business. He was skilled at managing and had a variety of roads. He basically had everything, no matter if it was low-level talismans or some spells. He could get all of them. Zuo Mo didn't waste words. Did what I want arrive yet? Of course, of course. Fu Jin patted his thin chest and laughed. What Moge wants, I don't dare not to do my best. Finishing, he started to dig through a little pouch at his waist. Zuo Mo looked with red eyes at the small cloth pouch at Fu Jin's waist. The little cloth bag might be nondescript, but it was a 3rd-grade 1,000 treasure pouch. But very quickly, Zuo Mo's eyes were attracted to that small object it held in Fu Jin's hands. A piece of blue-green jade, about 1 finger wide, 2 knuckles long. It was a jade stick. But Moge, don't blame me for not reminding you. This ling plant jade stick has 5 kinds of 5-element spells. However, not many can learn all of them. Fu Jin said seriously, with Moge's 3rd level abilities at Little Art of Rain and Cloud, why don't buy a water spell jade stick? Don't be irritated at my chattiness. But I've seen a lot these years and understand some. One ability is enough to overcome all. Zuo Mo solemnly responded, many thanks, Fu Ji. The other was looking out for him. He knew that. Seeing Zuo Mo still resolute, Fu Jin didn't continue. He handed the jade stick to him, already said the price, 20 pieces of 2nd-grade jingshi. Zuo Mo straightforwardly gave the jingshi. 20 pieces of 2nd-grade jingshi was a significant piece of business. Fu Jin's mood improved and he smiled, teasing, if Moge can learn all of it. Hey, then become a ling plant farmer. That treatment. Hey, don't forget to help out this brother then. Zuo Mo also chuckled and raised his hands together expressionlessly, thanks, Fu little Ge for the words. For ling plant farmers, it has to be at least having 3 kinds of spells at the 3rd level. It isn't that easy. The two finished their transaction in happiness. The majority of the jingshi on his body left, but Zuo Mo didn't feel any pain. He carefully put the jade stick next to his skin. This was a treasure. After purchasing the jade stick, Zuo Mo prepared to return to the mountain. Even though traveling at night was slightly hard, but if he stayed overnight at Dongfu, he would need to spend money again. Without the ling grains, Xiao Huang seemed to become lighter and nimbler as it carried Zuo Mo and wheezed as it flew in the direction of Wu Kong Mountain. When he returned to his residence at Wukong Mountain, it was deep in the night. Under the stars, Zuo Mo laid on the roof, his entire body aching. His fingers grasped the jade stick in front of his eyes. He narrowed his eyes, his mood unspeakably content. At this Sword River prefecture, there were many people that farmed. Like Wu Kong Sword Sect, about 70% of the outer sect disciples would choose to farm when they choose their tasks. The sect would also give out some methods of farming. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was one of them. But the sect only gave out the most basic. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sect for sword shio. They had many sword arts, but the amount they had on any other arts were pitiful. Farming was a deep and vast topic. Zuo Mo, who had continued as an outer sect disciple for 2 years, had a deep understanding of this. The jade stick included 5 types of 5-element spells. They were all spells relating to farming. One of those included was Little Art of Cloud and Rain. When he saw this, the stone in his heart landed. Worth it! The elaboration inside the stick about Little Art of Cloud and Rain was more comprehensive than what he knew and even more profound. Fu Jin wasn't wrong. Being a master at one thing was more realistic. But Zuo Mo had his own ideas. If he could learn all 5 kinds of the 5-element spells and if 3 kinds reached the 3rd level, he could become a ling plant farmer. If Little Art of Cloud and Rain hadn't broke into the 3rd level, he wouldn't have had the idea. But since he could comprehend the 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, that showed that he had a bit of a talent at 5-element spells. If he had given up all the ling grains to exchange for contribution points from the sect, he could receive somewhat of a good sword manual. But he didn't do that. What did he need a sword manual for? To chop wood? In comparison, farming spells were more useful. Even if he didn't learn all of them, the more he learned, the more abilities he had. The sect didn't have much, but uncultivated ling fields were everywhere. With enough ling fields, he could grow more ling grains and get more jingsher. Thinking and thinking, Zuo Mo's head became clearer and his drowsiness disappeared. He sat up and reached out with his palm to touch his face. The muscles on his face were solid and hard like wood. This was why he never had any expression. He didn't care about beauty, he cared about another matter. The faint starlight fell in the yard, giving out a slight silver shimmer like the night mist which rose. Sorrow rose in the eyes of the expressionless Zuo Mo. 2 years ago, when the head of Wu Kong Sword Sect was returning to the sect, he had found an unconscious Zuo Mo and took him back to the sect. From when he woke up, he found that his memory was blank. In the following 2 years, he tried all the ways he could but couldn't find any hints of his memories from 2 years ago. He found the part about him that was strange. It was his face. Frozen like a stone. He could not make any expression. The sect leader said it possibly could be a rare kind of affliction. Because of this face, he wasn't taken in by the other disciples at the beginning and had received quite a few wrongs. But he didn't dislike this face of his. It was one of the only 2 links he could find. Maybe one day, this wooden face could remind him. Who am I? Where is my home? The other link was the dream that always appeared. Whose voice was that? And what he must not forget. But he forgot everything. Sighing in his heart, he shook his head as though he was shaking all those thoughts from his head. He carelessly took up the sound tablet beside him and input ling energy in. The sound tablet was one of the most popular talismans in this shio world. It was made up of a base and a round jade table. There were seal arrangements and it could receive sound transmissions from large-scale seal arrangements. Zuo Mo's sound tablet was one of the most simple. A base made out of cedar wood holding a jade tablet the size of a palm. After putting in ling energy, the surface of the jade tablet shone and flickered though a multitude of colors and a melodious voice came out. Bloody Sky Metropolis 4, Jia once again breaks out in fierce conflict. 12 Xiozha camps simultaneously suffered large-scale attacks from Yama. 5, fatalities are serious. Wu Kong Sword Sect has found another new jia. The exploration has already found large amounts of jingbanes. According to those familiar with the matter, there are more than 15 sects that have sent out high-level xiuzhe at the same time. Additionally, as there are a high amount of aboriginals on this jia, industry zayas predict that this could cause the prince of xiu slaves on the market to drastically decrease. After slaying famous high-level master Shiamoto of the Yao race, the Xishang sword sect of Xishang Jia has forged the life feather into a flying sword. Today, the flying sword has finally come out of the forge. It is rumored the energy of the sword when it came out expanded 10 miles. High-level experts from forging sects estimate this gold feather sword has reached an astounding 7th grade. The Xishang sword sect has a new weapon. Under the stars, Zuo Mo listened silently. When he had just woken up, this rough sound tablet had helped him gradually understand this world. And it was from that time that he developed the habit of listening to the sound tablet every day. When his mood was bad or jittery, he would open the sound tablet and listen silently. His mood would then calm down. In the dark sea of the night, the stars shone and a zombie quietly sat on top of the roof and listened to the sound tablet, spellbound. 1. The fourth major stage of cultivation. 2. 1 ping is 3.3 square meters. 3. Shortened form for xiuzhe. 4. Du Tian Shui. The order is Metropolis Sky Blood. But the reason for the name makes it Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. 5. Yao and Mo are two different things. Yao could be considered equivalent to spirits, and Mo to demons. They are put together as Yaoma because they are both enemies of xiuzhe, but they aren't one entity. Chapter 3: The Little Yard. Fong Xian's chapter titles are very descriptive. I've added a bit of information to the cultivation terms and info page, here. Most of it is directly translated from the Baidu page on. In the words of a Chinese reviewer on the story, Zuo Mo's first gold finger has arrived. I don't consider this Zuo Mo's true gold finger, but this one does play a significant role at this point in the story. Proofread version, chapters 1 to 5. Chapter 3: The Little Yard. Making rain for 50 mu, 1, was not an insignificant amount of work for even someone like Zuo Mo who had the cultivation of Lianqi 7th level. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Zuo Mo expressionlessly said, "Alright, this is killing me." Old Black cheerfully gave a thumbs up. "MOG's, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, is just as rumored." Finishing, he squatted down with a face full of joy to check the growth of the ling grain. Zuo Mo calmly accepted the flattery. Old Black's ling grain had been sturdily planted. Based on how it looked to his eyes, this year's harvest would be good. Adding on the rain he made, it would increase the harvest by 20-something% easily. As payment, he would take 10%, which wasn't insignificant. But when he saw the devoutness and joy that Old Black had when he stared at the ling grains, for some reason, he himself wasn't happy. Old Black had been an outer sect disciple at Wu Kong Sword Sect for 20 years. His cultivation was low and he had planted ling grains in the sect for 20 years. The rent for the ling fields could be converted to being paid using ling grains. Each year, one had to give ling grains to the sect and receive contribution points before they were given continual qualifications to stay and be an outer sect disciple in the sect. If one wanted to learn new spells, then keep increasing the contribution to the sect. Roughly calculating, the amount that would land on a person's hand was pitiful. The ling grains that were harvested, Old Black were reluctant to even eat. It wasn't easy being an outer sect disciple. Zuo Mo knew that better than anyone. But even like this, even though Wu Kong Sword Sect was a small sect, there were still countless people that broke their heads trying to get in. Even if it was hard, they could learn something. When they went out later, they could find a good job. To someone like Old Black who didn't have any savings, it was a very steady job. Zuo Mo's days were much better. Even though he was an outer sect disciple, but he had been taken in by the sect leader. No one dared to bully him. His innate skill and comprehension were high. After comprehending the 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain by himself, his days were increasingly comfortable. Zuo Mo had no great ambitions. There were no clues to his history and birth. Other than living more comfortable days, he didn't have any other wishes. After the labor, he slowly walked back to his own residence. There was only Wu Kong Sword Sect on Wu Kong Mountain. There was plenty of space. The entire western peak was sectioned for the residential area of the outer sect disciples. How big one wanted to live, they could pick and construct themselves. But most people would choose the yards that former outer sect disciples had left. Even though people hadn't lived in them for a long time, a good cleaning was all that's needed. Zuo Mo's yard took up a great amount of space. He might be thin and weak, but he liked large things, so at the beginning, he had picked the biggest yard on the western peak. It was a 7th entry compound. Half a mu of fish pond, about 5 mu of ling fields. The Xixiang, too, that had built this yard definitely would have been a fanatic about farming. There were no fake mountains, no flower beds and courtyard, no other decorations. This Xixiang had changed it all to ling fields. Other people had no interest in a yard without any sense of beauty, appeal, and incomplete seal formations. Zuo Mo liked it very much. He didn't raise anything in the fish pond. Just using the pond to bath in the summer was a refreshing luxury. Ling fields were good. Zuo Mo calculated it well. The ling fields that had to be rented from the sect, you had to pay rent. You didn't have to pay rent on the ling fields in this yard. Other than that, there was a cold spring in the yard. There were considerations in building a residence. Normally, it was best to build on top of a ling vein. Living constantly in places thick with ling energy would increase the speed of increasing cultivation. That was the reason those secret paradises were so expensive. But there weren't many places with ling veins at all, so how would it be given to the outer sect disciples like him? But who could have thought that under this neglected yard, there was a ling vein? When he had moved in, Zuo Mo had searched everywhere for a place to meditate. He found a secluded room. When he pushed open the door, a rotten smell had rushed at him. There were many praying mats lying on the ground, which all had decayed into a bunch of rotten grass. There was only one mat that had generally kept its shape. After Zuo Mo put in tremendous effort into cleaning up the seclusion room, only the one mat had been left alone. When Zuo Mo sat on the mat for the first time, he had frozen in shock. The spot of the mat, the ling energy was much thicker than anywhere else. Zuo Mo, whose heart had been beating frantically, had first thought it was due to the mat. But very quickly, he found the real reason. Under the mat there was a small side branch of ling vein. This section of ling veins was extremely small. It couldn't be detected even one step away from the mat. At this time, he finally understood why the nameless Xixiang had built such a large yard. It was most likely to disguise this little section of ling vein. This nameless Xixiang quickly became Zuo Mo's idol. To be able to find this little section of ling vein on the gigantic western peak and to clear an area for ling fields himself. Such ability, he didn't seem like an outer sect disciple. After finding the secret of the ling vein, Zuo Mo became even more low-key. He knew the logic of not showing off one's wealth. If this bit of ling vein was found out by anyone else, there would be plotting against him. The best result would be it would be taken away by the sect. In one breath, he put down 30-something mats on the floor of the seclusion room. Other than that, there were 70 or so mats piled in the corners. The colors of the mats varied, and the shapes were all different. All of them were woven by him. The strange habit of little zombie Mo of weaving mats was known throughout the outer sect disciples. Some people, when they wanted to find him to ask for help, they would go out and buy some exquisite mats as gifts. This caused the number of mats to increase and fill the entire seclusion room. But normally, Zuo Mo persisted in meditating on the old mat that had been preserved. Not rotting after such a long time, this mat might have a special attribute. That unfathomable nameless Xixiang caused him to be careful with anything that had been preserved in the room, and he didn't dare to underestimate anything. The only thing that Zuo Mo was somewhat regretful about was the ling fields had been fallow for too long. The grade had dropped once. Right now, it was only first-grade ling fields. It had taken countless efforts from Zuo Mo for the vitality to revive. But to once again reach second grade, it needed time. All 5 mu of the ling fields were planted with ling grains. The ling grains were waist-high, the leaf edges saw-toothed and very sharp. If not careful, it was easy to be cut. The ling grains had been seeded out at the same time, so the height was extremely regular. It was a patch of green, extremely delightful. But at night, it seemed very gloomy. To prevent people from thievery, Zuo Mo put down Jinji all around the yard. These low-level Jinji didn't have any attack power, but if they were set off, they made a loud fuss. The entire yard was worn down and rotten. Spider webs were everywhere. All the furniture were broken and rotten. The seal arrangements inside the rooms didn't work due to years of neglect. No one competed for it with him. None of this affected Zuo Mo. He liked sleeping on the roof at night. He meditated in the seclusion room. All the other rooms were kept empty or as storage, holding some normal food. The formations, he got someone to carve a light seal formation for light during the night. He was too lazy to spend the money on anything else. Sitting on the prayer mat, the thick ling energy in the surroundings made him so comfortable he almost groaned. He controlled his emotions, refocused, and the ling energy in his body slowly started to revolve. The core scripture he used in his cultivation was 10 Principle Scripture. It was a widely circulated second-grade scripture. Its attribute was steadiness and mild. Basically, there was no worry of accidentally going wrong and becoming insane. The majority of the outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect picked it as their main scripture to cultivate. But if they wanted to reach Juji, the chances of success were very low. Disciple who had greater ambitions needed to use more contribution points of the sect to exchange for higher-level scriptures. It was as though Zuo Mo entered a void. The ling energy slowly moved through fixed paths. After one complete round, the body felt a fraction lighter. With his cultivation of Lianqi 7th level, he could persist in 3 circuits each time. He could felt each time as he inhaled and exhaled, a portion of the ling energy that he inhaled would merge into the ling energy that was moving inside the body. The thicker the ling energy in the surroundings, the more he could inhale each time. In these 2 years, this section of ling vein was of crucial importance for him, going from the 3rd level of Lianqi to level 7. After making 3 complete circuits, his mind retreated from the void. His entire body felt rejuvenated. The exhaustion of before was all gone. He casually ate something to fill his stomach. Before entering Juji, Zui still needed normal food. Normal food couldn't contribute ling energy, but it was still essential to Zuis who were still in the stage of Lianqi. Thankfully, the price of normal food was cheap and no one needed to worry about starvation. He took out the jade stick he had brought yesterday. The jade stick was made from good jade, verdant and glistening. Holding it in his grasp, the material felt cold and heavy. Floating in his head were mountains of ling grains and him laying contentedly on top of it all. Such a desirable life. In the gloomy room, a thin male with a wooden zombie face gave out a stream of snickers that would raise the hair of anyone else. After finishing dreaming, Zuo Mo focused attentively on examining the jade stick in his hand. Putting in ling energy to the jade stick, many words instantly floated into his mind. The jade stick had 5 kinds of spells: Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Art of Earth Energy, Art of Aged Gold, Art of Flora, Art of Crimson Flame. Other than Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Zuo Mo had never learned any of the other 4. Being able to learn new spells, Zuo Mo was extremely happy. He couldn't help taking a deep breath. He could guess that from now on for a long time, he needed to put most of his attention on the remaining 4 spells. The first one he tried was Art of Aged Gold. In the 5 elements, the primary use of gold was destruction and killing. Most of the spells related to gold were related to killing. Ling grains had many natural enemies that were extremely troublesome, such as many kinds of aphids. They would burrow into the stalks of ling grains, even hollowing out the stalk. Average planters had no way of dealing with them. The art of aged gold was a sufficient method. It could let the power of gold permeate inside the ling grains and kill the pests inside the ling grains. This was the spell that Zuo Mo needed the most presently. Other than the contracts he had signed with the other disciples, he himself had rented 50 mu of ling fields. The harvest from these 50 mu of ling fields made up a significant amount of his income each year. He read through Art of Aged Gold, word by word, not daring to miss a word. The number of spells he had learned were pitifully little. Learning a completely new spell, he instantly felt it was a challenge. After 2 hours, he made no progress. No matter how he tried, he could not form the aged gold energy that was mentioned in Art of Aged Gold. All the spells in Art of Aged Gold were made using the aged gold energy. Not being able to form the aged gold energy, he couldn't learn any of the spells in Art of Aged Gold. The zombie face was wooden, but that pair of spirited eyes showed a few hints of fierceness. 1. Measurement of area. Approximately 1/15 of a hectare. 2. Senior male fellow student or apprentice. Chapter 4 Absurdity. Chapter 4 Absurdity. The light of the sunrise broke through the darkness, the red sun slowly rising. As the light streamed into the seclusion room through the windows, the thin fingers suddenly turned gold. Zuo Mo put his index finger in front of his red-veined eyes. There seemed to be a gold layer around his index finger. The expressionless Zuo Mo's eyes were intoxicated. As the sunlight changed direction, leaving his finger, it revealed the original appearance. A layer of light gold energy was wrapped around Zuo Mo's index finger, slowly turning. The aged gold energy. Just at this time, clang 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 clang. The melodious bell rang 5 times, echoing in the mountains. The gold light on the finger shook and the aged gold energy suddenly collapsed. Zuo Mo jumped up disheveled from the ground. Damn it! It was already morning. Disregarding his hunger, he ran outside like the wind. At this time, if one was in the sky above Wukong Mountain, they would see hundreds of figures running out of their yards to head to the same place. Zuo Mo once again cursed inside the rule that outer sect members were not allowed to fly inside the mountain, his feet moving frantically as he sprinted. The Hall of Hearing Principles was located at the Cowhorn Peak of Wukong Mountain. This mountain peak was named due to its shape. When Zuo Mo burst into the Hall of Hearing Principles, there were already many people sitting down. He randomly found a mat to sit and gasped for air. At the front, a young person was sitting. About 20 or so, his face like jade, his eyes like stars, the light threatening. A dark blue plain robe. Among the tens of people in the room, he was like the crane among the chickens. Suyu, third ranked among the inner sect disciples. Usually, he was responsible for teaching the outer sect disciple. He was the disciple of Master Xin Yen. He was the one most talented at forging among the inner sect disciples. Other than that, he had a vast knowledge on a variety of miscellaneous topics. Ding! On the table, a bell made from jade rang, the sound rising and spreading out. Zuo Mo felt his mind jump and become refreshed, the tiredness from staying up all night disappearing. Sui Shixiang's green water jade bell set was one of the talismans that Zuo Mo wanted the most. The rack was made up of red copper. 7 green bells were arranged in order of large to small. Carved on each bell were countless ant-like seal characters. The green light would flow and it was lovely. Each bell had a different effect. The one that had been struck was Great Clear Sound Incantation. Zuo could only just be envious. This set of green jade bells had taken tremendous time and energy by Sui Shixiang to forge. The other Shixiang didn't have one either. Suyu Shixiang was well loved by the outer sect disciple. Any other Shixiang who would use Great Clear Sound Incantation to help clear their minds? Suyu's sleeve swept out and the doors of the Hall of Hearing Principles loudly closed. Zuo Mo's attention was on the desk in front of Xixiang. Other than that set of green jade bells, there were also a variety of knickknacks. Forging? Zuo Mo instantly rejoiced inside. He had entered Wu Kong Sword Sect for 2 years but never heard San Xixiang, 1, talk about forging. Every so often after an amount of time passed, San Xixiang would teach some of the methods of cultivation. It was one of the benefits for outer sect disciples. Many people entered the sect just in order to learn these cultivation methods so when they left the mountain sect, they could find a good job. Like Zuo Mo. He only had a cultivation of 7th level lianqi. He couldn't find many jobs. But if his 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he could find a pretty good job in any farm or medicine garden. Tianyu Jie didn't have many exports, but due to the good climate and abundant ling energy, there were many farms and medicine gardens. Scriptures increase ling energy and cultivation. What was needed was the resources and accumulation. Ling veins, ling medicine, jingsher, they could all increase cultivation. If they were not available, then you could only rely on time to slowly accumulate. Spells were the usage of ling energy. What was needed was teachings and comprehension. There were geniuses who could comprehend the arts on their own, but for normal people, receiving teachings was more realistic. Some large sects, before their disciples achieved Zhuji, they were restricted from learning arts. That was because the way they looked at it, cultivation was the most fundamental. But for normal Xiuzhi, cultivation was just a delusion. Ling veins, ling medicine, jingsher, etc. None of those were things they could wish for. In comparison, spells were more realistic. One could find a pretty good job, receive a pretty good income. Other than guaranteeing a livelihood, their descendants wouldn't find it as difficult for their cultivation. You have spent a certain amount of time at this sect. I know how much effort and hardship you have endured. You have to keep cultivating and not start to neglect it. It will make it easier to find a living in the future. Your efforts would not be wasted. Cultivation through scriptures, I won't be chatty. There isn't anything to talk about there. If your scores this year are excellent, I naturally will pass on high-level scriptures to you. Today, what I am going to be speaking of is 2 ways of forging talismans. The first is ling exciting hoe, the second is needle and thread sucking pouch. The ling exciting hoe is an essential talisman for you in order to take care of the ling fields. It can excite the ling energy inside the ling fields and make it easier for the ling plants to absorb ling energy. The needle and thread sucking pouch is used to intake the sap of the ling plants. Remember, you have to quickly hand over the sap of the ling plants that are sucked out. Otherwise, when the ling energy in the sap has dissipated, you can't get a single contribution point. Pay close attention. I'll only say all of this once today. Suyu Shixiang spoke plainly, spirit in his words that made convinced people. Zuo Mo listened extremely carefully. This was the first time he touched the topic of forging. He was afraid to lose even one word. When Suyu Shixiang finished his lecture, it was 6 hours later. He hadn't ate all night, and concentrated for 6 hours. The front chest of Zuo Mo was touching his back. Quickly returning to his yard, he searched around for something to fill his stomach. Before he could wipe his mouth, a sudden sword light came down from the sky, landing in the yard. The Jinji around the yard didn't have any strength to resist before exploding. A man with an icy expression appeared in front of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo swallowed the swear that had reached his mouth right back into his stomach, his heart jumping wildly. Why did this death god come? Before he could make a bow, he heard the other snort, "You are Zuo Mo?" Zuo Mo greets Luo Li Shixiang. Zuo Mo's voice was respectful as he made a deep bow. Luo Li Shixiang might be ranked 4th among the inner sect disciple, but he had the deepest cultivation among this generation of disciples. His natural personality was cold and he was a fanatic about cultivation. His innate talents were outstanding and among the second generation, he was the only disciple that managed to achieve empty sword. He was the one widely accepted as the one most likely in 200 years to achieve the sect's greatest technique, void sword. Just as famous as his innate talents and power was his moody temper. He was responsible for supervising a mine for the sect. According to rumors, if the show's servants who mined there were even the least bit incompliant, he would kill them with one stroke. Luo Li was too lazy to talk to him. He suddenly appeared behind Zuo Mo's back and lifted off, holding his collar. Zuo Mo might have called himself the first one among the outer sect disciples to have a steed, but it was the first time he experienced such flying speed. He only felt the sky and earth were rotating, the oncoming wing making his face hurt, and he couldn't even open his eyes. When his feet touched the ground, Zuo Mo almost collapsed. So it really is a zombie face. Zuo Mo, who had just recovered from dizziness, heard this, and instantly his good opinion of the speaker was zero. A young female dressed in green examined him in interest. Her chin was pointy, her cheekbones slightly high. There was a smile on her face, but there wasn't any warmth in her eyes. Her gaze made Zuo Mo very uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to show any discontent. He respectfully gave a bow, greetings to Hao Shiji. 2. Hao Min Shiji and Luo Li Shixiang were the disciples of Yan Lisher Shu. 3. Supposedly, Luo Li Shixiang was weirdly infatuated with her. That rumor didn't seem to be unfounded. I heard your little art of cloud and rain is at the 3rd level? Hao Min pierced Zuo Mo with a look and asked. Yes. Very good. Hao Min said, satisfied, I'm going out for a time. In this time, the medicine fields will be given into your care. Not giving Zuo Mo any time to talk, she threw a jade pendant at Zuo Mo, coldly stating, this is the certificate to get into the medicine fields. Rain once a day. From today until I return, in this time, you have to take care of the medicine fields. Her tone instantly became severe, my temper isn't very good. We'll put the ugly words first. If something goes wrong with the medicine fields, I won't forgive you when I return. Finishing, she didn't look at Zuo Mo, turning to look at Luo Li. She wrapped around his arm, her smile like a flower, her voice gentle as water, Shixiang, let's go. A few hints of warmth floated on Luo Li's face. He looked carelessly at Zuo Mo, snorted coldly, and the two flew into the air. Zuo Mo held the jade pendant, frozen to the spot as he watched the two disappear into the sky. When a person is misfortunate, even drinking water would get stuck in the teeth. He had never thought he would be this misfortunate. The outer sect disciples didn't like Hao Min Shiji. She was ruthless and selfish. Being ordered about by her didn't have any benefits. Her temper was also nasty and as fickle as Luo Li Shixiang. If one didn't take care, it was beatings and scolding. From beginning to end, the two never even asked for his opinion. Zuo Mo screamed inside. From when he opened his eyes to now, he only interacted with the ling grains. He had never taken care of medicine fields before. Even worse, with his cultivation, he could only do the 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain once every day. Thinking about the rain agreements he had signed with the other Shixiang, his mouth was bitter. There were 3 places in Wu Kong Sword Sect for medicine fields. The one that Hao Min Shiji was responsible was in Cold Mist Valley. He held the jade pendant, his heart jumping as he walked in the direction of Cold Mist Valley. Cold Mist Valley was between 2 mountain peaks, mist swirling about all year around. The temperature was lower than anywhere else on Wukong Mountain, and that was how it got its name. It was one of the important areas of the sect. Outer sect disciples basically had no permission to enter. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's Little Art of Rain and Cloud had reached the 3rd level, Hao Min definitely wouldn't have picked him. On the road, there were old trees, grass everywhere. Fragrance rose and vitality was present. Sometimes, small animals like rabbits and squirrels passed by, joyfully jumping. But Zuo Mo had no interest in admiring scenery. His heart beat frantically as he held the jade pendant and furtively made his way, 2 legs trembling. Everywhere on this road were Jinji. They were in the open or in the shadows. Some strong Jinji occasionally would discharge a terrifying aura which made him almost suffocate. With his 7th level Lianqi abilities, if he accidentally set off the Jinji, not a drop of him would remain. If it wasn't that he naturally had a zombie face, his face definitely would be pasty white and bloodless. 1. Third Elder Student. Referring to Sui, who was ranked 3rd. 2. Senior Female Student. 3. Senior Uncle. Male of a sex older generation. Chapter 5 Cold Mist Valley. Chapter 5 Cold Mist Valley. Using the jade pendant in his hands, Zuo Mo safely reached the entrance to Cold Mist Valley. The entrance was shrouded in mist, a white piece of blankness. Zuo Mo hesitated for a while, not finding any other roads, and could only stride towards the white mist. When he entered the mist, the white mist seemed to have recognized him and automatically divided, revealing a small alley. His mind relaxed and let out a breath. He admired the techniques that the sect had. If one day he could do the same, it would be so refreshing. His thoughts couldn't help but wander away. Following the alley in the mist, after walking half a mile, his perception suddenly widened. About 5 mu of the valley were filled with all kinds of ling medicine. Their colors varied and their shapes were strange. Looking out, it was as though a colorful carpet had been laid out on the valley floor. Several dozens of rainbow sparrow-tailed butterflies flew around. Black-banded yellow honeybees formed troops and flew to and fro. At the very bottom of the valley, a silver waterfall flew down from the cliff, roaring like thunder. With great power, it loudly smashed into a deep pond, making countless water drops. The moisture and the fragrance of all kinds of ling herbs mixed together. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Mo felt unspeakably comfortable. He suddenly felt that taking care of the ling fields wasn't as bad as he thought. Remembering that Haomin warned to make rain once every day, Zuo Mo hurriedly started to pinch and activate the spell. The moisture condensed from all around, visible to the naked eye, and gradually formed a ball of cloud, floating above the medicine fields. The spell on Zuo Mo's hands rapidly changed, and after a series of dazzling movements, the cloud started to rain and a fine drizzle flowed into the medicine fields. This little storm lasted for an hour before the cloud dissipated. Zuo Mo gave a breath of relief. It was very wet here and made it much easier to do, little art of cloud and rain. He couldn't help but start to calculate. The situation was better than he had hoped for. If he toiled hard enough, he could barely finish what had been set out in the contracts. What he had to pray for was that nothing would happen to the medicine fields and remain safe and compete until Haomin Shiji came back. Nothing could be solved by him. If he had any fantasies before, he understood the cruel reality now. He was very sensitive to the density of ling energy. The ling energy of Cold Mist Valley was very plentiful. To have plowed medicine fields in such a good spot, the grade of the ling herbs that were planted definitely wouldn't be low. If something really happened on his watch, he would. He shuddered. Even though the path was layered in Jinji, there weren't any in the valley. Zuo Mo went around the entire valley. The pond was so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. The cold of the water pierced straight into the bones. The sound of the waterfall was very loud, echoing around the entire valley. He crouched in the ling fields, inspecting the ling herbs one by one. He needed to remember the characteristics of each ling herb by heart. He had only grown ling grain before and had no knowledge of ling herbs, so he could only use this brute method. Right now, he didn't hope for receiving any rewards, and only hoped that nothing would go wrong. Any ling herb here, if he sold himself, it wasn't still enough to repay it. He could guarantee he had never focused so hard before. It was only when the sky was turning dark that he dragged his exhausted body back to the yard. When he saw the mess surrounding the yard, the Jinji that had been ripped to shreds, he wanted to cry. At this time, he didn't have the energy to construct the Jinji again. He was so tired he wanted to die. He didn't have the strength to even raise his eyelids. Returning to the seclusion room, he only managed to add a drop of ling energy into the sound tablet before dropping down on the mat and falling asleep. He woke up in the sound of the sound tablet's broadcast. The 23rd Sword Test Conference has finished its qualification rounds. Up until now, 4,253 swordshow have received qualifications for the competition. This year's Sword Test Conference has plenty of rewards. The top 100 will receive a 4th grade flying sword. The top 10 will receive a 5th grade flying sword. The prize for the winner has been confirmed as Arrowpoint, 7th grade. According to those familiar, this is the highest grade of flying sword that has been seen in the history of the Sword Test Conference. This has caused the interest of many major sect disciples, including those from Wu Kong Sword Sect, Zuo Mo Sword Sect. Good thing, good thing. I want. No chance, no change. Zuo Mo carelessly climbed up from the mat, humming a strange tune. Walking out of the seclusion room, he started to construct the jinji. As to the walls, he could only wait for another time to build them. He could see broken bricks everywhere and had to clean the surroundings. Otherwise, he didn't even have space to set up the jinji. With his 7th level lianqi sil, there were many restrictions for him to set up a jinji. Humming a small tune, he cleaned up the broken and ruined walls. This yard had been built long ago and the walls were already in ruins. Now it was completely destroyed by Luoli Shixiang. Thinking about the strong and imposing manner of Luoli Shixiang as he landed from the sky, Zuo Mo felt his heart palpitate even now. Zuo Mo suddenly stopped walking and bent down to pick up something. It was a little pink paper crane, much smaller than Zuo Mo's yellow paper crane, and very well made. This was Little Thousand Crane, used for passing letters and speech. But this was a plaything. Its speed wasn't as fast as letters using flying swords, especially for long distances. Using it wasn't very convenient, so most of the users were shoujo that were lower than Jindan. How did it run over to his place? Zuo Mo rudely unfolded the pink Little Thousand Crane and suddenly understood. It was a wishing Little Thousand Crane. Very long ago, when the shoujo started to break through the void and search for Nujia, they frequently would encounter dangers and get trapped. After the trapped shoujo found that they couldn't break free, they would write their wishes and plead for help on the Little Thousand Crane and let it fly free. Since there weren't any imprints, no one knew where the Little Thousand Cranes would fly. But the life of a shoujo was long. If they were lucky, they could still make it for a long period of time. After the first time a rescue occurred due to a wishing Little Thousand Crane, the wishing Little Thousand Crane became fashionable in the shoujo world. As time progressed, this became a game for female shoujo to expel their feelings. They would write their emotions on the wishing little paper cranes and send them out. However, they would put an impression on it so the one who picked it up could send the wishing Little Thousand Crane back to their hands based on the imprint. What made a young girl's heart beat faster than some fate that couldn't be calculated and was too wonderful for words? Zuo Mo couldn't understand it. In his heart, there were only Jingshi, ling grains, cultivation. Romance, this kind of luxury, he didn't have any of it. Unfolding the Little Thousand Crane, it reveals a few rows of beautiful writing. Hoping so much. To carry a bag. Go out alone to roam. At a place where there was no one else. Sing. Soak in the sun. Sentimental nonsense. Zuo Mo snorted coldly inside and gave the criticism he thought most accurate. It was such a pity. Wasting such good paper. He didn't know what paper it was made out of, but looking at the quality, it wouldn't be lower than 3rd grade. To use 3rd grade paper to make a Little Thousand Crane. It was a waste that raised people's hackles. Once the paper was used, it couldn't be used again. Such a pity, Zuo Mo thought. He was preparing to crumple the pink paper into a ball when he suddenly stopped. Expressionlessly, he tilted his head. Thinking, he started to run into his room. Rushing into the room, he looked around and found what he wanted. fresh and thick cinnabar and a weasel bristle brush. Taking up the brush, dipping deep into the cinnabar, his wrist flowing as he wrote out a word. Dumbass. Looking at the bright red that took almost all of the pink paper, Zuo Mo roared with laughter, extremely smug. His life was nerve-wracking and full. It was extremely hard and he didn't have any time to be depressed. He knew very well the difficulty in life. All around him, everyone was putting their lives on the line in order to survive, for their families, for their descendants. Like Old Black. Even if it was hard and exhausting, but he didn't dislike this kind of life. He felt the opposite. This was life. Sentimental nonsense. Only people who had idle lives and no ambitions would have that. Zuo Mo looked down on those people. In a cheerful mood he hummed a tune as he folded the paper again into a little thousand crane. Who's a dumbass, who's a dumbass? You're a dumbass, you're a dumbass. The imprint of the owner was on the little thousand crane. After Zuo Mo put ling energy into it, he threw it up in the air. The pink little thousand crane flapped its tiny wings and disappeared into the sky. Zuo Mo's mood became exceptionally well. He exuberantly cleaned the yard, his steps lighter than usual. When the Jinji were finished, it was past noon. He grabbed something to eat before going back to the seclusion room to meditate. Normal outer sect disciples rarely would spend such a long time on meditation. Compared to learning the arts, meditation and increasing cultivation wasn't profitable. However, Zuo Mo persisted in spending 4 hours each day on meditation. After he found the ling vein in the seclusion room, he spent even more time each day in mediation. The cultivation was the foundation. That was a rationale all Xiuzha understood. He had the benefit of the ling vein. Even though what he cultivated with was the most normal scripture, but the results were still outstanding. Just how rigid the ranks were in the cultivation world, he had a very deep impression. If he could achieve Zhuji, even if he was an outer sect disciple, Hao Min and Luoli wouldn't dare to treat him so. Zhuji was a division line. It would directly decide the quality of your life. To receive a beautiful life, the only way was to continuously increase your own power. His mediation, once he sat down, was 6 hours. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with joy. Lianqi 8 level. Persisting in cultivating and doing the scripture, the payback finally came. He made it to the 8th level. The cultivation of 8th level Lianqi, in all of the outer sect disciple of the entire Wu Kong Sword Sect, it definitely could enter the top 3. He spread out his fingers and started to apply a spell. A layer of aged gold energy appeared around his finger. Once his cultivation increased a level, it was much easier to do a spell. A super excited Zuo Mo started to do Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Once he started, he instantly felt the difference. The speed at which the moisture condensed was much faster. The raindrops poured down like they wouldn't stop. Some new experiences he took time to savor. Suddenly remembering the medicine fields, he woke up and climbed up, rushing out of his yard. Running to Cold Mist Valley in one go, not taking the time to recover, he started to release Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Only when everything had been rained on did the stone in his heart land on the ground. Chapter 6 Highly Dangerous. Chapter 6 Highly Dangerous. Shi Xiang has come. Fei Yun enthusiastically gave a greeting. He was wearing the light yellow robes of all the disciples of the Everything Pavilion. It was just the front had been rolled up and tucked at the waist. Zuo Mo's voice was friendly. You're on duty today? Shi Xiang has to look after me. Fei Yun chuckled. He was clear. This zombie face was a large account among all the outer sect disciples. Most of his sales came from this person. Wu Kong Sword Sect was far from Dongfu and it was exceedingly troublesome to make around. The Everything Pavilion had been set up to ease the way for everyone. There wasn't much high-level inventory sold at the Everything Pavilion, but for outer sect disciples, it could basically fulfill their needs. Even if the prices were slightly higher than Dongfu, but it was much more convenient and everyone became used to buying what they needed here. Even for Zuo Mo, who had a flying paper crane, it was troublesome to go to Dongfu. The two were familiar and he wasn't courteous. Anything good lately? There's a few first-grade talismans, but I'm afraid it isn't what Xixiang wishes for. Fei Yun smiled as he answered. Upon familiarity, he had experienced Zuo Mo's shrewdness. He rarely would buy something that he didn't need. I'll take a look. Zuo Mo didn't refuse. Fei Yun took out some talismans. Zuo Mo flipped through them one by one. A bangle color orange, carved from an entire piece of fire jade, could increase the ability of the use to control flames. Zuo Mo put it to one side. This bangle was useful for those who made medicine. He didn't need it. And the price of 10 pieces of second-grade jingsher was too expensive and not useful enough. The following few items, he put them down as well. Only a yellow copper ring, he examined for a long time. Xixiang is interested in this ring? Fei Yun saw hope and started to urge, golden sword ring, first-grade gold element talisman. Only need to input gold ling energy until it is full and then it can release 3 sword strikes. The power is astounding and overwhelmingly strong. The important part is, the price is great. Just 5 pieces of second-grade jingsher. A talisman, 5 pieces of second-grade jingsher, there's no other place. Fei Yun ran on, hyping the golden sword ring. Zuo Mo didn't speak. He adjusted his energy and diverted ling energy towards the ring. If it was like before, he couldn't use the ring. But now, he learned aged gold energy, and could turn his ling energy into gold ling energy so he could use the ring. Fei Yun saw an inkling and quickly closed his mouth to avoid distracting Zuo Mo. The ling energy continued to pour into the ring, the dark yellow copper ring started to glow. Zuo Mo was shocked. No wonder it was a talisman. The majority of the ling energy in his body had been given and it barely managed to fill 1/3 of the ring. His mind moved and he fused together his fingers, pointing at the ground. Hua! A gold-colored sword strike came out, hitting the stone ground. Crack! Fragments of stone sprayed and an extremely thin and deep hole was left in the stone. The sword strike was so penetrating. Xiuzha under Zhuji would have difficulty blocking it. The power behind this talisman was enough. The only flaw was that it could only store 3 sword strikes. But thinking about it, if it didn't have this flaw, would the talisman be the price it was now? Fei Yun came over. How does Xixiang feel? Zuo Mo was satisfied inside but nothing showed on his face. I'll buy it. Fei Yun cheered. Xixiang has good eyes. Zuo Mo handed over a list filled with materials. Do you have these? Fei Yun took the list and scanned. He said, shocked, Xixiang wants to make a ling exciting hoe? Why waste the effort? I have a pretty good quality product. If Xixiang wants it, I'll give Xixiang a realistic price. I want to make one. It's a kind of comprehension. Zuo Mo replied. Fei Yun paused and then said solemnly, Xixiang's words are reasonable. This one is in awe. I have all of these materials. Xixiang, just wait for a moment. Coming out of the Everything Pavilion, Zuo Mo had spent most of his jingsher. Buying the golden sword ring wasn't an impulse out of the blue. When he had achieved the 8th level of Lianqi last night, he had decided to buy a defensive talisman. 2 years, from Lianqi level 3 to level 8. Such speed, it would astound people. Based on what he saw, he had pretty good talent but not to such a terrifying degree. The biggest credit should be that section of Ling vein. His cultivation of Lianqi level 8 couldn't be concealed from others. If it landed in the eyes of those with ideas, all kinds of conclusions would form. But the thing about the Ling vein was that it couldn't become public. The common saying was right. Easy to avoid the daylight robbery, hard to defend against the arrows from the dark shadows. Not afraid of a thief stealing, afraid of a thief thinking. If the news that he achieved level 8 of lianqi, there would be many that would be thinking about him. He resolved to decrease the time he spent out in the following days. He would stay home and ponder the jade stick. He had just started on Art of Aged Gold. Not even saying the 3rd level, he was still very far from the 2nd level. But he also knew that paper couldn't enclose a flame for long. He couldn't hide the fact that he achieved level 8 lianqi for long. This, golden sword ring, was to prevent accidents from occurring. He had never seen an incident of kill and rob for treasure, but he had heard of many. Carefulness wasn't a bad thing. Forging, ling exciting ho, was one of his ideas from long ago. When he had just known that there was a thing called forging, he was filled with interest for this strange art. But he had never had the chance. Just a while ago when Suyu Shixiang taught them how to make ling exciting ho and 1,000 threads and needles pouch, now he could try to start forging. He brought the materials needed, but he didn't start forging immediately. He just broke into the 8th level and his status wasn't stable. Another way of saying it was that he wasn't familiar with the present ling energy he had now. He put the majority of the time on Art of Aged Gold. Other than going to the medicine fields once a day, he basically stayed home the entire time. When he made rain for others, he didn't put his all in. Just like before, he would show an exhausted appearance after each time. After a few days, no one had managed to find that he reached the 8th level of lianqi. Zuo Mo's heart finally landed. Sometimes he would think, were his fears groundless? But out of prudence, he would spend some time each day using golden sword ring, and would always make sure that the ling energy in the ring was full. Thankfully everything was calm and no accidents happened. He squatted in the ling fields of the yard, his right hand on a stalk of ling grain, his eyes closed. The faint gold of aged gold energy quietly slipped into the ling grain. He could feel the aged gold energy effortlessly traveling through the body of the ling grain. Suddenly, a series of fluctuations came from the aged gold energy. Zuo Mo's mind roused. He found his goal. It was a crowd of aphids. The calm, aged gold energy was like a shark that smelled blood, furiously rushing at the goal. Through the information that the aged gold energy passed along, Zuo Mo could clearly feel the tyrannical state of the aphids and the intense rejection it had towards the aged gold energy. Consciousness to consciousness. Zuo Mo, who had never been attacked, lost control of the aged gold energy. Forcing himself to calm down, he didn't retreat from the furious and tyrannical consciousness of the aphids. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He pressed the aged gold energy. Already roaring to go, the aged gold energy leapt towards the aphids. Aged gold energy was like numerous grains of tiny sand. They surrounded the aphids and continuously left tiny wounds on the aphids. These half-clear aphids might be hard to distinguish with the naked eye, their consciousness also extremely small, but they could merge the consciousness of every aphid together to form a mind thousands of times larger than their single minds. Their spirits were filled with brutality, destruction, and ruin. Other than that, they kept on secreting a colloidal solution to heal their wounded body. This was a great and fierce battle. Zuo Mo hadn't thought a trial run of aged gold energy would turn out like this. He completely forgot this was a normal trial run. His mind was immersed in this battle, immersed in that lump of aged gold energy. He put all his effort to sustain the aged gold energy and ran again and again at the aphids. No one else would be like him, putting their consciousness on the aged gold energy. It was just too dangerous. He had never been in battle. His consciousness was extremely fragile. Just one slip, it was easy for his consciousness to be scattered by an even stronger consciousness. Any other person might become insane from doing so. But the brutal consciousness from the merging of the aphids didn't overcome Zuo Mo's consciousness but aroused the viciousness in Zuo Mo's bones. He was like a provoked lion, crazily leaping at the enemy. In the natural world, the weaker were afraid of the stronger. When Zuo Mo's consciousness became even more crazy and fierce, the aphids with their low intelligence instinctively felt fear. The battle, which had been deadlocked, quickly leaned towards Zuo Mo. The aged gold energy continued to tear. One by one, the aphids were torn to shreds. Everywhere it passed, it would only leave behind a heap of the powder of the aphids. It was actually very strange. The aged gold energy that was extremely damaging to the aphids were gentle and harmless to the ling grains. When the very last aphid was killed, Zuo Mo finally came out of the desperate killing. It was like he had been taken out of the water. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He panted heavily, his eyes like an wild animal, glaring viciously. After another while, the viciousness in his eyes finally left. He couldn't carry on and sat down on the ground. At this time, he felt the fear come on. No wonder there aren't many ling plant farmers. If they aren't careful, they would die easily. As he panted, Zuo Mo patted his chest. Before, he had assumed that farming was a safe profession. But he didn't think it would be so dangerous. He didn't have any energy left, so he sat in the ling fields before he struggled up and moved to the seclusion room. He needed to replenish ling energy. All the ling energy in his body had been completely wrung out, not a drop remaining. He didn't know if it was that he was exhausted, but he very quickly entered a meditative state. Chapter 7 ELL 1 Wait for you. Zuo Mo takes a small step on his road to become a ling plant farmer. And then he gets into trouble. In cultivation, the ling energy moves around in channels through the body like blood does, and a complete circuit is called a revolution. When more ling energy is used, the revolution speeds up, like the heart pumping more blood to carry oxygen during exercise. Chapter 7 Yil 1 Wait for you. Waking up from his meditation, Zuo Mo's soul and body were both refreshed, his entire body light and extremely comfortable. Coming out of the seclusion room, he took along the sound tablet and jumped onto the roof. Reaching out with his fingers, his mind moved, and the light gold of aged gold energy appeared with no effort at all. Zuo Mo was gleeful. He didn't eat all that trouble for nothing. Clearly his control of aged gold energy had increased dramatically. The aged gold energy around his fingers suddenly twisted quickly and stopped. It shone like the stars, like specks of tiny gold sand, extremely pretty in the dark. An idea suddenly came into his head. Was aged gold energy actually an offensive spell? That minor yet exceptionally vicious fight made him conceive this idea. But, from what he understood about ling plant farmers, they were the classical non-fighting profession. He had never heard of any ling plant farmer that was good at fighting. Also, he wasn't the only one in the sect that knew aged gold energy. Everyone had different talents. Zuo Mo could learn the third level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Naturally, there were people good at the other arts. In the outer sect disciples, there was a Shixiang who was on the second level of aged gold energy. Not just aged gold energy, even the art of flora, art of earth energy, and art of crimson flame were practiced by other people. It was just they were not high level. Was he wrong? The question circled in his head and wouldn't disappear. But very quickly, he didn't want to think about the question. He took up the sound tablet, added some ling energy and put it beside him. His head lying on his arms as he looked at the vast sky, his heart slowly calmed. The night wind blew gently, cold, unspeakably pleasant. Hearing the news that continuously streamed out of the sound tablet, Zuo Mo peacefully fell asleep. The next day, he went to make rain for the medicine fields and made another contract to make rain for a Shixiang before going back to his own yard. Passing by the ling fields, looking at the neat rows of ling grains, he suddenly thought of his suspicion from last night. Hesitating for a second, he decided to try once. His hand touched a ling grain, the aged gold energy soundlessly permeating the stalk. Just like yesterday, Zuo Mo's consciousness was connected to the aged gold energy. Very quickly, the aged gold energy found a patch of aphids. Zuo Mo instantly became nervous. Due to the brutality of yesterday, he still felt trepidation. However, today's situation was out of his expectations. The aged gold energy didn't encounter any resistance. All the aphids were ground to dust in less than 15 minutes. The entire process was done in one go without any hindrance. Why was it like this? He was puzzled. He put his hand on another stalk of ling grain. The same situation occurred. Was it that stalk of ling grain yesterday was different? He shook his head. There were no differences between the two stalks today and the one yesterday. Where was it going wrong? He ran to the spot of the stalk of ling grain from yesterday and checked again. There truly weren't any differences. However, he found that this stalk of ling grain's growth was much better than yesterday, the leaves greener. And the powdered remains of the aphids had become their food. Based on his 2 years of farming experience, he estimated that the production of this stalk of ling grain would definitely be greater than before. Zuo Mo was gleeful. The question of whether aged gold energy should be considered offensive or not was thrown to one side. What was a benefit more realistic than increasing production? Ling grains were gene-sure were talismans, spells. Zuo Mo put 100% into the large task of clearing pests from the ling fields. 5 mu of ling fields, he wasn't going to let go of one stalk. 10 entire days. Other than going to the medicine fields and ling fields to make rain, all the other time was spent on the ling grains in his yard. He used aged gold energy on one stalk after the next. When he spent all his ling energy, he ran to the seclusion room to recover and then came out and repeat. After a while, he was almost numb, mechanically using aged gold energy. After the last stalk of ling grain was scanned by the aged gold energy, he looked at the organized ling fields. The growth was amazing, the ling grains were all green and plump. A strong feeling of accomplishment rose in his heart. He wasn't the only one who knew aged gold energy, but no one would be as crazy as him. To inspect the ling grains one stalk by one, the amount of work was horrifying. They only would use aged gold energy whenever they found a sickness in the ling grains. If there wasn't that section of ling vein in the seclusion room, Zuo Mo wouldn't dare to do it. 10 days of continuous toil. Whether body or mind, Zuo Mo was extremely exhausted. He only wanted to do one thing now. That was, going back to his room and getting a good sleep. Just as he prepared to start walking, a pink little thousand crane flew at him straight from far away, stopping right in front of him. Whoa! Zuo Mo felt it seemed familiar. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered that the wishing little thousand crane he had picked up 10 days ago when he was cleaning the yard was also pink. That wasn't right. A wishing little thousand crane couldn't localize. For a little thousand crane to find its target, it needed an imprint to guide it. Last time, the little thousand crane had its owner's imprint, so if ling energy was put in, it would fly to its owner. But he didn't leave behind any imprint. Any kind of imprint would contain ling energy. To avoid the other finding him, when Zuo Mo wrote the words, he didn't dare to use any ling energy at all. The first time it flew to him, that was luck. But if it can fly for a second time to him, that couldn't be explained by luck. Such a strange event. Examining the fine little thousand crane floating in front of him, he hesitated. But Zuo Mo still reached out and took it. Holding the small crane, he went into the seclusion room. Sitting on the mat, he started to unfold this little thousand crane. Spreading out the pink paper, there were only 2 characters, still the same graceful writing of before. When the 2 words entered his vision, an unforeseen event occurred. A kind of icy cold energy surrounded Zuo Mo. The sense of extreme danger made the hair on his entire body straighten. It was like a sharp flying sword was right at his throat. The chill from the blade easily pierced into the skin and quickly spread through his body. Damn it, he couldn't move. On the zombie face was a pair of terrified eyes. Zuo Mo's entire body was frozen by this cold presence, he couldn't even move a finger. The other's retribution? Punishment? Joke? He didn't have time to think about all that. He was like a trapped beast, the only instinct left was to fight. He fought with his life, trying to take back control of his body. He pushed the ling energy inside. No effect. His body wouldn't move. He froze in his spot. The icy energy continued to increase. It was like a ruthless beast, mercilessly nearing Zuo Mo, opening its gaping maw. It seemed to be certain that Zuo Mo didn't have the ability to resist. Zuo Mo was like a strange candle wax figure. That expressionless face was so still it was funny. Only the eyes, the pair of eyes full of terror, full of helplessness, full of rage, that conflicted with his thin and weak body and still face. His efforts were to no avail. That icy energy that terrified him pushed him to desperate straits, and he didn't have any room to retreat. The unwillingness and wrath inside his heart suddenly lit up. Go to hell! Furiously casting aged gold energy, all of his ling energy, along with all of his consciousness slammed at the icy presence. This was his only solution. His only experience that could be considered a battle was the first time he used aged gold energy on the ling grain. He still remembered the brutal energy at the time, the rush it gave his consciousness. But that consciousness made from the merging of thousands of aphids were as weak as an infant compared to this icy energy. At this time, he was like a madman, raising a sickle and rushing at a fully armored enemy. Aged gold energy was like a ball of light gold mist. Once it appeared, it aroused the attack of the icy energy. Suddenly, Zuo Mo seemed to see countless flying swords, with their bright tails and screaming as they flew at him. The sword strikes were bitingly cold, crisscrossing into a forest that he couldn't avoid. The clear pupils transformed into a roaring sea of flames. The edges of the eyes that had widened to the limits cracked, blood running down his face. On the stiff face, it drew out two bright marks. He didn't feel it. The ling energy under his crazy revolutions started to spin out of control. He didn't stop and continued to speed up his revolutions. Under full power, the aged gold energy seemed to become especially crazy. It didn't retreat and leapt at that icy energy. If someone walked into Zuo Mo's room at this time, they would see a strange sight. A faint gold ball of light twisting furiously as though there was something invisible relentlessly corroding it, and its size continued to decrease. The faint gold cloud turned even more furiously but closely protected Zuo Mo. The battle became even hotter. The aged gold energy faced the icy energy that threw out the sword strikes and didn't retreat. Like facing the consciousness of the aphid, the aged gold energy made this energy as an extremely large consciousness from a gigantic aphid. Zuo Mo had no attention left for the aged gold energy. There was only one though in his head: faster, faster. The revolutions of ling energy was already at a shocking step. He had never tried to make his ling energy revolve so fast. He didn't dare. But at this time, Zuo Mo, whose eyes were red from battle, only hated that the ling energy couldn't move faster. He continued to speed up his revolutions. Zuo Mo's head roared as though something had been broken. His consciousness suddenly became dizzy. The ling energy stampeded like wild horses, completely free of control. The aged gold energy, which originally had been turning and twisting furiously, did so even more, like boiling water. The shape of the cloud was extremely unstable. If Shouja of higher cultivation saw this scene, they would instantly pale. Loss of control of ling energy, what would follow was the explosion of the body and death. Suddenly, a warm stream came from Zuo Mo's heart and entered his channels. The violet ling energy suddenly became more obedient than anything. The speed of revolution didn't decrease and increased. The strong shaking of the aged gold energy disappeared without a warning and calmed down. What would amaze others was that icy energy seemed to have detected the strangeness and retreated for the first time. The peaceful, aged gold energy ball once again changed. It quickly shrunk towards its core. The cold energy changed along with it. A faintly gold seven-segmented all shaped like a pagoda. A water blue crescent-shaped flying sword with a small bell hanging. silently opposite each other. But in the blink of an eye, both started to move. One sword, turned to one gold and one blue stream of light and accurately hit together. Ping! A clear note like breaking glass. A scattered ball of light exploded in the air. It was like a firework, blue and gold mixing, extremely beautiful. An unknown amount of time later, Zuo Mo dazedly opened his eyes. His entire body hurt, his skin seemed to have cracked. He couldn't help but groan. This groan made his dizzy mind wake up. He could move. That damned energy had disappeared. He first froze and then a kind of unnameable carefreeness formed. He wanted to laugh, but before his mouth could move, the muscles pulled at the wound, and it turned into a screech. Even though he didn't know what had just happened, but without a doubt, he won. He was still holding the pink paper in his hand. On it were written 2 words. Bad person. The writing was still graceful and the tone of speech meant the writer wasn't very grown, but Zuo Mo, who was on his last gasps, couldn't help but feel disgust. Such a vicious woman. She wanted his life. The other must have put a spiritual attack on the words. To use the words to release such a terrifying attack, it wasn't someone he could face. Zuo Mo was very clear about that. The head of the sect and the other elders, he didn't know if they could do it. But among the inner sect disciples, there definitely wasn't anyone who could reach such power. That mean, the vicious woman's power surpassed his sect's Shixiang. But walking once around death's door, he wasn't that scared, not even if the other's strength surpassed him greatly. He had heard that some strong shoujo was arrogant and indifferent to low-level shoujo, but had never thought the other would desire to kill because of a word. Gu was naive. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. The wound that was pulled was extremely painful. He struggled up and bared his teeth as he moved to the desk. It was still the bright and thick cinnabar, still the same weasel bristle brush. Zuo Mo dabbed viciously a few times. His entire right hand seemed to have been broken into quite a few pieces. Just the pain from a slight movement ached into the bones. He gritted his teeth and moved the brush. A few drops of red cinnabar dripped from the brush and landed on the pink paper, looking like blood. Due to pain, Zuo Mo unconsciously sucked in breaths. His right hand holding the brush, he gravely left 4 crooked words on the pink paper. "Ye'll wait for you." Throwing the brush in his hand away, he took a few looks and then gave a strange laugh. His right hand didn't move according to his wishes, so it took an hour before he managed to fold the pink paper into a paper crane. It was a pity. The writing this time wasn't as good looking as last time. Zuo Mo was slightly regretful. As he jerked in breaths, he put the last bit of ling energy in his body into the paper crane. Watching as the pink little thousand crane disappeared into the horizon, he cursed the vicious woman countless times inside. When he finished all this, he couldn't persevere any longer. Dried up, his eyes became back and like a block of wood, he dropped to the ground and fainted. 1. Yinin's grandfather. At the same time, it can be a way of referring to oneself in third person, usually in an egotistical manner. Chapter 8 changes. We get a look at who's behind the pink paper cranes. Also, Zuo Mo is just the cultivation equivalent of a poor destitute manual laborer, slightly better off because he's better at growing things. The world of cultivation is a cruel one, no social welfare here. Chapter 8 changes. Thin and pale jade-like hands gently pinched a pink paper. Ha, so he did pay. No wonder he's in such a bad temper. I just wanted to scare you. Who told you to be a smart aleck and try to resist? The oval face was as smooth as resin, azure eyes like a sapphire held a hint of mischief. A high nose, a small red mouth. Silvery white top and shorts made from silver moonwool. It made her look furry and cute. A daringly exposed stomach and legs were full of youth. It was like the most perfect work from a master of ivory. There were no flaws. A bright red string tied up her hair, adding a hint of allure. There were a pair of sky blue bracelets on her wrist, many bells tied to them. When she moved, it would leave behind a stream of clear bell rings. But, really such an interesting person. A person you find interesting, then they must be really interesting. Behind her came a respectful voice. A shouja, skin bronze, a sandalwood coronet on his head, looking about 40 years old. If anyone saw this person, they would be shocked. The famous Qi Yizhenwen would be so respectful to a little girl. She already knew that someone had come behind her and wasn't shocked. She giggled, yes, such an interesting person. Cannot be over Zhuji middle level in cultivation, but could make it through Xiener, Heart Demon Curse, at 20% power. Very strong. Oh. Che Yizhenwen's face changed, really full of potential. He then muttered, how about taking him into the sect? Xiener turned her face towards the window, her eyes deep and distant. On the road of cultivation, other than innate talent, chance is even more important. Of the disciples in the sect, there's thousands who have innate talent. Not saying the absolute power, but coming Jindan, how many people are there? She suddenly stuck out her tongue, naughtily stating, rather than that, he should be left to relieve Xiener's boredom. Qi Yizhenwen chuckled, and with a few hints of indulgence, whatever you want. Since you are so interested in him, why don't we stay a few days longer here? Xiener tilted her head, her blue eyes blinking. She mused and then shook her hand. The task is important. We've stayed here long enough. Ha, Xiener left an imprint on his body. He can't escape Xienerpalm. Qi Yizhenren saw Xiener's adorable manner and couldn't help roaring in laughter. Zuo Mo slowly woke up, his body sore. He couldn't help but groan. Thinking about yesterday, it was like he just had a dream. But the wounds on his entire body constantly reminded him that that furious battle wasn't a dream. Even now, he couldn't quite believe it, that he defeated that icy energy. He knew there was a length of time when he was dizzy. And it was at that time that he won. But what happened at that time? He had no idea. After searching his mind and thinking for a while, he didn't have any idea and threw the question aside. As to whether the other will take revenge, Zuo Mo was too lazy to think about it. Gu is very busy. He counted it out on his fingers and knew that he had many things to do today. Not just making rain for the medicine fields, he still had to make rain for one of the Shixiang. That was a complete 100 mu of ling fields. The ling herbs in the medicine fields, he didn't need to care how good their state was. But that 100 mu that he had to make rain for, that was a contract signed long ago, and he couldn't get out of it. Gritting his teeth and climbing up, Zuo Mo felt that his skeleton would fall apart any time. At turtle speed, he moved to Cold Mist Valley. Looking at the medicine felts over the valley, he cursed the adulterous couple of Hao Min and Luoli countless times. Cursing was cursing, but he still had to do it. Just like normal, he started, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, but the following events made Zuo Mo dumbstruck. The white mist crazily flowed towards him. In the blink of an eye, it formed into a ball of clouds. Before the dazed Zuo Mo could react, the cloud quickly expanded and in a short amount of time, completely smothered the entire valley. In the middle of the white could, Zuo Mo dazedly reached out. Stands of cold flew through his hands, it was like a dream. He suddenly shook and woke up. This definitely wasn't the third level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. His expression became serious. What had happened? He suddenly had a suspicion that the icy energy yesterday had seemed to change many things. He calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and spread out his arms in the middle of the cloud. Very quickly, he detected the peculiarity. The cloud ball made of countless streams of moisture was exceptionally lively. They were like a crowd of little creatures that had been woken up. The cloud this time had an additional and special energy. It was like the green grass that just sprouted, but also like sunlight. Zuo Mo found it difficult to describe. He liked this energy very much because it was very comfortable. He couldn't help but cheer up. He had planted ling grain for 2 years. Even though he didn't know what this lively energy was, but it definitely would be helpful for the growth of the ling grains. His mind moved and the clouds started to rain. Among the raindrops that were like silver threads, the lively energy contained was even thicker than the moisture in the cloud. He didn't know if it was just his delusion, but he saw some of the leaves of ling herbs spread out as though they were very happy. Delusion? Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. What was happening today was even more like a dream. Was this the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain? He wasn't sure. The jade stick he had brought about, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, only described the 3rd level. It had many parts that he had never thought about. He admired the disciples of the larger sections. No matter what spell, after it reached a certain level, it required self-comprehension. But if they could learn from the experiences of those people before them, it would greatly decrease the side roads that they had to take. He had no one to ask. Not just the head and all the elders, but even the inner sect Shixiang, it wasn't easy to ask them to help. And he was very suspicious that there weren't any Shixiang in the inner sect that would put energy and time on the kind of low-level, non-combat art like Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sect that cultivated the sword. It was primarily made of sword shio. If it wasn't that they needed ling grains, they wouldn't accept outer sect disciples like him. In all the shioja, sword shio were renowned for their attack power. They only cultivated sword scriptures. What they paid attention to was one sword defeats everything. The 5 elements naturally made up their own system. It was hard to learn them well. Most of the people who cultivated it were roaming shio. So among the roaming shio, there were the most ling plant farmers. After making rain, he went to the Shixiang who he agreed early on to make rain. After making 2 rainstorms, Zuo Mo, who was seriously injured, wavered, frightening that Shixiang to rush him back to rest. After finishing all he needed for the day, Zuo Mo, tired in mind and body, still persisted in mediation after returning to the yard. The bitter experience yesterday made him deeply understand a reality. In the eyes of the strong shouja, low-level shouja were like grass. He didn't know if it was that his body needed recovery, but the time in mediation was 2 times what it usually was. His body was like a starving animal, furiously sucking up the ling energy in the surroundings. The little section of ling vein under the mat played a crucial role, continuously providing ling energy. The ling energy that Zuo Mo absorbed wasn't stored in his channels like usual but permeated everywhere into his body. It had to be said here that Zuo Mo's innate talents were very exceptional. 10 principle scripture wasn't a high-level scripture. But he deeply knew the importance of calm and right, so the effect of his cultivation was pretty good. After revolving 6 circuits, Zuo Mo achieved the record of the most circuits in one sitting from when he started. When he came out of mediation, he found in amazement the wounds on his body had recovered greatly. He inspected his cultivation. It did increase but not too greatly. It still steadily stayed at the 8th level of Lianqi. For some reason, he wasn't disappointed but took a sigh of relief. If something was strange, then it would be considered the devil at work. There were too many strange things these 2 days. It seriously taxed his psychological state. Thinking about yesterday, his mind moved and he released Art of Aged Gold. And then, it was the devil. The aged gold energy happily revolved around his finger, like a golden sand twister, flashing in front of his eyes. The faint gold of the energy was now a true gold, carrying the special luster that belonged to the metal gold. The gold light flashed entrancingly. Numerous information poured into his head. He had never thought of it. It was information he had never met. But as the aged gold energy turned around his fingers, the information completed itself in his mind. Art of Aged Gold was truly a kind of offensive art. If Zuo Mo only hypothesized it before, he was extremely certain now. The specialty of Art of Aged Gold revealed itself at the 2nd level. Through the jade stick, he was certain that he achieved the 2nd level of Art of Aged Gold. In one night, Little Art of Cloud and Rain went to the 4th level, Art of Aged Gold, increased to the 2nd level and made him, a daring person, feel his heartbeat frantically. He felt it wasn't steady. The increase in power seemed to be an illusion, but the high it came with was real. However, he didn't hope for it to happen again. Even if he was very stubborn and left behind the words yesterday. Safety first. After his body recovered, his life quickly recovered. The evil pink little thousand crane didn't appear again. Zuo Mo was very comforted. On the table, there were all types of material, the dark red of the flame metal, an ingot of bronze, about 7 foot of pine wood. This was the complete set of materials he had brought from Fei Yun to forge, Ling exciting Ho. Forging was one of the major categories that every Zui's had to learn. Everyone would know a little bit. It was the class that was most welcomed by the outer sect disciples. For outer sect disciples, a shouja that was good at forging could easily find a steady job. But for inner sect disciples, especially sword sects, there were only a few that were good at forging. Sword show habitually used their sword to conquer the world, to use the sword to receive what they wanted or needed. Like his sect. There was only the line of Master Xin who was talented in forging. Sui Shixian was Xinyan's best disciple. But for Master Xin among his generation, or Sui Shixian in the 2nd generation, their status wasn't very high. But that didn't have anything to do with Zuo Mo. At this time, he was excited. The first forging of his life was going to begin. Chapter 9 Forging. I got sick of the Ling exciting Ho by the end of this chapter. Also, Zuo Mo really doesn't have a good temper. Chapter 9 Forging. Sui Shixian had gone to great detail. The Ling exciting Ho was the simplest of all talismans. Calling it a talisman was a bit of an overestimation. It couldn't even enter the 1st grade. But for Zuo Mo, who had no experience in forging, there were still endless problems. For example, the copper ingot had to be beaten into a Ho shape. This was a great test of Zuo Mo's abilities. Thankfully, the copper was soft, and after repeated banging for 4 hours, he managed to form a Ho blade. After that was carving formations on the copper hose. The formation for the Ling exciting Ho was very simple. The thunder of the 8 basic formations. For any Zui's, it wouldn't be unfamiliar. He wasn't unfamiliar with the formation, but there were concerns about how to carve it. Zuo Mo held a carving knife in his right hand as he cautiously carved out thunder. He had never used a carving knife before and frequently made mistakes. Once a mistake was made, it required erasing everything and starting from the beginning. After redoing it 7 or 8 times, Zuo Mo finally managed to finish carving the formation. Looking at the formations carved on the surface of the copper Ho, Zuo Mo's heart was filled with a sense of achievement. His cultivation was too low right now, so he could only use a carving knife, the most basic tool. If his cultivation was higher, and he could use his heart fire to forge, shaping would occur according to his thoughts. Similarly, due to his low cultivation, the simplest formation filled the entire Ho. If he had higher cultivation, he could manipulate a flying sword and carve layers of Jinji, destroy the heavens and become omnipotent. But for Zuo Mo, right now was his limit. Face full of pain, he took out a 2nd-grade Jinsher and inlaid it in the center of the formation. The copper Ho suddenly lit up, a light like a wave rippling through the body of the Ho. The scarred Ho suddenly became as smooth as in the beginning. By now, Zuo Mo finally took a breath of relief. This Ling exciting Ho was half completed. At this step, it was still successful. The copper Ho was too soft and easily changed shape, destroying the structure of the formation. So right after would be using fire metal or to reinforce the structure and increase hardness. Holding the crimson fire metal ore on his hand, he could clearly feel the warmth that spread out from it. Putting the fire metal ore on the copper Ho, Zuo Mo thought back to the forging methods that Sui Shixian had taught. The crux of this step was to turn the fire metal ore to liquid to dissolve in the copper Ho. If there was heartfire, it would be extremely easy to finish this step, but for Zuo Mo, he had to borrow a few special spells. The ling energy in Zuo Mo's body revolved, his hands moving like flowers blooming. The ling energy changed as it followed the path of his fingers, his hands enveloped in a layer of red light. Go! The two hands flipped and the red light left, hitting the copper hoe and the fire metal ore. The fire metal ore became entirely red, the crimson liquid metal pouring onto the copper hoe. The copper hoe was like a sponge. When the liquid metal touched it, it was absorbed, not a drop left. The color of the copper hoe quietly changed, a few hints of dark red among the copper hoe. He took up the hoe blade. The hoe was heavier than before. He reached with a finger to gently tap. The sound was clear. He could clearly feel the quality had moved up a few levels and was exceptionally strong. Taking the prepared pine wood stick and sticking it into the hoe, this ling exciting hoe was complete. Joyfully, Zuo Mo immediately rushed into the ling fields in the yard to try out the power of this ling exciting hoe. After digging down, the hoe shuddered slightly. From the head came a strong feeling of vibration. Zuo Mo bent down to inspect the field, a happy expression on his face. The ling exciting hoe was definitely an essential talisman for farming. The ling energy where the hoe had just been was clearly different from the surroundings. The ling energy in the surroundings were unequally distributed, in tangles or blocks. And on the piece of dirt he had just hoed, the ling energy had all been broken up and scattered equally around. Like this kind of free ling energy, the ling grains found it easiest to absorb. Good thing. Zuo Mo instantly became motivated and the hoe flew. In one session, he hoed all of the 5 mu of ling fields in the yard. He held the ling exciting hoe, breathing like a bull, his face pale. Because he had been too excited, he forgot that the weight of this ling exciting hoe wasn't light. With his little body, it took a lot of strength. But even half dead, he still couldn't disguise the glee in his heart. To successfully make a talisman on the first try, it was hard to describe the kind of exhilaration. 5 mu of ling fields. He used Art of Aged Gold to kill pests, used the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain to water, and used ling exciting hoe to loosen the soil. In this entire sect, no one had taken so much care with the ling grains. He was very curious how much the harvest of these 5 mu of ling fields would increase this year. With his cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, he was at ease controlling the ling energy. If the production of these 5 mu increased a lot, he could use this fine and attentive methods to raise the 50 mu of ling fields that he had rented from the sect. Then he would jump to become the wealthiest among all the outer sect disciples. This made his heart beat. Nothing was more real than ling grains in Jingshi. Successing at forging on his first try, it gave Zuo Mo great encouragement. The unluckiness of the past while seemed to sweep away. He started to familiarize himself with the other 3 arts, especially Art of Flora. The uses of the 3 arts were completely different. Art of Crimson Flame was used to activate seeds, to speed up germination. Other than that, it concentrated the essence of the sun and was most suitable for Yang type 1 ling plants. Art of Earth Energy could concentrate the energy of the earth and was especially suitable for the growth of some Yin type 2 ling plants. And Art of Flora and Little Art of Cloud and Rain were similar, not Yin or Yang. But Art of Flora was more dominating than Little Art of Cloud and Rain. It extracted the essence of plants to nourish the growth of the ling grains. The basic quality of Art of Flora was robbery. Robbing the essence of other plants to nourish itself. He had to be extremely careful when using it. Even though Wu Kong Mountain was covered in trees, but if he wasn't careful, it was easy for one of the old trees to wither. Every time he used Art of Flora, Zuo Mo was alert and cautious, afraid of ruining the ancient trees in the mountains. It wasn't easy for ancient trees to grow and live. They all had endured for thousands of years before they could become their present shape. There wasn't an explicit rule in the sect, but if he caused large sections of ancient trees to die, then waiting for him wasn't anything good. The sunlight came into the woods through the trees, forming a scattering of light and shade. The climate of Wukong Mountain was beautiful, dry, and delightful. Cold winds blew through the trees without any hint of humidity. The surroundings were all quiet. This place was very out of the way. Except for Zuo Mo, no one else would come. Zuo Mo calmed down and started to revolve his ling energy, his hands moving rapidly. It was the still unfamiliar art of flora. After the stiffness at the beginning, the movements of his hands quickly became smooth. The fingers flickering like a flower continuously blooming. Each time he flickered out, there was a faint wave of ling energy in the air that rippled out. Following the ling energy ripples, thin threads of green light flew out of the trees and converged at Zuo Mo's hands. In a short while, the green light became even brighter. Zuo Mo stopped the spell. A green bead rolled into his palm. This was the bead that was concentrated from the essence of the plants. He put the bead away and inspected the ancient trees around him. The glow of the leaves were much dimmer and some leaves showed signs of withering. Zuo Mo took out a jade stick from his bosom. Recorded in the jade stick was the general geography of Wukong Mountain. It had taken him a lot of time to make it. Finding the present position in the Wukong Mountain of the jade stick, he made a mark. Next time, he had to change places. This place needed a length of time to recover. Even Zuo Mo was shocked at the dominance of art of flora. This was only the first level and it easily stole the vitality of the trees. If it reached any higher levels, what would it look like? Carefully putting the plant essence bead into his bosom, he prepared to leave. Within 6 hours, this plant essence bead needed to be, using the special methods of art of flora, released in the ling grains. Otherwise, it would dissolve. Coming out of the wood, he followed the mountain trail, heading for his own yard. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a woman crying. Woman? He didn't stop, but as he walked forward, the sobbing became even clearer. Most of the female disciples in the sect were at the animal raising rooms and responsible for raising ling beasts. Zuo Mo hadn't had many interactions with them. He didn't want to cause trouble and prepared to make a detour. Suddenly, he heard as the female disciple sobbed, she muttered, "Woo, mama." Zuo Mo's steps stopped. A certain soft place in his heart was viciously jabbed. Mama. That strange familiarity rose again in his heart. Damn it. He cursed inside. He disliked this feeling. Each time this feeling of strange familiarity appeared, it was like his heart was blocked, unspeakably uncomfortable. Cursing was cursing, but the thoughts in his head uncontrollably turned. Who am I? Where is my home? Who's my mama? He was slightly irritated, but his feet unconsciously walked towards the crying. When he went forward a few steps, he saw behind a piece of rock, there curled a female disciple. The apple-shaped face was full of tears, extremely pitiful. She was curled into a ball like a cat, her shoulders occasionally jerking. Why are you crying? It's so bothersome. Zuo Mo scolded ill-temperedly, sitting down on his butt. The other was like a frightened cat, shrinking back. When she saw the outer sect uniform on Zuo Mo's body, the fear in her eyes retreated. In a weeping tone, she timidly said, "Sorry, Shixiang." Hearing the other's timid voice, Zuo Mo was even more irritated. Screw sorry. You crying is none of my business. It's so irritating. He noticed that his own attitude was overly vile and tried to suppress the vexation inside, and asked impatiently, "Say it, what is it?" Nothing, the other's voice was like a mosquito. The fire in Zuo Mo's heart rose. He raised his volume and interrupted impatiently, "I told you to say it." The little girl was clearly frightened by him. This wooden-faced Shixiang was so scary. Her crying instantly subsided and she instinctively answered, "There isn't enough of the green sword grass for a bao and the others to eat." Who's a bao? Zuo Mo glanced at her and asked. A bao. A bao is a bao. He needs to eat green sword grass every day. There isn't enough green sword grass." As she narrated, she started to cry again. "Shut up!" Zuo Mo's furious shout definitely wasn't friendly. The young girl jumped, her body instinctively shrinking back, a fearful expression on her face. Her sobs instantly stopped. Looking at this muddle-headed little girl, Zuo Mo rubbed his forehead in pain. Even though he hadn't been in the stables, but at least he knew the basic protocols. The amount of ling grass the ling animals needed to eat wouldn't vary too greatly. The sect had special ling fields set aside for growing ling grasses. Compared to raising ling grains, ling grasses were much easier. So it was taken care of by the female disciple who took care of the animals. Did something happen to the ling grasses? What happened? Be more detailed. 1. Masculine, positive. 2. Feminine, negative, shady. Chapter 10 Weeds. Chapter 10 Weeds. To this strange Shixiang that had appeared out of nowhere, this little girl clearly was a bit afraid and narrated faithfully, "There's a strange grass growing in the ling fields." Xiaoguo tried really hard, but it still grew and grew so fast. The green sword grass is so pitiful, it grew slower and slower. Seeing the lower and lower tone of the little girl and the increasingly askew mouth, Zuo Mo interrupted in the nick of time, "Stop." The little girl was shocked again. She raised her head with her misty large eyes as she stared in puzzlement at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo stood and patted the dirt off his behind. "Let's go." The little girl's face was full of question marks. After a while, she timidly asked, "Where?" The timid expression on the other's face always made Zuo Mo mad. The mood that had just calmed instantly became agitated again. He said extremely impatiently, "Shut up. Go where I tell you. Have to be collected, have to be collected." It was too meaningless to argue with a little girl. Zuo Mo told himself. He softened his voice, trying to make himself look calm. "Let's go look at Ling fields." Wu Kong Sword Sect might be a small sect, but even a small sparrow had all of its organs. The zoo were at the eastern peak of Wu Kong Mountain. Most of the outer sect female disciples lived here. This was the first time Zuo Mo stepped onto the eastern peak. The scenery as he passed made him awed. Compared to the levelness of the western peak, the eastern peak was steeper, the view better. Adding on that most female disciples lived here, the mountain paths were filled with flowers and grasses. Walking in the middle, it relaxed his mind. The western peak and eastern peak were very distant from each other. It was extremely rare for male outer sect disciples to come. In the woods, a small white house came into view. The little girl's composure settled and she timidly looked at Zuo Mo, pointing at the house, informing Shixiang that's Xiaoguo's house. Zuo Mo was too lazy to speak and headed straight for the small house. When he walked in, he found that there was a patch of grass beside the little cottage. And there was a golden horned ox whose body appeared to be made from metal lazily soaking in the sun. A bao. When Xiaoguo saw the copper ox, she happily yelled and ran over without a care. A bao. Zuo Mo looked at the body of the copper ox that was filled with strength and though of the adorable name and became speechless. And then he saw the copper ox intimately use the head to gently bump at Xiaoguo and occasionally reach out to lick Xiaoguo's hand with the tongue. That large tongue covered in saliva made Zuo Mo disgusted. "Where's the ling field?" He had to interrupt. Otherwise he was suspicious that this person and ox would just keep playing. In the ling field, Zuo Mo carefully examined the plant in front of his eyes. This was a grass that he had never seen before. Just this one thing was enough for him to become serious. One had to know, he had grown ling grain for 2 years. All the grasses that showed up normally in the ling fields, he was very familiar with. But he was certain he had never seen this grass before. After he inspected the ling fields, his heart became even heavier. "When was it when you started to find them?" "About 3 months ago. Xiaoguo would weed every day, but they grow more and more." Xiaoguo's mouth twisted and the tears looked like they were going to brim over. Zuo Mo expressionlessly looked at her. Xiaoguo cowered back a step, her crying instantly disappearing. This Shixiang was too scary. Zuo Mo took back his gaze. He was shocked inside. The reproductive ability of this weed was very strong. What about the others? Many of the elder sisters' ling fields are like this. The sisters couldn't find any solutions. She suddenly muttered, Shixiang, could you help the sisters? Zuo Mo was too lazy to respond to her and start to ponder how to deal with this kind of weed. Farming meant confronting many questions. Getting rid of weeds was one of the most frequent questions. If a furiously growing weed appeared in the ling fields, the question would become extremely serious. Just simply weeding clearly couldn't solve the problem. At this time in the ling fields, it was the weeds that were flourishing, and the green sword grass rare. Zuo Mo's gaze suddenly landed on the part of the weed near the ground. At that part, there were a ring of tumor-like growth. His heart moved and he inspected some other stalks of weed. He found that they too had bumps in the same places. When he saw that, he had a general understanding. The little girl didn't understand. Weeding was just cutting down the part of the plant above the ground, but the specialty of this kind of weed was that once it was wounded, it would grow even faster. If at the very beginning, proper procedures were taken such as uprooting it completely, nothing like the present situation would have happened. But the problem was very serious now. It was patches and patches of weed. They definitely would have left many seeds in the soil. That was the most troublesome part. If the seeds couldn't be completely cleaned, then the trouble would continue. It really had strong vitality. Zuo Mo couldn't help but praise it inside. Ling Feng's elegant brows furrowed. Her eyes were sharp and there wasn't any of the nimbleness usually present on her face, which was full of worry. She didn't wear the long dress and gauze clothing that normal female disciples like to wear, but a set of tight short-sleeved men battle robes. There was no allure but an unnameable handsomeness. Shiji, we can't continue like this. A yellow-clad female disciple beside her couldn't help saying, based on this situation, after 2 months, we can't replenish the green sword grass. A crowd of female disciples circled around her and started to chatter and discuss. Stop quarreling. Ling Feng's brows rose and she lectured icily. She had the highest cultivation among the female outer sect disciples. Normally, she was widely accepted by everyone. After the shout, the sound instantly stopped. Ling Feng's heart was also full of worry. The weeds were increasingly fast. The living space of the ling grasses was increasingly smaller. If the ling grasses couldn't be supplied, these ling animals wouldn't have anything to eat. And the sect's punishment wouldn't be lacking. Her cultivation was at the 9th level of Lianqi, 1 step away from Juji. Supposedly the elders of the sect had already started to pay attention to her. Once she succeeded at Juji, she would be taken as an inner sect disciple. That was certain. For such a big slip-up to occur at such a crucial time, she didn't have the appetite or desire for sleep these days. Shiji, Shiji. A female disciple panted as she ran over. Xiaoguo came to Eastern Peak with a male disciple. Xiaoguo seemed to have cried. Instantly, they exploded. He dared to bully Xiaoguo. Humph. I want to see who dares to do so. Sisters, we can't let him off. Right. Definitely. Ling Feng was slightly angry. Xiaoguo deeply received their care and affection. Usually, everyone treated her as a little sister. Hearing a man had made Xiaoguo cry, she, of the style of bold and domineering, unhesitatingly started first for Xiaoguo's residence. Seeing the situation, the others quickly followed. When Zuo Mo was searching for a way to solve the matter of the weeds with their tenacious vitality, Ling Feng, leading a crowd of female disciples, marched over. When Ling Feng, who had only half believed it, saw the tear marks of Xiaoguo's face, the anger inside rose up. A quick dash and she rushed in front of Zuo Mo. Who are you? Li Yingfeng asked frigidly. And then she saw the other expressionlessly answer, Zuo Mo. The ice on Li Yingfeng's face became even heavier. Among the outer sect disciples, she was the eldest Shiji. In front of her, everyone else was shitty and shimmy. She had never seen someone so discourteous. Immediately, without another word, she pointed with her fingers at Zuo Mo. Xiaoguo's face instantly became bloodless. Before she could speak, she heard a ripping sound. An extremely thin green sword energy shot at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. Before he could think, he quickly raised his right hand and at the same time, he retreated abruptly. A gold sword energy flashed. Li Yingfeng saw the gold-colored sword energy and her expression couldn't help changing. The two sword energies met in the air. Ding! A blinding light made everyone unconsciously want to close their eyes, green and gold light scattering everyone. The two faced each other. Zuo Mo stared fixedly at the other with wide eyes, the anger unable to be controlled, and rose up. Being attacked by someone out of the blue. And such a dangerous attack. If at that moment he hadn't avoided it, there definitely would be a hole in his body. The shock that Li Yingfeng received was much stronger than Zuo Mo. She was the most accomplished outer sect disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. This would spirit sword art. Other than her, no one could accept it. It was only when her gaze landed on the ring on Zuo Mo's right hand that she understood. A term jumped into her head, talisman. This didn't make her underestimate the other. Things like ling exciting ho, it could only be considered as a tool. Even the lowest grade talisman was a great cost for an outer sect disciple. But this only expressed that he had some wealth. What really shocked her was the other's reaction. The speed of reaction was directly linked to the level of cultivation. Even the best talismans needed cultivation as the foundation. The speed of the other's reaction was outside her expectations. This unfamiliar shitty's cultivation definitely wasn't lower than Lianqi 8th level. A cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, it could enter the top 3 of the outer sect disciples. According to what she knew, outer sect disciples that were above the 8th level of Lianqi, other than her, there was only Wei Sheng, who was the present sword servant of Luoli Shixiang. This unfamiliar male she didn't have any memory of. That meant that he achieved Lianqi 8th level not long ago. In Wu Kong Sword Sect, achieving 8th level of Lianqi definitely wasn't a minor event. But she hadn't heard anything. Then there was only one possibility. That was, this expressionless male in front of her had concealed this event. As to why the other would conceal a matter that would elevate him dramatically, she couldn't guess. This person was very shrewd. Looking at the expressionless Zuo Mo, she was slightly regretful of her previous action. Shiji. Why did you act against Shixiang? Xiaoguo suddenly rushed between the two, her face pale and frantic. Li Yingfeng instantly realized something wasn't right. She couldn't help ask, Xiaoguo, didn't he bully you? Bully? Xiaoguo paused and then shook her head, he didn't. Shixiang is helping Xiaoguo look at the ling fields. Shixiang might look scary, but he's a very good person. When Zuo Mo heard this, he generally understood what had gone on and couldn't gasp at his bad luck. Calming down, he admired the strength of the woman in front of him. Suddenly remembering the rumors he heard normally, he couldn't help ask, is it Li Yingfeng Shiji? I am Li Yingfeng. Li Yingfeng answered, her expression apologetic as she bowed, just now, it was me that was rash and almost made a big mistake. I'm apologizing to Shitty for it here. The other's generous and sincere attitude aroused good feelings in Zuo Mo, who hurriedly responded, just a misunderstanding, Shiji doesn't have to take it seriously. Li Yingfeng didn't pretend and asked solemnly, has Shitty found something? Chapter 11, The Money-Grubbing Zombie. The lack of social welfare programs in this world really screwed Zuo Mo over. Really, it isn't his fault how he turned out, sort of. Chapter 11, The Money-Grubbing Zombie. Before the two dealt blows, if Ling Feng still had suspicions, then now her suspicions greatly lessened. No matter what, with a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, it was at the top of the outer sect disciples. And this shitty should be like the other shitty and chosen to grow ling grains. Zuo Mo nodded. The vitality of this kind of weed is extremely high. If I'm not wrong, it isn't good to cut it. The wounds would provoke it to grow more. That is to say, chopping makes it grow faster. The female disciples started to chitter and chatter as they discussed. Li Yingfeng suddenly understood, so that's why. No wonder it grew more and more vigorously. If it was uprooted, would that solve it? Zuo Mo mused, if that was done at the beginning, there wouldn't have been any problems. But right now, there probably are many seeds in the soil. It isn't easy to uproot it. Does Shitty have any good suggestions? I need to go back and think. Zuo Mo said. Li Yingfeng took out a small pouch and handed it to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo received it with puzzlement. When he opened it for a look, he was dumbstruck. There were 5 pieces of second-grade jingsher inside the bag. Having offended Shitty today, I really am regretful. These pieces of jingsher are to help for Shitty's shock. Shitty, don't blame it for being just this much. Li Yingfeng said as she stared at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was wildly happy inside, but his mouth went, Shiji is really too polite. The motion of the hand shoving the bag into his bosom, however, was extremely natural. Xiaogua jerked her mouth, staring in shock at Zuo Mo. The other female disciples had looks of disdain. This guy was too greedy. A rock landed in Li Yingfeng's heart. She didn't want to end up at odds with such a shitty of great potential due to today's misunderstanding. 5 pieces of second-grade jingsher wasn't a small sum, but to her whose family was wealthy, it wasn't too much. To use such a price to solve a misunderstanding, from her perspective, it was a great bargain. Shiji, don't worry too much. The matter of the weed can be put on Shitty. It might have been the reason of the 5 pieces of gingsher, but the female disciples all felt that this horrid zombie male in front of them instantly had a fighting spirit. Li Yingfeng raised her hands together, smiling and accepting, then I'll trouble Shitty. She didn't have high hopes inside. If Zuo Mo really had a solution, he wouldn't say something like going back to think. Zuo Mo had never expected that he would pay attention to a minor matter today and receive 5 pieces of second-grade jingsher for free. On one hand, he was moved at how good Li Yingfeng was at relationship. On the other, he was moved at the extravagance of her spending. Most of the jingsher on his hands had been spent. He didn't have many left. Just as his funds were becoming tight, wealth came flying. The unexpected surprise had him floating on air. As to the disdainful stares of the female disciples, he disregarded it as air. Humming a small tune carrying a few stalks of weeds, he cheerfully left the eastern peak. This guy's skin is so thick. My eyes are sore from glaring, but he didn't even turn red. Look at his move when he took Shiji's pouch, the vulgarity. Really makes one disgusted. Xiaogua pouted and muttered, Shixiang is a very good person. As she spoke, she felt that it wasn't reliable either and her voice became lower, instantly drowning in the ruckus of discussion. All right. Li Yingfeng frowned and hollered. The surrounding voices instantly stopped. She looked at the thin figure that disappeared on the mountain path who she didn't know what he was thinking. She didn't reveal Zuo Mo's real cultivation to these gossiping women. If the other purposefully concealed it, and she spilled it, she would make a strong enemy. That wasn't very intelligent. Zuo Mo hurried back to the small yard. After a long time, the plant essence bead would lose effectiveness. Solemnly standing in the ling fields in the yard, a green bead floated in front of him, adorably rolling. The 2 hands held together in front, the 10 fingers rapidly moving. The ling energy ripples once again spreading out in the air. The plant essence bead gradually dissolved, forming a pool of green water. As Zuo Mo's 10 fingers flowed and moved quickly, and as the speed increased, the tips of his fingers started to glow. Each time he quickly stroked, a glowing stroke would add on to a profound and cryptic design. The green water became thousands of green strands that waved in the air. Go! Zuo Mo gently ordered. The green hairs dissolved into the ling fields like a nymph spreading flowers. Zuo Mo released a breath and let go of the ling energy at his fingertips. Based on the difficulty of the art of flora was the most difficult among the 5 kinds of arts. Not just that the finger motions were extremely complicated, the movements of the ling energy had to be much more accurate than the other 4 arts. To practice finger motions, he left out 4 hours each day. It was extremely dull to only practice finger motions. Other than not making a mistake, flow and rhythm were the most important. His skeleton-like fingers had practiced to the point they would break, to the point that he wanted to throw up. However, he still persisted. The first level of Art of Flora wasn't difficult for him. As to the second level, he had no hopes in the near future. Cultivating the scripture, practicing the finger motions, caring for the ling and medicine fields. His life was extremely full. And now he had to add on examining how to get rid of weeds. Ling Feng didn't have any hopes, but Zuo Mo didn't just only say it. He decided to find the solution to the problem. It really was a troublesome problem. In the beginning, he had concerned himself with another's business. It was because he was moved by Xiaoguo's helpless mama. The change came with Ling Feng's 5 pieces of second-grade jingshu. Zuo Mo had lots of faults, but there was one good quality, that was, if he decided on something, he would put his all in. As to whether it was because of that mama or the 5 pieces of second-grade jingshu from Ling Feng, that wasn't important, was what he thought. In reality, he only had just 2 years of experience in growing crops. His knowledge of ling grasses and grains were pitiful. He knew it wasn't easy, but he wasn't afraid. At the eastern peak, Ling Feng was listening to a female disciple narrate. We went to check at Dongfu. The price of the ling grasses have been continually rose recently. Like green sword grass. A while ago, it was 5 pieces of first-grade jingshu a pickle, now it's risen to 8 pieces. The prices of the other ling grasses grew even more. They are saying that the conflict at Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia has escalated, so the prices are increasing everywhere. When the female disciple was saying this, she was on the verge of tears. The other female disciples' faces were also bleak. Ling Feng's heart stuttered. On her face, she pretended to be calm. 8 first-grade jingshu for a pickle. The amount of ling grass that the stables needed every day was astonishing. Even if her family was wealthy, she couldn't endure such squandering. These few days, she tried to uproot these weeds, but the growth of the ling grasses didn't seem to recover at all and were still withered. In the ling fields, the weeds appeared again with astounding speed. If the situation continued, they would quickly face a situation where they had no supply of ling grass. Shaji, the money grubber from last time, came again. A female disciple said, full of disdain. He still has the face to come? You forgot, when did he have something like face? That's so true. Xiaoguo pouted, her adorable apple face wrinkling into a ball as she stared in discontent at the Shaji. Ling Feng's eyes lit up instead and she almost rushed away. Her experience surpassed all the others' shimmy greatly. If Zuo Mo didn't have any news, it was normal. But coming to the eastern peak, it made Ling Feng think about the words that Zuo Mo had said before he left. Was it? When Ling Feng saw Zuo Mo, she was shocked. Zuo Mo's hair was a mess, his eyes filled with blood, his sockets deep in his face. A strange odor came from his body. He seemed like a beggar. Other than Ling Feng and Xiaoguo, the other female disciples had a face full of disdain as they stood far away. I found a solution. Zuo Mo's simple words let Ling Feng and Xiaoguo enter into rapture. Disregarding the disdainful and suspicious gazes of the other female disciples, Zuo Mo headed straight into the ling fields. He didn't waste any words. Reaching out with a pair of skeleton-like hands, he rapidly started a spell. Li Yingfeng stared with large eyes, afraid to miss anything. The familiarity of Zuo Mo's finger movements and the ease with which he controlled the ling energy made her even more certain this shit he hid away deeply. The glowing fingertips drew an unnamed formation diagram. Go! A dry voice, harsh and dissonant. The glowing formation entered the ling field soundlessly. That's all? But nothing changed. A female disciple shrieked. That was like a fuse. Instantly, the other female disciples that disliked Zuo Mo found a target. Che, just drawing a few characters and want to fool us? Too naive. Please, be more professional when conning people. All of you shut up. Li Yingfeng roared angrily. All the voices choked off. They found that at some unknown time, Shiji's expression had become peerlessly ugly. Her face was icy. They instantly sank into cold terror. This kind of weed is yang type. I researched it. Most of the ling grasses you plant belong to yin. You could use Art of Earth Energy to concentrate the yin of the earth energy. It would nourish the ling grasses and can suppress the weeds. Half the work, twice the effect. Finishing, Zuo Mo raised his hands towards Li Yingfeng and then left. Returning to the yard, Zuo Mo dropped into slumber. Thinking that he had finished what he had wanted to do, he was content. After not sleeping or resting for these days, he already ran out of energy. When he woke up, it was the next day. The morning sunlight made his mood light. He idly ate a few things and just like normal, he started his classes for the day. The training of his finger motions were one of his prioritized studies at present. Before this, he rarely had practiced finger movements. The finger movements of Little Art of Cloud and Rain had been very simple. But of it, he had suffered greatly at the Art of Flora's complicated finger motions. Up until now, even though he persisted in practicing every day, he could only just manage to complete the spell. It was far from familiarity. He didn't dare to relax on the practice of Art of Aged Gold. He had just gotten to the second level and needed time to consolidate and stabilize it. Roughly calculating, he had learned all 5 kinds of arts once and had his own conclusions. The 5 kinds of arts had their own emphasis. Little Art of Cloud and Rain emphasized the manipulation of ling energy, Art of Flora, finger movements, Art of Aged Gold, used consciousness, Art of Earth Energy, emphasized communication and interaction, Art of Crimson Flame, crux was the calmness of mind and endurance. At this time, Zuo Mo found an unique pattern. It looked as though the 5 kinds of arts were not related, but in reality, they supported each other. His strongest was Little Art of Cloud and Rain, which aided him greatly for learning the other 4 arts. And the complicated finger movement practice of Art of Flora greatly increased the skill of his finger movement, so he was even more skilled at doing Little Art of Cloud and Rain. After patrolling the ling fields under his name, he then made rain for the medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley. He didn't have any news of Hao Min Shiji, and didn't know where the 2 people had gone to be free. But he didn't have any grudges towards this unpaid job now. The only thing he hated was that there was a distance between Cold Mist Valley and his residence, and he had to spend a significant amount of time on the road every day. When he came back from Cold Mist Valley, he was shocked to find 2 people waiting outside the doorway to his little yard. Chapter 12 Art of Flora. Thanks to Bagel-san for correcting me on my wrong translation. The correct name is Art of Flora, not Art of Fauna. I changed the ones I could find in previous chapters, but please tell me if you find it again. Thanks to everyone else who also alerted me to other typos and commented in the previous chapters. Kudos to Doomsai for guessing that he was going to use the Art of Flora on the weeds. Chapter 12 Art of Flora. Li Yingfeng took Xiaoguo along with her as she guarded his door. Seeing Zuo Mo, Li Yingfeng visibly released a breath. Xiaoguo's apple face revealed an bashful expression. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Why did these 2 come? His mouth smiled and said, Shiji has the time to come to my humble abode today. Such a surprise. Please come in. Finishing, he swung out his sleeve. Underneath, he sent out a spell and the door to the yard soundlessly opened. Li Yingfeng didn't decline, frankly responding, "Coming without an invitation, we've disturbed you." Xiaoguo tightly followed behind Li Yingfeng, but her little face was still timid. Zuo Mo muttered inside, "Ge doesn't have much interest in silly little girls." Entering the yard, Li Yingfeng saw the lush ling grains in the yard and her eyes lit up. She couldn't help complimenting, "Shi Xiang is really skilled at farming. This ling grains growth is the envy of others and a bountiful harvest is just around the corner." "Shiji is too complimentary," Zuo Mo casually responded. Inside, he started to ponder the reason that Li Yingfeng had come today. Towards this Shiji that he hadn't had many interactions with in the past, he felt admiration. Regardless of anything else, just her cultivation of Lianqi 9th level, it was enough to be top dog of the heap in the outer sect disciples. And her frank and honest conduct was very become to Zuo Mo's temper. The three people sat down under a tree next to the pond. The water in the pond ripples. Occasionally, one could see a few fish darting by. When Zuo Mo first moved into the yard, the pond was dry to the bottom. All the water presently in the pond had been slowly accumulated from him practicing little art of cloud and rain. He remembered it very clearly because when the pond became full, his little art of cloud and rain coincidentally reached the 3rd level. As to those fish, they were captured randomly when he passed by some mountain streams. Li Yingfeng took the initiative to speak of her purpose in coming today. One is to thank Shidi. The method that Shidi said, we have used into great effect. One really needs mastery in a field. Such a troublesome problem, it really needed someone like Shidi who specialized in farming to solve. Yes. It was really effective. Everyone is so happy. Xiaoguo hurried to agree. But when she saw Zuo Mo's face turn towards her, she instantly fell silent, her body retreating towards Li Yingfeng. Zuo Mo took back his gaze and shook his head, "Shiji is too polite. We are from the same sect. There's no need to put such a minor matter on the mind." Li Yingfeng smiled and responded, "Shidi's words are extremely good. In the future, if Shidi meets a hard problem, feel free to come find me. Wherever Shiji can help, I wouldn't decline." "Many thanks, Shiji." Zuo Mo unconcernedly brushed it off. Past experiences had told him that normally, these kinds of words can't be taken seriously. Li Yingfeng gazed with burning eyes at Zuo Mo, continuing seriously, "Coming today, it's to ask for Shidi's help on another matter." The meat finally came. Zuo Mo said expressionlessly, "What matter?" In reality, he couldn't make expressions. Shidi's methods were extremely effective. Li Yingfeng gave a grimace, "But in our crowd of sisters, only one knows the art of earth energy. Shidi, you might not know, because of the weeds previously, there was only a pitiful amount of ling grass that was produced. But the amount of ling grass that the animals need is only increasing. Originally, I had planned to go to Dongfu to buy some to fill the gap, but who knew that the price of ling grass and grains are flying up?" Hearing this, Zuo Mo's mind jumped. Price increases in ling grains, for him, it was definitely good news. Not taking into account the 50 mu of ling fields that he rented from the sect, just the 5 mu of ling grains in his yard, the harvest would be significant. He really profited this year. He gleefully calculated in his heart, completely not registering what Li Yingfeng was saying. Li Yingfeng noticed Zuo Mo's inattentiveness and couldn't help thinking about the rumors she found out about Zuo Mo. The shock to her that came from such a strong Shidi who jumped out of nowhere was enormous. Once Zuo Mo left, she went around for information. She didn't only know that Zuo Mo had a natural zombie face, and the 3rd level of little art of cloud and rain, etc., but she even managed to have a general understanding of his usual habits and conduct. Deciding not to keep being polite, she threw out the bomb, "Coming today, it's to ask Shidi to weed for us. This is 10 pieces of 2nd-grade Jingshi. It is the goodwill of all of us. Shidi, please take it." Once again, it was a small pouch that appeared on her hand. As expected, Zuo Mo shook and instantly focused. 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. His saliva nearly slipped out. When he had sold 300 caddies of ling grains last time, he had just received 30 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo hesitated, stating, "I'm not skilled at Art of Earth Energy, so I'm afraid I can't help much." Li Yingfeng assumed that Zuo Mo was being polite. If he wasn't an expert, why would he have thought of using Art of Earth Energy to get rid of the weeds? This time, she had prepared well. She didn't panic, smiled, and said, "Other than these 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi, we have also prepared 5 pieces of second-grade Jingshi for Shitty to recover ling energy in hopes that the supply of ling grass could recover in the fastest time." Zuo Mo's brain exploded, completely dizzy due to being hit by Li Yingfeng's Jingshi. Jingshi was the most important resource in each sect. Other than being used to purchase things, its other important use was for recovering ling energy. The density of ling energy in ling veins could not compare at all to what was in Jingshi. In some large sects, those core disciples were completely built up through Jingshi. Their job each day was to suck ling energy out of Jingshi and increase their cultivation. Zuo Mo had never tried to extract ling energy from Jingshi. He was poor. How could he bear it? The enemy was too strong. He instantly surrendered, promising, "Inside Shiji has an order, as a Shitty, I'll naturally rush through water and tread on fire, and will not decline." Li Yingfeng smiled. The tactic was successful. She put down the little pouch on the table, looking at Zuo Mo and asking, "When will Shitty go?" Zuo Mo put the little cloth pouch into his bosom in a flash, his tone solemn as he responded, "The situation is so serious." Naturally, the faster the better. Shaoguo's mouth twisted. Following between the two people, Zuo Mo continued to recall the major points of Art of Earth Energy. In the last few days, most of his attention had been on Art of Aged Gold and Art of Flora. After roughly practicing Art of Earth Energy, he didn't spend much time on it. He could have never thought that this Art of Earth Energy would directly connect to 15 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Why did he practice spells? Wasn't it for Jingshi? He was upset inside. If he knew earlier, he would have practiced more. Very quickly, they reached the eastern peak. The female disciples all silently stood at the side, no one speaking. Even though Zuo Mo didn't care about them at all, but the completely different treatment he received this time around made him feel good inside. The ling fields infested with weeds are about 450 mu. There's about 250 mu that are much more serious. Li Yingfeng introduced. Zuo Mo nearly tripped. 250 mu. This number scared him. Art of Earth Energy was different than Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Its effective range was much smaller, about 1 mu or so. Also, he tried already. With his first level of Art of Earth Energy, he needed to repeat more than 3 times in order to effectively stop the growth of the damned weeds. That was to say, at the least, he needed to perform Art of Earth Energy 750 times. The answer made his eyes flip and he nearly fainted. This number, it was enough to work him to death. He had thought he got a cushy job. He didn't think it was really a drudgery one. Falling from heaven into hell, the strong contrast nearly made Zuo Mo cry. Zuo Mo looked at the ling fields under his feet filled with weeds and wanted to cry. There were almost only weeds left in these fields. It was hard to even find a trace of the ling grass. Such strong weeds, with his just introductory level of Art of Earth Energy, he might have to do it 7 or 8 times to be effective. At this time, his mind was clever and a spark flashed though. He suddenly thought of a beautiful idea. Since these ling fields were almost completely weeds, they could erase everything and plant ling grasses again. The kind of dominant spell that Art of Flora wasn't it just perfect for the situation? Art of Flora, other than extracting the vitality and essence of the weeds, it wouldn't even let go of the seeds that were in the soil. What it extracted was the essence of plants, not ling energy, so it wouldn't even harm the ling fields. The more he thought, the more excited he became, so he told his thoughts to Liang Feng. When Liang Feng found out that Zuo Mo also knew Art of Flora, she was slightly shocked. Inside, she thought that this Zuo Mo shitty wasn't an ordinary person. Increasingly feeling that Zuo Mo wasn't ordinary, Liang Feng naturally didn't have any objections. Inside, she felt that it was very likely to succeed this time. This time, she was working against major pressure. 15 pieces of second-grade Jingshi was almost all the Jingshi she had. Quickly going through it again in his head and checking that no problems should occur, Zuo Mo decided to do it. The two fists were slightly open, held in front of his chest. The fingertips glowed slightly. Taking a deep breath, the 10 fingers moved. The others only felt threads of light weaving between Zuo Mo's 10 fingers. It was like a drawing, dazzling everyone's eyes. Only shock was left on everyone's face. Only now did they realize the uniqueness of this zombie-like Shi Xiang. It was a dance of light at the fingertips. That dried up and thin hands, it seemed to have a strange power, and attracted everyone's gaze. The diagram that had been drawn was already extremely complicated, but the dancing fingers didn't stop. Even Liang Feng's face couldn't help change. Such complicated finger motions. What spell would require such complicated moves? She didn't know that it was due to the complicated nature of the finger movements that Art of Flora was the most difficult among the 5 spells and the number of people who learned it the least. Countless green threads flew up from the ling fields and wriggled between Zuo Mo's palms. Unlike the restraint that happened usually, Zuo Mo had no hesitations now. The fear and trepidation that was present completely disappeared. The 10 fingers flipped and danced, and he pushed forward with all his ling energy. Gradually, a very strange feeling birthed. It seemed that something was slightly throbbing at his heart. Unconsciously, the rate of movement of his 10 fingers became faster. The throbbing at his heart became even stronger. Everything in the surroundings seemed to fall away. Empty and clear, like a void, he looked on silently. The subtle connections between the dancing 10 fingers, the rhythm as the ling energy changed, it went from barely perceptible to the surface. It was as though a paper window was poked open and his vision suddenly became clear. The rawness of Zuo Mo's finger motions instantly disappeared. The 10 fingers were like they had been dipped in water, abnormally smooth, flowing like the water. Of all the female disciples, Liang Feng's cultivation was the highest and her eyes the most knowledgeable. She was the first to detect the peculiarity. If it was said that she had just been admiring the complicated nature of Zuo Mo's finger movements, she was feeling completely different now. The finger movements were still beautiful, yet it didn't have that feeling of profoundness, but a kind of strange cadence. Xiaoguo's eyes widened. On the little apple face, an intoxicated, adorable expression came on. Threads of green energy floated up from the ling grasses and weeds in the field. The space between Zuo Mo's 10 fingers was like the center of a whirlpool, energetically sucking in the green energy. More and more of the green energy accumulated on Zuo Mo's hands. Very quickly, a green and glistening plant essence bead appeared at his fingertip. The ling fields were a patch of dry yellow, not a hint of green to be found. As a gust of wind blew across, it fell down like dust. In the blink of an eye, a vital and living ling field had become dead ground. Everyone looked dumbstruck. Their gazes as they looked at Zuo Mo were like looking at a ghost. Liang Feng was incomparably shocked inside. If it was said that the grandiose finger motions made her entranced, then the shocking result in front of her would only make her uncontrollably feel terror. Was he really Lianqi? She suddenly found it somewhat suspicious. Chapter 13 Success. Chapter 13 Success. Leaving the void state, Zuo Mo mused upon it for a long time. Had that been a moment of enlightenment? He thought with joy and some regret. As expected, when he cast Art of Flora the following few times, the state of emptiness didn't appear like they did the first time. But his finger movements clearly went up a step and became much more flowing. especially the cooperation between the ling energy and the finger movements. It was as though he found the trick to it. When his fingers moved, the ling energy followed and changed, the two tightly connected. The grandiose finger movements, the terrifying results, it made the female disciples that were still apprehensive docilely close their mouths. Zuo hadn't thought the effects would be this strong neither. The dominance of Art of Flora surpassed his predictions. He couldn't help but become alert inside. When he cast Art of Flora, in the future, he needed to be careful. The following matters were much easier. They only needed to plow the ling fields again before planting the ling grasses. The method the female disciples used to plant ling grass broadened his vision. He saw a female disciple take out a bamboo container from her waist, pluck out the cork, and a gold earthworm climbed out. She incanted the spell and the gold earthworm burrowed into the ling fields. In a short while, the soil rolled and twisted. After 20 minutes, when it stopped, the ling fields were completely overturned. What was most amazing was that not one bit of soil had splashed out of the ling fields. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be interested. What's this? It's very convenient. Ling Feng was both educated and kind. She said knowingly, we call them mud-turning earthworms. It isn't anything high-grade, just used to overturn the fields. But the results are pretty good. Afterwards, we'll give some to Shitty. It would be a helper in growing ling grains. Zuo Mo was joyous, many thanks Shiji. In the newly turned ling fields, the female disciples spread out the ling grass seeds. Growing ling grasses didn't have as many concerns as growing ling grains. They only had to spread it densely. After finishing seeding, Zuo Mo saw a female disciple preparing to cast Little Art of Cloud and Rain, and volunteered, does it need rain? I'll do it. Return the favor. It wasn't good to take another person's things for free. Ling Feng was overjoyed. I heard that Shitty's Little Art of Cloud and Rain reached the 3rd level. Today, I get to have a look. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was Zuo Mo's most familiar spell. He almost didn't need any preparation. Just started the spell and the cloud formed, appearing above the ling fields. Silver threads gradually entered the ling fields, the air full of vitality. Everyone felt their minds become refreshed. There were very big differences between the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain and the 3rd level. Just when the rain stopped, a rainbow appeared above the ling fields. Just as everyone was complimenting, one female disciple shouted as she pointed at the ling fields, heavens! Look, it's sprouted! At some time, a patch of thin and light green sprouts appeared in the ling fields. Zuo Mo took out the plant essence bead and cast Art of Flora again. It instantly dissolved into countless bunches of green thread and merged into the ling fields. The light green spouts in the ling fields instantly became darker, their growth delightful. Shitty is just as rumored. Ling Feng complimented sincerely. This unknown Shitty seemed to have endless methods, and always could bring her unexpected surprises. And she found that no matter which technique that Zuo Mo used, there were major differences with what she had heard. What was he concealing? Ling Feng thought of this question again. Art of Flora, combined with Little Art of Cloud and Rain, the effect was outstanding, the effectiveness increasing. Ling Feng didn't care what method Zuo Mo used, she only hoped to produce ling grasses quickly. To increase speed, for a continuous length of time, other than going to Cold Mist Valley to make rain once a day, Zuo Mo spent all his time at the Eastern Peak. This was the first time he received the luxurious treatment of using Jingshi to recover ling energy. The body was like a vessel. To contain more ling energy, it needed continually increasingly large containers. The simplest way to increase the size of the container was to change the body. Continuously using ling energy, the ling energy would continuously strengthen the channels and so more ling energy could be stored. The purity and density of the ling energy inside the Jingshi exceeded the ling energy drifting in the air. It was much easier to absorb and the effect it had on the channels were clearer. The next few days, Zuo Mo continuously repeated Art of Flora and Little Art of Cloud and Rain. The amount of work that was required for more than 400 mu of ling fields were finished by him alone. The female disciples finally saw the craziness and absorbed nature of him at work. Casing a spell, holding a jingshur in meditation, then standing to cast a spell until all ling energy was used, then meditation. Even as they looked on from the side, they felt exhausted. But Zuo Mo repeated the cycle and didn't feel any dullness. Of course Zuo Mo wouldn't find it dull. Such luxurious treatment, he had never thought of it even in his dreams. Such a good opportunity, if he didn't use it, was he dumb? He didn't spare any of his ling energy. Each time, he would wring the ling energy out of his body completely. Then he would take the jingshur and suck fanatically. In these few days, he had gained much. Even if there wasn't those 10 pieces of second-grade jingshur, he definitely would have agreed. His channels, which had never extracted ling energy in such a manner, were like dry ground meeting a surge of rain. In these short few days, the amount of ling energy in his body increased by almost 10%, his channels becoming stronger as well. Other than that, as he repeated, Art of Flora, over and over, his degree of proficiency increased linearly. There were signs he was nearing the second level. Looking at the green ling fields, all the fields had been replanted with ling grasses. That also meant the job was finished. His heart was full of reluctance. At what time would he need such a good thing like this? He sighed deeply in his heart. 5 days, he used up 5 pieces of second-grade jingshur. No wonder Zuo Mo was still wishing to continue. But luckily, 10 pieces of second-grade jingshur was enough to satisfy the yearning in his heart. The stone in Liang Feng's heart landed. Even though the price was high, she had managed to solve a troublesome problem. And she had met a strong shitty. She was very satisfied. Work and relax, that was the right way. Returning to the yard, Zuo Mo's wallet was bulging and his mood relaxed. But his studies each day, he never stopped. Even though the efficiency of meditation was far from being able to compare with using jingshur, but Zuo Mo still persisted. The ling energy in the jingshur might be pure and easy to absorb, but it was slightly strong. It was slower to meditate and absorb ling energy, but it was very gentle. In the long run, it was easy to leave behind hidden dangers by relying too much of jingshur. Those sects with thick bases and foundations had many methods to solve the dangers, but to Zuo Mo, those were far away. Of course, the most important thing was Zuo Mo didn't have that many jingshur to squander. Other than that, right now, he was focusing on Art of Aged Gold and Art of Flora. Art of Aged Gold was at the second level, and it wasn't far before Art of Flora would also break. If both of these could reach the third level, and adding in the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, it was enough for him to qualify as a ling plant farmer. By that time, the jingshur will roll in. In the next few days, his mood was great. Each day, he lightheartedly ran over to Cold Mist Valley each day to make rain. The ling herbs in the medicine fields were growing well, the effect of the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, clear. The ling herbs seemed to have more vitality than before. Each time when he stated to make rain, the ling herbs in the fields would neatly follow and sway as though they were rejoicing. Zuo Mo's mood became cheerful whenever he saw these ling herbs dancing. To this job that was forced upon him, his unwillingness had decreased. The medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley were third-grade ling fields. The intelligence in these ling herbs greatly surpassed normal plants. The misfortunes of the past swept away. His life became bright once again. Just as usual, he made a round of inspections before leaving. After making sure that nothing happened, he then left Cold Mist Valley. Not long after he left Cold Mist Valley, he suddenly heard the sound of people talking in the front. Old Black is pretty misfortunate. The ling grains are infected with this strange disease. He probably won't get even 1 grain this year. Next year, he might not even get to plant the ling grains. He has a family of the old and young, his days will become hard. Oh, it's fate. I'm just worried if this strange disease will spread. If we get infected, that would be terrible. So true. Heavens protect. I'm still depending on this year's harvest to exchange for a sword scripture. Me too. Strange disease? Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Planting ling grains, what people were most afraid of were those unnameable strange diseases. Once it occurred, it basically was a loss for the entire year. These 2 years, Zuo Mo had personally seen several Shixiang, due to bad luck, become unable to even pay the rent for the ling fields to the sect and were thrown out of the sect. A while ago when he made rain for Old Black, his ling grains were growing well, so why did they suddenly become infected with a strange disease? Zuo Mo felt it a bit strange. If one had to say who had it the hardest in the sect, it was probably Old Black. He had a family. His son supposedly had some innate talent and had been admitted into a small sword sect. The tribute he needed to give each year to the sect wasn't a small amount. Adding on the different material and tincture needed for cultivation, the spending was enormous. Old Black had a cultivation of Lianqi 5th level. He rented a full 200 mu of ling fields. All his time was spent on growing ling grains. These 10 years, his cultivation hadn't increased one bit. But even so, the tincture he earned was just barely enough. This year, Old Black was especially hardworking. It was rumored that his son was at the gate of Lianqi's 7th level. For his son to push through the big jump of the 7th level, he needed a lot of tincture. To give to the sect for the sect elders to give some extra attention, it was an unwritten rule. Other than that, Old Black had put hopes on another method. Places without ling veins, the amount of ling energy in the air was extremely low. If he relied on those ling energy to change into the ling energy inside his body, it was extremely slow. Shoujo would have the wealth usually use 2 kinds of methods. One was using ling grains for a long period. There weren't high levels of ling energy in the ling grains, but the effect was gentle and easily absorbed. The other method was directly extracting ling energy from the tincture. This was also the fasted method. Additionally, using tincture was especially effective at making breakthroughs. Old Black thought to use this method for his son to break through the barrier to the 7th level. Zuo Mo decided to take a look. And if it really would spread, then his own 50 mu of ling fields would also be affected. There were many people surrounding the ling fields at the base of the mountain. Zuo Mo found Old Black in the crowd with one glance. That black face was now so pale there wasn't a hint of blood, the eyes empty and hopeless. And the ling fields that Zuo Mo recently made rain for was enough to scare him. The green ling grains were now almost completely withered. The leaves and primary stem full of a kind of black energy. Anyone who saw the situation would be certain that these ling grains would certainly die. Many Shixiang were gathered at the edge of the ling field. They formed groups and discussed in low voices, all their voices full of worry. Guo Shixiang's here. Guo Shixiang's here. Someone cheered from the crowd. A light came into Old Black's devastated eyes and he suddenly crawled up from the ground. Guo Lu Shixiang was the person who had the deepest knowledge of art of aged gold. A number of years ago, he had reached the 2nd level. The recent news was that he was going to soon enter the 3rd level. Usually, when some strange illness appeared in the ling grains, everyone would recommend Guo Lu Shixiang. And he didn't disappoint. He saved the ling grains that everyone thought would die multiple times. Guo Lu Shixiang was barefoot and wearing shorts, his face full of wrinkles like an old farmer. When he saw the swaths of withered ling fields, his face couldn't help but change before recovering. The change was extremely subtle, but Zuo Mo coincidentally caught it. When he had seen the withered ling fields, he had already had a bad feeling. When he saw the change in expression of Guo Lu Shixiang, the ominous feeling inside became even stronger. As he improved on Art of Aged Gold, he understood much more. If it was normal pests, the withered leaves wouldn't have been slightly black. This black was like dead ash, and made Zuo Mo's heart beat frantically. Old Black almost rushed in front of Guolu Shixiang and shouted heart-wrenchingly, "Shixiang, save me." Seeing Old Black's despairing expression, a flush came upon Guolu's face and he gravely said, "As much as I'm capable." He walked into the Ling fields. Everyone's eyes gathered on his body, not a sound of discussion made. Everyone stared fixedly at Guo Shixiang that stepped into the Ling fields. Guolu Shixiang's expression was grave. He walked in front of a withered ling grain and squatted down, attentively examining every part of the ling grain. He also ripped down the withered and slightly black leaves, putting it to the nose for a smell. His inspection was extremely fine. He almost walked around the entire ling field and took more than an hour. The suspicious expression on his face became even heavier, as though he had encountered something impossible. He shook his head, his expression still suspicious, and his hand landed on a withered ling grain. Zuo Mo, who also knew Art of Aged Gold, suddenly became alert. He knew the most crucial time had come. Chapter 14: Strange Disease. Edit: Sorry to those who received an alert about Chapter 15. I got the chapter number mixed up. This is a more relaxing chapter. I reread the novel today and the beginning parts are some of my favorite. Lots of comedy, lots of work in trying to navigate through life. Everything is also so simple and easy to translate right now. Chapter 14: Strange Disease. Hand touching the ling grain, a hint of gold suddenly floated onto Guolu Shixiang's face. Just this was enough to make Zuo Mo feel admiration. Guolu Shixiang's comprehension of Art of Aged Gold was much deeper than him. Even though he was at the second level, but in actual usage and level of comprehension, he was much weaker than Guolu Shixiang. Yet something unexpected happened. Guolu Shixiang's expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. The disciples spectating instantly paled and rushed forward, heading for Guolu Shixiang. They only saw that Guolu Shixiang's face was as white as paper, barely breathing and unconscious. Some Shixiang who were on good relations with Guolu Shixiang hurriedly held him up and ran up the mountain. Old Black stayed still in his original place and then started to wail. The sound so mournful listeners also became sad. The crowd gradually dissipated, each person's face filled with worry. Zuo Mo moved his feet, walking into the ling fields. Nearing a stalk of ling grain, he closely examined it. He didn't dare to touch it with his hand. The scene just now, it really made him extremely afraid of these ling grains. A fishy odor entered his nose. Zuo Mo couldn't help but frown. In his 2 years of farming, he had never smelt something like this. Inside, he really wanted to find out what was really inside this ling grains. He suddenly thought about the first time he encountered pests. That brutal and dangerous aura was still fresh on his mind. It was only when he had used Art of Aged Gold on his 5 mu of ling grains that first time that he encountered a similar situation. When Guolu Shixiang suddenly spat blood, the first thought in his head was it that inside these ling grains, there were similar yet stronger presences? But the lesson of Guolu Shixiang told him to not rashly try. Looking at Old Black, he sighed inside. A problem that even Guo Shixiang couldn't solve. He had the desire but not the strength. Even when he got back to his small yard, that scene was still playing in his mind. The seriousness of the problem increased dramatically due to Guolu Shixiang throwing out blood. It was certain that the sect would respond. But the only one knowledgeable in the sect about farming, 4th Shirgu Shifengrong, had left to wander half a year ago and still hadn't recovered. Haomin Shiji, who was responsible for the medicine fields, had left with Luoli Shixiang. Haomin Shiji was going to be out of luck, but Zuo Mo didn't have much joy. He had a feeling that the strange disease would spread. When he entered the ling fields, he had detected that the withering of the ling grains were clearly different. From that, it could be seen that there was a progress in which the ling grains in the field were infected. The situation was exactly what he had predicted. In the following days, another 2 Shixiang's ling grains became infected with this kind of strange disease. The higher-ups of the sect still hadn't set out any measures. Guolu Shixiang was still unconscious. A layer of dark clouds covered Wu Kong Sword Sect. There were still about 2 months before the time to harvest the ling grains. Everyone could only pray that the ling grains in their own fields would escape and endure to harvest. However, prayers didn't do anything. This year, the number of outer sect disciples who received not a seed quickly increased to 10 people. Zuo Mo's luck seemed to have been used up. He became one of the 10 people. The 5 mu in the yard was still good, but some withered ling grains started to appear in the 50 mu he rented from the sect. His heart suddenly became nervous. At no time had he ever thought he would leave the sect. Farming wasn't an easy job, but he still lived well. From when he opened his eyes 2 years ago, he had lived at Wukong Mountain. This was like his home. But if he couldn't completely pay the rent for the ling fields this year, he would be exiled out of the sect. This was something he could not accept. Even more, if he left the yard, where would he go to find even the smallest section of ling vein? Nothing was harder to accept than seeing the ling grains in the fields wither stalk by stalk. Nothing other than being unable to stop the spread made people feel despair. The harsh fishy odor waved off the fields. The rich fields became a pit of mud. The sect was swarming with victims. The number of outer sect disciples that were infected by the strange disease increased to 25 people. The remainder were also in danger. The ling grains were almost entirely dry. Only at the spot nearest the ground could a hint of green be seen. If they couldn't find a way, when the vitality of this ling grains were completely gone, it would be too late. Just as Zuo Mo was at his wit's end, suddenly a pink little thousand crane appeared in front of his eyes. Damned woman! Making a bother at this time. Zuo Mo saw this paper crane and couldn't help starting to swear. He didn't have any intentions of picking the crane, sneering and musing to himself, "Humph, GE won't pay attention to you, go play by yourself." After the sound landed, the little thousand crane suddenly opened on its own. "Yi, where are you waiting for me?" A sweet and adorable voice wormed into his ears. It was like licking a mouthful of honey, or gently tickled at the heart. A person who was less resolute would have softened to the bones. Zuo Mo stared with an open mouth at this pink paper that opened up on its own in front of him. On it was written exactly what the voice said. Automatically unfolding, automatically speaking, automatically finding people. The tiny pink little thousand crane showed so many wonders that let Zuo Mo's weak soul received an unprecedented battering. He suddenly had a premonition. He might have provoked big trouble. Fine, it's not good to argue with a woman. Go won't play with you, he said to himself righteously. Wanting to use beauty to tempt me? Humph. Zuo Mo sneered, you're still tender. Not just a magic voice, but even if it was a peerless naked woman, GE can still calmly, heart as fixed as pine. In the ling fields, there was only the sound of Zuo Mo's duck-like voice singing, I was originally a mirror, yet dust fell upon me, yeah. Before his voice stopped, another pink little thousand crane flew in front of him from the sky. The exquisite pink little thousand crane moved like stripping off clothing, the motions elegant as it automatically unfolded. Yi, if you don't reply, the next little thousand crane, I'll draw a flame-exploding seal. Am I afraid? Zuo Mo wasn't scared. Am I one that will lower his head due to power? He suddenly posed, tilting his head and muttering to himself, flame-exploding seal, where did I hear it? Before his voice landed, he saw a pink little thousand crane flying over from the corner of his eyes. He scratched his head. It came again? How did the other find him? This was the part that made him the most curious. He had never heard of a thousand paper crane having such an ability. Unless it was those people that were really powerful. But the powerful people, who would use something as washed out as little thousand cranes? Wait, she said she would draw a flame-exploding seal this time. Zuo Mo's pupils widened and he unhesitatingly lifted his feet and started running. Boom! A sound of explosion came from behind him. A strong pressure wave forced Zuo Mo into a tumble, eating the dirt. Zuo Mo dazed. As a beginner Shioja that was only knowledgeable at farming, things like explosions definitely shouldn't appear in his life. Struggling to sit up from the dirt, he looked at the large hole that had been exploded behind him, his expression dazed. From the side, another pink little thousand crane flew in front of him and was elegantly unfolded. But in Zuo Mo's eyes there wasn't any elegance, but only the grace that was filled with an empress favor. The specialty of an empress favor was that it didn't care whether you were willing or not. Haha, in 10 minutes, I want to draw a flaming explosion chain seal. Zuo Mo's mind blanked and he jumped up from the ground like his ass was on fire. He grabbed the pink paper floating in front of him and ran in the direction of his residence. 10 minutes. Damned woman. When the familiar yard appeared in his view, his lungs were burning, his throat smoking. Zuo Mo almost cried. Like the wind, he rushed into the yard. Like the wind, he rushed into the room. Like the wind, he found the cinnabar and weasel bristle brush. What do you really want? There wasn't any of the easy and boldness of last time. It was so bitter, like a weak woman that had a brute rush into her rooms in the middle of the night. With the fastest speed, he folded the pink paper and with faster speed, he filled it with ling energy and patted his chest in trepidation as he watched it disappear into the horizon. Zuo Mo felt he was really unlucky. Why did he be so idle as to pick up the paper crane? Why did he reply? Thinking about the crowd of paper cranes flying down from the sky and then boom boom boom. With him as the center, within 3 miles, nothing would remain. Zuo Mo's head felt numb. A short while later, a pink little thousand crane flew in from the window. Ha, I just want to chat with ye. Life, philosophy, how interesting. Zuo Mo crisply raised a white flag, I surrender. The other disregarded it, haha, what's ye's dream? Earn Jingshi. Zuo Mo helplessly wrote down, full of humiliation. Can Jingshi be earned? In any case, I can't shit it out. Zuo Mo was just going to throw the broken pot. Before Zuo Mo became numb, he finally understood. The other was only a woman that was raised in deep protection, extremely bored, lonely, unfulfilled, thought of lives as grass, yet was abnormally powerful. And it was this abnormally powerful that easily slayed any intentions of Zuo Mo to rebel. A matter worth celebrating was that this woman had the habit of eating. For the first time, Zuo Mo was grateful for this habit that was gradually disappearing from the world. It rescued this poor lamb that he was. Temporarily dispatching the woman, Zuo Mo took a breath. From the high nervousness at the beginning to the complete numbness at the end, Zuo Mo managed to completely experience the process of a soul being wounded. This even made him not feel any more terror towards the ling grains that made Guo Shixiang throw up blood. The experiences this afternoon made him believe that in this world, there couldn't be anything more scary than this terrifying woman. He decided to try to rescue his 50 mu of ling grains. He didn't want to leave this place. Chapter 15 Little Yao. How will Zuo Mo deal with the disease? Also, should I make a glossary like I did for my other translation? Chapter 15 Little Yao. The night came and Wukong Mountain was a piece of quiet. Because it was far from Dongfu, the life inside the mountain was extremely dull. When night arrived, the outer sect disciples would usually gather together to chat and entertain themselves. And the inner sect disciples would spend the majority of time on cultivation. From a certain point of view, the pressure that inner sect disciples had wasn't less than outer sect disciples. They needed to keep cultivating so they could qualify to attend Yao Hunt. Once every 10 years, if in a sword sect, there wasn't anyone who attended Yao Hunt, the sect would quickly disappear. This was common knowledge. This was a trait of sword sections. They frequently would rise very quickly, but at the same time, their fall would be even faster. The number of sword sects with long histories could be counted on the fingers. All of them were enormous entities. These matters weren't related to Zuo Mo. He had no connections to Yao Hunt. In the night, he walked along on the mountain path. Under generations of care, the wild beasts on Wukong Mountains were extinct, so he didn't need to worry for his safety. From when he opened his eyes until now, the scenes of life flashed through his mind. His eyes became more resolute, his steps faster. The sect didn't treat him especially well. However, he was used to the life here. It was somewhat hard, but it was safe. The only knot in his heart was his origins. That dream that always appeared, this face that never had expression. It seemed to be telling him something. But until now, he didn't have a hint. Other than this knot, he was very satisfied with his present life. Yet he might be quickly facing the fate of being exiled from the sect. Maybe one day, he would leave here. But not right now. And there was also another reason that made him so decisive. It was an impulse moving restlessly in his heart. He didn't understand why, but after the 2 previous encounters, the craving for battle seemed to have been activated in his bones. Zuo Mo didn't know if this would count as battle, but in his heart, the kind of confrontation didn't make him scared, but he actually seemed to desire it. With his 8th level of Lianqi, the night was just like day, and he wasn't affected. Very quickly, he reached his 50 mu of ling fields. The speed of withering was extremely fast. It was more serious than when he had left this afternoon. Another large patch of ling grains showed signs of withering. Walking to the nearest stalk of ling grains, smelling the fishy odor, he suddenly thought about the scene of Guo Lu Shixiang choking out blood and fainting and hesitated. But this hesitation flashed before disappearing from his eyes. Replacing it was a burning light. The aged gold energy flashed a dazzling gold in the dark. It was like a ball of fairies. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. His right hand holding the aged gold energy, he placed it on the stem of the ling grain in front of him. Boom! It was as though he was suddenly pulled into another world. Countless black seeds like dandelion seeds floated in the void, forming a black sea. This black sea swayed gently. Each time it moved, it gave out a vast energy. Each of them was small and weak, but the energy that this piece of black sea exuded, even Zuo Mo couldn't find the urge to rebel. He blankly faced this large black sea, not knowing what to do. The aged gold energy that was usually roiling and violent retreated behind him for the first time. At the same time in old black's ling fields, there stood 3 people. Among the 3, one had a square face and a long beard, his expression stern and authoritative. The other was an old man thin like steel, ice in his eyes, his sword essence imposing. The last was a round person, a smile eternally on his face with great cheer. If a disciple was here, they would jump in fright. The authoritative one was the head of the sect, Pei Yuanran. The think like steel one was Xin Yen Shirshu. The smiling fat one was Yen Lu. Of the first generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect, 3 of the 4 were present. If this was passed out, a large fuss would occur in the sect. Does the 2 shitty recognize what this is? Pei Yuanran asked in a deep voice. This time, the strange disease came so suspiciously without any forewarning. And it was so ferocious. In just a few days, almost half of the ling fields were damaged. This meant that the ling grain harvest this year would be significantly damaged, the loss more than half. For a small sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect, this kind of loss was enough to affect their operations. So when the news reached them, the leader of the sect and the other elders that never asked about the ling fields quickly came to look. Yet the situation was even worse than they had imagined. All 3 of them were in a terrible mood. Xin Yan shook his head, never seen it, but it can eat ling, so it should be Yao, kill. The last word was full of murderous intent, bitingly cold. Second Shixiang is right. Even Yanlo, the one always agreeable with a smile on his face, had a dark expression, but Yao has never stepped onto Wukong Mountain before. How did this small Yao come to our Wukong Mountain? This matter is fishy. Pei Yuanran mused, a hint of worry in his expression. After 3,000 years ago, when the two races of Yao Ma retreated, in the thousands of years, nothing has ever been heard about Yao Ma appearing in the present territory of the Sword Rivers. But Yao has appeared in our sect. It really is a puzzle. Xixiang shouldn't worry, just kill it. Xin Yan frigidly replied, not just a little Yao that hasn't matured. But even the big Yao, humph, those that died under my sword, there were many. Yanlu gave a reminiscing expression, smiling and adding, thinking about that year when the three of us hunted Yao. Second Xixiang's ice dragon, one sword, intimidated all the Yao Ma, and made them quake. The other two also showed expressions of recall. Let's sort out this little Yao first. Such a good moon, let's go back and boil tea. It would be an experience. Pei Yuan smiled, suggesting. Yanlu smiled and clapped, that's good. Second Xixiang, we'll cover for you. Xin Yan didn't decline. The ice in his eyes flashed and he summoned his flying sword. A snowy white crystal sword appeared in the sky. The clean clarity of the body made the moon seem dull. Soaring in the night sky, it intimated. This was Xin Yan's famous ice dragon sword. Go! A clear shout echoed in the surroundings. The body of the ice dragon sword trembled slightly and turned into a pure white icy dragon. The two eyes flashed viciously. Giving a low bellow, it changed into a flashing light and raced for the ling fields. When the light was just about to attack the ling fields, something unexpected happened. A gust of black smoke came out of each stalk of withered ling grain. Those extremely thin black wisps of smoke grew in the wind. In a few blinks of the eye, the ling fields were covered in a layer of inky black smoke. Even the finger of a hand couldn't be seen in front of the eyes. The three of Pei Yuan were covered in smoke but were not the least bit panicked. But they didn't know that not far away, there was an outer sect disciple that was also covered in the black smoke. Zuo Mo was startled awake by Xin Yan's shout. But at this time, he suddenly found that he couldn't even take his consciousness away. What he could see was still the countless black dandelion seeds flying everywhere. But this clear shout from somewhere disturbed the peace of the sea. The black dandelion seeds started to surge like a large ocean that suddenly had a windstorm. Fury, contempt, helplessness, sorrow. Many different emotions floated into Zuo Mo's heart. He was like a puppet, full of countless emotions that didn't belong to him. These emotions were limitless and restless, raging through Zuo Mo's consciousness. But Zuo Mo's own consciousness was clearer than ever. What was more tragic than even his consciousness being controlled? Something suddenly seemed to have been touched in his heart. An unprecedented loathing and hatred suddenly rose. Damn it! Zuo Mo's body was shaking. Every joint in the entire body shaking. The shaking became even stronger, the scene extremely unsettling. In the sea of consciousness, he furiously struggled, furiously shouted. Get out! A furious shout tore out, like the roar of thunder, and echoed in this borderless black sea. And the raging emotions in his heart suddenly disappeared with his shout. He still could feel the different feelings transferring from the Black Sea, but the emotions didn't take over his consciousness. Immediately after, he saw something he would never forget. A pure white sword blow, landing from the sky. Just one sword. The Black Sea he thought was vast and limitless was cleaved in two. He could not comprehend the vastness and strength of this sword. Zuo Mo was shocked still. His own sea of consciousness, at this moment, was frozen by this grand sword. Terror and instinct, it dominated every corner of his mind. Everything seemed to slow down. After the sword strike that seemed to destroy the heavens, countless small sword essences, like sharks in a pack, chased those black dandelion seeds. Everywhere they passed, nothing was left. The Black Sea gave out the feeling of panic, terror. Zuo Mo smiled. When the Black Sea controlled his emotions, it had infuriated him. The battle ended very quickly. A second blow didn't materialize. This one blow was enough to erase the entire Black Sea. The ling grains returned to normal, except they were heavily damaged and needed time to recover. The control of his consciousness returned to him and he left the ling grain. He couldn't help wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The danger this night totally surpassed his imagination. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but still be scared. He laid down on the ground, his entire body soft, soaked in sweat. The night wind blew and he shuddered. He walked soullessly back to his own little yard. What were those black dandelion seeds inside the ling grains? That sword strike that appeared out of nowhere, whose was it? That one strike, the shock it gave him was really too strong. Bone-achingly cold, murderous intent overflowing, the meaning of the sword was branded in his mind. He suddenly understood why so many people would choose to cultivate the sword. To chase after power, wasn't it was the natural tendency of people? Even more, it was such strong, such terrifying power. The 50 mu of ling grains were finally saved. Even though this year's harvest would dramatically decrease, but he should still have the amount for this year's rent. At this point, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sitting down, he started to inspect his own consciousness. He had never gone through something like his experience tonight. He was very worried this would affect him negatively. As he started his mediation, his face suddenly changed. In his sea of consciousness, there floated one black dandelion seed. It is actually a dragon that doesn't have any horns. An immature dragon. Chapter 16 Sword Essence. The footnotes are clickable, so if you click on them again, you go back to its place in the text. I added new terms to the glossary. I tried to copy what the ISSTH glossary did, so tell me if what's up is what was being requested. I think the text itself describes what the terms do or are, so I didn't write very detailed descriptions. Thanks for all the comments and typo picking. Please keep going. I think I'm going with the sea of consciousness because the Chinese term is. I could do spiritual sea, but for some reason, it feels awkward to me. Chapter 16 Sword Essence. Don't forget. Even if you die, you mustn't forget. The strange yet familiar voice echoed like a nightmare. Just like usual, Zuo Mo was startled awake from his dream. He grimaced as he sat up. Rationally, if he had the same dream this many times, he should be numb against it. But each time he woke up, he would find his body soaked in sweat. Even he felt that it was unimaginable. The stars in the sky were brightly lit, the starlight falling down. Wu Kong Mountains was peaceful and quiet. That dangerous scene from last night flashed before his eyes. He suddenly remembered that black dandelion seed in his sea of consciousness. He quickly went to inspect. It was still floating in his consciousness. There wasn't any movement. He released a breath. No matter what method he used, it didn't have any effect on this black dandelion seed. He was somewhat worried. From a glance, it could be seen that this black dandelion seed wasn't something good. Now that it suddenly ran into his sea of consciousness, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Should he wait a while and then go take a look at the doctor? He mused inside. Waking up in the middle of the night, he didn't have a hint of drowsiness. After thinking for a while, the matter of the black dandelion seed was thrown to one side. In this situation where he couldn't think of any solutions, excessive worry was superfluous. Limited by his cultivation, his sea of consciousness wasn't large. Other than that black dandelion seed, it was empty. As he kept on thinking, he thought about that sword essence that flew over the heavens. The shock that sword essence gave him was too large, deeply ingraining itself in his head. He had never learned any sword scriptures, but that didn't mean he didn't understand anything. In the outer sect disciples, there were many that practiced sword scriptures. Because Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sword sect. Like Wei Sheng Shixiang, he mainly cultivated the sword, and had once been Luo Li Shixiang's sword servant. The so-called sword servant, they were the servants of Sword Xiu. They were responsible for cleaning the battlefield and some supplementary duties. Wei Sheng Xixiang had the greatest battle strength in the outer sect disciples, and his battle experience was extremely rich. It was rumored that he had even once killed sword Xiu who were in the initial stages of Zhuji. But he had seen how Wei Sheng Xixiang practicing. The lights flew and it was very pretty, but compared to that sword essence, it was like a colorful paper bird, a poke and it would tear. But the vast sword essence last night that seemed to cleave the heavens, he had never imagined anything like it. Under that sword strike, everything bowed. He was as tiny as an ant. Just at this time, something unexpected occurred. In his sea of consciousness, an icy and pure white sword essence appeared without a warning. Zuo Mo's body froze, his eyes bulging and his breathing stopped. A beat later, his cold body steadily warmed. His eyes slowly recovered the spirit. He heavily exhaled, shock filling his eyes. Why was it like this? That suddenly appearing sword essence, it was exactly the same as that terrifying sword strike last night. Having no guards against it, that sword strike almost cleaved his sea of consciousness in half. The pure and cold murderous intent contained in the sword strike directly made him stop breathing. All the organs in his body at that moment stopped moving. He still felt trepidation and didn't understand what had happened at all. It wasn't possible. Having the black dandelion seed exist in his consciousness was enough to make him terrified. Now there was the addition of a sword essence. No. When he inspected before, he didn't find this sword essence. Leaving his sea of consciousness, he thought back in great detail on how the sword essence had appeared. Then he found, just when the sword essence had appeared, it was exactly when he was in the sea of consciousness facing the black dandelion seed when he remembered the sword essence. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his head. Was it that this sword essence had been released by that black dandelion seed? This freakish idea, once it came out, it couldn't be pushed down. His sea of consciousness turned back into a void. The black dandelion seed floated around alone in the void. Zuo Mo hesitated. That sword essence was too strong. Just right now, the blow to his body and soul were extreme. But the desire to understand what happened quickly won. He gritted his teeth. Go for it. Facing the black dandelion seed, he thought back to that sword essence. Hiss. A silvery white sword essence flew out. Splat. Zuo Mo's body froze and he threw up a mouthful of blood. A second later, ha ha ha. The sound of laughter rang out of the little yard. Zuo Mo's mouth was smeared with blood, frightening to the eye, yet his face was joyous. It really was that black dandelion seed. The sword essence really was released by it. Having prepared this time, he saw it clearly. Not just that, he also found that this sword essence was completely different than what he had seen last time. Or, more correctly, it was even clearer. And because of it, its undoubted power was exposed. How could Zuo Mo's fragile spirit endure the blow of such a strong sword essence? So he was wounded and spat blood. But even wounded, Zuo Mo couldn't help roar with laughter. If he could comprehend this sword essence. Before last night, he didn't have a bit of interest in sword Xiu. But that pure and icy sword energy planted a seed in his heart. A seed that was interested in strength. But Zuo Mo quickly came out from his joy. This sword strike was extremely strong, nothing he could bear. His head started to ache. After receiving 2 blows from the stroke strike, his spirit was already wounded. And, thinking about the pain as his body being completely frozen, his consciousness easily being split in half, his face slightly paled. Comprehending this sword essence, there were many benefits. But, at the same time, he had to pay a painful price. The spirit being wounded, it was much harder to heal than other wounds. The pain at his head made him hiss repeatedly. Grabbing the sound tablet beside him, he pushed in ling energy. Fierce conflict has once again exploded at Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. The voice inside the sound tablet made Zuo Mo pause. The sound tablet was an essential part of his life. He would listen to the sound tablet each night to go to sleep. In this length of time, there was a clear increase in the news about the conflict at bloody sky metropolis Jia. Was it the Yao Ma were discontent at being suppressed for so long and was starting to counterattack? He thought humorously, but he quickly threw the question to one side. No matter if it was bloody sky metropolis Jia or Yao Ma, it was 100,000 miles away from him, completely unrelated. He didn't even think the Yao Ma would make a ripple. 3,000 years ago, the war between the Xiuzha and Yao Ma, it ended in a complete victory for the Xiuzha. If there wasn't a bloody sky metropolis Jia stopping the forward progress of the Xiuzha, it was very likely that the Yao Ma would have already been completely eradicated. Following that was some news on the sword test conference. Zuo Mo wasn't very interested. Suddenly, his head felt like it was cracking. Zuo Mo grunted as he hugged his head. His consciousness was wounded. The greatest pain in a life came when a beautiful woman dropped out of the sky, but at the same time, there also dropped a nasty dragon that guarded the beauty. Even more painful was just when they saw the peerless face of the beauty, they were kicked by the evil dragon at the weak spot. Zuo Mo wailed inside. Fixing his consciousness was his most important priority right now. However, to a low-level Xiuzha with only the cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, fixing consciousness was a question that was far out of his power. Pain. It was like the deepest part of the brain was being lightly craved by someone using a small knife. Just a while and Zuo Mo was almost insane. Hugging his head as he sat on the roof, the painful groans continued. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Holding his head, he almost crawled to move to the meditation mat in the seclusion room. His only hope right now was that mediation could decrease the pain. Very quickly, the cruel reality destroyed his last hope. No matter how he used the ling energy, the pain of his spirit didn't lessen. His entire person seemed to have been chopped in two, but his body was well. He hugged his head, rolling and groaning on the floor. Gradually, the sound of wailing became lower. Those who are ignorant have no fear. He had only the most pitiful understanding of the spirit. If his cultivation was just a bit deeper, he would understand more and wouldn't dare to be so impulsive. Fixing a consciousness, even those Xiuzha who had a cultivation of Ningmai, didn't have many solutions. Unless Jindan cultivators lent a hand, fixing would be easier. But, if a Jindan gave aid, that price definitely wasn't a small one. Low-level Xiuzha didn't dare to touch the spirit. Not even the Zensho who specialized in the consciousness, before the stage of Jindan, they also wouldn't dare. Zuo Mo was just a low-level Xiuzha who just achieved the 8th level of Lianqi. His sea of consciousness suffered 2 continuous blows that far surpassed his ability to bear. The fact that he didn't already die was a miracle. A wound to the consciousness, if there wasn't an outside power to heal it, it wouldn't disappear. The pitiful Zuo Mo curled completely into a ball. He didn't have the strength to roll anymore. His breathing was shallow, his awareness fuzzy. Faintly, he seemed to hear someone was talking. Thou wants to live? A simple and desolate voice, upright and imposing. Save me. Zuo Mo heard his weak answer filled with joy and pleading. To abide by my ceremony, to execute my desires, to give my oath, will thou? Too outrageous. Zuo Mo, on his last breaths, couldn't help but wail. He suddenly had the feeling he had been tricked. Will thou? The imposing voice was like thunder, filled with oppression. Go to hell. Zuo Mo unexpectedly raged. Don't assume that I don't know it's you that tricked. He still wanted to curse, but the pain of his spirit was so extreme he couldn't help but scream. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo swore as he screamed. At the same time, he raised his middle finger. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo didn't even have the energy to scream, much less raise the middle finger. He could only weakly whine. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo's answer was like the whine of a mosquito, the sound thin, like a hair strand. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo's awareness was a puddle of dizziness as he struggled. That imposing and authoritative sound finally silenced. At this time, Zuo Mo's awareness was completely muddled, everything in the surroundings indistinct. In his dizziness, he didn't know if it was his delusion. That voice spoke again, no dignity left, only loneliness. The ceremony lost, the desire dead, only the oath once taken. The voice seemed further and further away from him. He became unconscious. In the sea of consciousness of Zuo Mo, who was in a coma, that black dandelion seed that had been floating quietly landed. As it landed, it penetrated into the sea of consciousness, grew roots, germinated, bloomed, bore fruit. Countless black dandelion seeds continuously spilled, floating to every corner of Zuo Mo's consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the sea of consciousness became a black sea. The black sea suddenly broke. Countless fragments floated up like black flowers, turning into countless wisps of black smoke. The black smoke transformed into a figure of a person. Chapter 17 Poo 1. I am so excited about this chapter. Zuo Mo's my favorite character, but this one is right after. Luck is really important on the road to cultivation. Zuo Mo has terrible luck. I have a hard time translating. I've used both abnormal and perverse. Any suggestions? Chapter 17 Poo 1. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. His head was still aching, but compared to the pain that had cut through his entire body, it was much less. Thinking of what had happened before he went unconscious, his face suddenly changed. He always had been one with a clear mind. Under the situation where his head was aware and he could think clearly, he quickly organized the cause and result. Without any great need to think, it was definitely that black dandelion seed that was the culprit. The one that released the sword essence was him. And the one that pressured him was also that one. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo's heart burned in anger. That guy tried to play tricks on his head, he didn't know what he was getting into. He suddenly thought that he had said something before he went unconscious, and his face changed. Was it that he didn't persevere and had capitulated? Thinking about this, he quickly calmed his mind and entered his consciousness. When he enters the sea, he was stupefied. On the undulating hills, it was groups of large ancient trees. The green grass was like a carpet, spreading out in patches. Fine wildflowers mixed within the grass, adding hints of life. It was as though he walked into a forest. Before, his sea of consciousness was only empty space. This living and breathing scene in front of him. Zuo Mo was completely pinned to the ground. The scene in front of his eye far surpassed the limits of his understanding. He dazedly walked on the grass, feeling the softness of the grass under his feet. The smell of the green grass wafted into his nose. Zuo Mo was dazed. He was only an 8th level Lianqi low-level Xiuzhi. When his gaze turned towards a hill without any trees, he instantly came back. He started to run like a maniac towards that hill. On the hill, a man dressed in black was sitting on a stele, black clouds moving around it. One hand was lying on the leg, another propped up his chin, his expression carefree and pleased. When he neared, Zuo Mo finally made out the black-clad man's appearance. A perfect face. Zuo Mo had never thought men could be so handsome. An androgynous face, a high nose, the ravenback hair covering up the left eye, the right eye as narrow and long as a blade, the serene crimson-red pupil was like a bottomless blood pool, the thin and wide lips eternally held a shallow yet strange curve. A piece of dark red rhombus-shaped crystals were in each earlobe, the wide black clothing soft and smooth, just like his hair, it gave off a black glow as it kept close to his body, full of a strange enticement. Zuo Mo blanked at his position, not knowing what to say. He was only the most normal disciple of a small sect. When had he ever seen someone so outstanding? I am called Pooh. A sweet-sounding and beautiful voice. He propped up his chin, looking in interest at Zuo Mo, the curve of his mouth more evident. What are you called? Zuo Mo. He replied dumbly. he definitely was dreaming. Pooh seemed to be just sitting there, but all the light in the sea of consciousness seemed to have been unconsciously sucked away to him. Zuo Mo had seen those female disciples at the eastern peak. Not one of them was better looking than Pooh. When a man looked like this, he probably would want to cry. When this thought came out, Zuo Mo came back to awareness. Pooh's enticing and shocking aura was instantly shattered by this humorous thought. Seeming to have noticed Zuo Mo returning to his senses, Pooh smiled gently, and wasn't irritated. He still used his melodious voice. It seems we will have to be in contact for a long time. But I believe we will have delightful interactions. Oh, right, this is for you. Pooh casually threw a glowing ball at Zuo Mo. On the surface of the ball, countless seals flashed. What is it? Zuo Mo instinctively received the glowing ball. Boom! It was as though he was struck by thunder, his body frozen. Countless characters were shoved into his mind, circulating relentlessly. Embryonic breathing spirit cultivation, just a little plaything. It can repair your spirit, count that as a greeting gift. Pooh's tone was lazy. Even though I want to live for free, but there's no other way. Your sea of consciousness is so broken. Fix the sea of consciousness quickly, otherwise I have to find another place again. He gracefully waved his hand. Zuo Mo, still unmoving at his spot, felt the space around his body tighten. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had come out of his sea of consciousness. His heart was suddenly terrified. Pooh seemed to be even stronger than he had imagined. A person like this that he couldn't control in his consciousness, no wait, controlling his sea of consciousness. He had no joy at receiving embryonic breathing spirit cultivation. Terror spread through his body like poison. Managing to swallow his saliva and suppressing the terror in his heart, he pondered what to do. Report to the sect? In these 2 years, he had only seen the head of the sect once. That was when he had been picked by the leader and when he opened his eyes. As to the other elders and Shirshu, he had never even met them. What he was really worried about was another conjecture. He was very suspicious. Pooh was very likely to be a Yama. Such a beautiful Yama, he almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason, this suspicion was like a maggot burrowing into the bones, taking root in his mind, unable to be swept away. Zuo Mo had never seen Yama. All his ideas about Yama came from the sound tablet. When it mentioned Yama, it was killing, it was death and bleeding. But the between Yama and Shoujo were that of natural enemies. He was very clear about that. Destroying Yama was the duty of each Shoujo, no matter where. However, Zuo Mo was a beginner Shoujo whose cultivation just reached the 8th level of Lianqi. Not speaking of destroying Yama, the Yama wouldn't even lower themselves to destroying him. What he was more worried about was that if someone else knew that a Yama was in his body, he definitely would be destroyed, ground until not a trace could be found. In the eyes of those higher-level Shoujo, just an 8th-level Lianqi like him, he couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Maybe, they would throw him straight into the Dan, too, furnace and get refined with the Yama. He couldn't help but shudder, his heart beating furiously. He quickly stopped those terrifying thoughts. In a daze, for the next 2 days, Zuo Mo seemed to not be in this mortal coil. He naturally had to practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Otherwise, before he could be crippled by Pu Yao, he would cripple himself first. Pu Yao, that was the new name Zuo Mo gave Pu. Regardless if he was a Yao, just how he looked, he deserved the character of Yao. The effects were very good. After a few days, half of his spirit had recovered. But Zuo Mo felt no gratefulness towards Pu Yao. Because he finally remembered, the reason that his consciousness was wounded, it was Pu Yao's fault. In these few days, he didn't go to his sea of consciousness. If it was said at the first glance, the deepest impression Pu Yao left on Zuo Mo was enchanting. Now, enchanting changed to wicked. What did the guy really want? That was the true cause of the terror. Zuo Mo quickly found that his life became incomparably terrible. To a shoujo whose goal was to become a ling plant farmer, living was the most important. He decided to have a discussion with Pu Yao. Just like last time, Pu Yao sat on the steel idly, in the same black clothing. Seeing Zuo Mo, he smiled. That smile coming among the thick black smoke revolving around, it made him look full of evil. The conjecture about whether or not Pu was Yao Ma jumped out again of its own accord. Zuo Mo's heart shook. He didn't lack in courage, but when the other was in complete control, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing as to express bravery. He suddenly noticed the stone steel under Pu's body. Half a person high, the stone steel was shrouded in black clouds. When he accidentally swept across the surface of the stone steel, he couldn't help but be shocked. Grave. This was a grave. It wasn't a stone steel, it was a gravestone. He instantly was frightened, his heartbeat speeding up. What? Wanted to find me for a chat? A lazy voice. He didn't know if it was this gravestone at fault, but Zuo Mo felt that Pu's voice was full of a kind of dark coldness that easily seeped into one's heart. Zuo Mo calmed his emotions, a fawning smile on his face. G3, look, my cultivation is this week, and my body is all bones, there isn't a few caddies of meat, not good to eat. Eat? Pu suddenly smiled. He opened his dark red right eye, slowly speaking of delicious human meat, oh, that's so long ago. The best human meat, there's a lot to consider. The best is 16 or 17-year-old girls. Tender meat, crunchy bones. Yum, yum. A scarlet tongue licked the lips, his expression full of reflection. Zuo Mo's heart was beating out of his chest. He forced a smile. Yeah, see, shouldn't you change a person? Change a person? Pu tilted his head, staring at Zuo Mo. What? You don't like it? Feeling that I took over your space? Being pierced by Pu's deep red right eyes, cold spread through Zuo Mo's heart. He hurriedly waved his hand. No. This is my honor. Honor. He seemed to be very satisfied with Zuo Mo's answer. Pu took away his gaze, his right eye closing again, his mouth absent-mindedly asking, in your generation of disciples, how many are Jindan? 10. Zuo Mo shook his head. 8. Zuo Mo continued to shake his head. 5. Zuo Mo finally couldn't endure it. He felt the other was making fun of him, not a single one. In the Shixiang of this generation, the highest cultivation is the last stages of Zhuji. For the first time, a shocked expression came onto Pu's face with his closed right eye. This made Zuo Mo feel smug. After a while, Pu shook his head, sighing, no wonder you suck so much. Zuo Mo almost spat blood. Pu opened his eye, his gaze once again landing on Zuo Mo's body. He examined up and down, his hand propping up his chin, murmuring to himself, the body is really weak. Zuo Mo was very irritated at how the other was discussing him like he was examining an object, but Pu's made his heart jump. Is something wrong? He couldn't ask hurriedly. He knew his body wasn't normal. The hard zombie face, and that dream that appeared countless times, it was like a thorn in his heart. Pu lifted his head, the hair in front of his forehead almost covering the left half of his face. The crimson right eye that wasn't covered glanced at Zuo Mo's face, one corner of his mouth lifting. No problem. Alright, you suck very much, but not to a terminal point. Pu returned back to his lazy tone of voice. I wanted to ask. Zuo Mo decided to lay his cards on the table with Pu. He wanted to find out what Pu's true aims were. Oh, right. Pu interrupted Zuo Mo. His blood-red right eye narrowed, his thin lips lifting upward on an angle, started practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. How is it? Is the effects alright? Almost forgot to tell you, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is good, but it has one pesky problem. Zuo Mo's heart beat frantically. He had a bad feeling. Once embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is started, it can't be stopped. Supposedly, if one can't get to the first embryonic breath in 3 months, there would be some minor problems. He raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, the corner of his mouth raising higher, the fresh red of his eye even brighter. Really, it's just small pains such as blood flowing in reverse. Oh, did you know, before I had a very creative friend. He was in charge of the torture prisons. Pooh seemed to be telling a story, actively narrating. One time, he encountered a very hard nut. He tried everything but couldn't break open this guy's mouth. He then begged for this method from me. He sent a subordinate to pretend to be a criminal and near this guy. And then, using his subordinate's mouth, he passed this scripture over to him. Oh, you have to know, I always admired this guy. Creative and patient. He said with a few hints of glee, such a pity that this criminal didn't have much talent. 3 months, he didn't reach 1 embryonic breath. Oh, I always felt, it must have been that my friend purposefully left out a few words. And then? Zuo Mo asked, his voice shaking. And then? The smile on Pooh's face became even brighter, cracked on the 31st day. But my friend was a soft-hearted one and didn't kill him. Left him hanging for 3 months. Each day, he begged my friend to kill him. Listening to the exquisite and mellow wailing, such an experience. Supposedly, when he died, oh, his soul just exploded like a firework, extremely beautiful. A bone-aching cold spread over Zuo Mo's entire body. His pitiful nerves were like a spring that was pushed to its limits. All the accumulated anger exploded in one instant. He lost his rationality and screamed as he leapt at Pooh. You perverse Ring Yao, 4, you'll kill you. 1, it is pronounced a bit like Pooh. The character used is the same one that is usually used for dandelion. 2, pill, pellet. Common used as pills of immortality by Chinese emperors in search of eternal life. A gaming equivalent would be potions. 3, big brother. 4, Hong Kong slang for Thailand transvestites. It was then adopted as internet slang for males that used female avatars in MMORPGs. It's also used to describe girliness in boys. The literal meaning is human spirit. In this case here, Pooh is really a Yao, and he does look androgynous. Chapter 18 Soup. Chapter 18 Soup. In the seclusion room, Zuo Mo mediated with his legs in the lotus position. He was furiously practicing embryonic breathing spirit cultivation, the damned embryonic breathing spirit cultivation. The damned Pooh Yao. He cursed the maniac countless times. After exploding yesterday night, he was brutally oppressed. His consciousness was once again heavily wounded, torn to pieces by Pooh Yao. The result of the wounds in his consciousness was the heart-wrenching pain. Now, without needing Pooh Yao's urging, he furiously practiced embryonic breathing spirit cultivation. Once his head cooled down, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. That night, he should have never gone to the ling fields. Thinking about Pooh Yao, that coldness and cunning that could burrow into the bones, it was like a venomous snake slowly sliding up the bottom of his pants. That uncontrollable terror spread through the entire body. The brutal suppression last night, it also made him attain a deep understanding of an unattainable gap between the power levels of the two of them. A strong, perverse madman. Zuo Mo already expected that his future was a patch of darkness. This guy didn't have goodwill from the very start. From the Black Sea in the beginning, to the sword energy, and his spirit being wounded, then to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, step by step, he became the lamb being led to slaughter. The pitiful him, he had though that there was only a bad-tempered neighbor living in there, he didn't think it was a wicked Yama. If he was only suspicious before, now he was 100% sure that Pooh was Yama. Other than Yama, who would be so evil? Slowly waking up, like the chaos before creation, Zuo Mo opened his eyes and lightly breathed out that breath of air that had been circulating inside his body all this time. This breath was long and continuous. When it was being exhaled, it was as concise as an arrow. Zuo Mo felt slightly reassured. This, embryonic breathing spirit cultivation, was a miracle. The pain in his spirit had lessened greatly and he could clearly feel his spirit stabilizing. When Pu Yao had just flicked his finger last night, his consciousness had almost been completely scattered. He didn't know where embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation came from. The words were cryptic and hard to understand. The syntax it used was the opposite of the jade stick that Zuo Mo had brought. He had used a lot of energy before he barely managed to understand the first chapter. He didn't think to go ask Pu Yao. The lessons in tears and blood told him to try to take advantage of that guy, just wait to get tricked. The first chapter was called Chapter of Spiritual Concentration. It talked about how to meditate and condense the spirit, stabilizing the consciousness. This was exactly what Zuo Mo needed at the moment. After continuous injury, his consciousness was almost in shreds. If he couldn't fix it soon, it was probably that he could enter madness. As to the one breath Pu Yao mentioned, it meant being able to complete a whole embryonic breath. Embryonic breath was the core of embryonic breath spiritual cultivation, and it was the most basic cultivation method. It was also a kind of breathing that Zuo Mo hadn't even heard of. Supposedly, it originated in the breathing of humans when they were embryos. They didn't need to use mouth and nose to breath, but required to use the entire body as opening, take the air as thin strands and suck it in bit by bit before spreading it throughout the body. Hundreds of these tiny streams of air would circulate through the body, merge and then exhale through the nose and mouth. The holes and points on the body were like the stars in a galaxy. They couldn't be measured. The nose and mouth were the biggest, the points on the body were second. The most abundant were those small, unable to be seen tiny holes that spread around the body. Zuo Mo was very curious how the elder that had created this scripture had thought of such an outlandish method. Like goes with like. The scripture that Pu Yao, that crazy abnormal madman, threw out, it was just as abnormal as him. He still couldn't find a way to finish a whole embryonic breath. Pu Yao's words weren't empty threats. It was clearly written in the embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The last few days, he was really still using his nose and mouth to breath. No matter what, his first priority was stabilizing his spirit. If his spirit was unstable, just the occasional pain was enough to take Zuo Mo's little life. But when Zuo Mo's consciousness managed to slightly stabilize, he would have to face a question. The question of completing a whole embryonic breath. One breath, it was the trademark of the introduction to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The deadline of 3 months was like a cloud over his head. When he thought about the light of insanity in Pu Yao's eyes when he talked about torture, Zuo Mo was certain if he really couldn't achieve one breath in the 3 months and was facing a reversal of blood flow, Pu Yao would be watching in interest from the side at his painful state. Such a tragic life. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and cursed the Ranyao inside, the fires of anger burning. Suddenly, news from the sound tablet beside him aroused his attention. Continuing after the increase in price of the ling grains last month, this month's ling grains price once again increases. The demand for high-grade ling grains has greatly increased, pulling along the price of low-grade ling grains to also increase. He shook. The price of ling grains were rising. This was undoubtedly the best news he heard in the last few days. Pu Yao suddenly came out, such an interesting thing. Zuo Mo started with wide eyes. A long pause later, he finally managed to react, pointing at Pu Yao, incoherently asking, You ran out? Pu Yao blinked his dark red right eye, why can't I come out? Don't you have to stay in the consciousness? Zuo Mo asked dumbly. Who told you that? Pu Yao turned to him, face baffled, as he asked in return. Zuo Mo was speechless. Inside, he couldn't help but wail. It seemed that he didn't even have the last bit of bargaining power. So the other could really move out. Pu Yao listened for a while and yawned. Oh, looks like a war is starting. War? Zuo Mo didn't understand. Pu Yao didn't explain. He swept the sound tablet into his grasp and faintly stated, This thing is mine now. Before the voice landed, he disappeared with the sound tablet. Damned Runyao! Zuo Mo's furious shout echoed in empty yard. At this time, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Zuo Mo was curious inside. Who could it be? Usually, no one would run to his place here. Running over and opening the door, Xiaoguo pitifully stood outside. She was holding a clay pot in her hands. Seeing Zuo Mo, her body instantly shrunk back, and timidly greeted, Xixiang. What's the problem now? Zuo Mo rarely had a good mood for this little bit of trouble. For some reason, whenever he saw the timidity on Xiaoguo's face, he could never control his tone of voice. No. Xiaoguo shook her head like a rattledrum, hurriedly explaining, Xiaoguo has come to give something to Xixiang. Last time when Xixiang helped Xiaoguo, Xiaoguo hadn't thanked Xixiang. As she spoke, her little mouth twisted, and the mist in her eyes rose. With tears in her voice, she muttered, Xiaoguo doesn't have Jingshi. Seeing the direction wasn't right, Zuo Mo hurriedly shouted, Stop! Xiaoguo was frightened to shrink back even more, but her crying instantly disappeared. She carefully put the clay pot in front of Zuo Mo and like a rabbit, she jumped back. She timidly looked at Zuo Mo and gathered her courage to say, This is some soup Xiaoguo made, Xixiang, just take a sip, you just have to take one sit. Before she could finish speaking, she descended into incoherency, her face so red due to anxiety it almost bled. She couldn't control it and covered her face as she turned and ran. After running a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped. Hesitating, she turned and yelled, Xixiang, if it really doesn't taste good, you should throw it out. Zuo Mo watched as Xiaoguo disappeared and then at the clay pot in front of his feet. He bent down and lifted it. The soup was still warm. Raising the clay pot, he took a mouthful. The soup was thick and fragrant. The taste isn't bad, Zuo Mo said to himself. He drained it to the bottom and turned, holding the empty pot, to go back to his room. Pu Yao suddenly emerged, the crimson snake-like tongue unable to resist licking the lips, his two eyes gazing in the direction Xiaoguo disappeared in, such a tender little girl. Zuo Mo stared in shock at him. Pu Yao turned around his peerlessly handsome face. At this time, he seemed like a gluttonous cat, the light flashing in his deep red eye. Such good lucky, this little girl's meat definitely would be very tender and delicious. Zuo Mo suddenly erupted, raising his hand to viciously throw the empty pot in his right hand at Pu Yao. Bang, the pot cracked, the pieces scattering. Get lost! The thousand-winged ship stopped in midair. Li Xian'er looked at the green moon star outside the window, her fine brows furrowed. It seems that the little Yao ran away. Uncle Qi Yi, has there been a reply from the sect? Qi Yizhenren shook his head. Miss, there are thousands of Yaoma suppressed under the Yao smelting tower. And it was a long time ago, there's nothing to research. Most of them came from the great battle 3,000 years ago, captured by our sect's supreme power. Most of these Yaoma are ones of great power, difficult to kill, so they were suppressed under the Yao smelting power, to be slowly destroyed. I've never thought that these Yaoma were this tenacious. After 3,000 years, yet there were still survivors. Li Xian'er revealed a reminiscing expression. 3,000 years ago, our sect was so strong. Qi Yizhenren sighed as well, not just our sect. 3,000 years ago, each sect in the cultivation world were far more powerful than now. The 10,000-strong alliance of the Yaoma were completely eradicated by the elders. And it was that battle that the Xiuzha established today's status. And then he gave an expression full of pity. However, even though the Yaoma were almost completely captured, but the Xiuzha were also greatly wounded. Only 1 in 10 of the great powers remained. Many sects fell in that great war, countless scriptures were lost. 3,000 years, and the Xiuzha still cannot recover to the prosperity of the past. However, compared to us, the blow the Yaoma suffered were even greater. These years, have you seen them ever break through the bloody sky metropolis Jie? Li Xian'er listened, entranced. Even though it was history she already knew, but hearing it each time, it still captured her mind. Grandpa is calling me back. She pouted her little mouth, face full of unwillingness. It was so hard getting a chance to come out, and this was so short and he's urging me back. We didn't even catch the little Yao yet. If we return, it should wait after I catch the little Yao. Shi Yizhenren looked at the innocence on her face and a hint of indulgence flashed across his face, but he still urged, "Miss," the sect leader urging Miss to go back, "it's probably due to another matter." What matter could there be? She lightly snorted, "Probably just another genius of some sect that has come. Grandpa is really obsessed with those sword shio lately. I really hate the sword shio, each of them arrogant and disrespectful." Shi Yizhenren smiled, replying, "These days, didn't Miss play very happily with a sword shio?" "You mean that funny idiot, who said he's a sword shio?" Li Xian'er refuted. Tianyu Jie is the territory of sword shio. Here, out of 10 people, 9 are sword shio. Maybe he's just that one. Li Xian'er objected. She suddenly revealed a distressed expression, returning, "I won't have a way to use the little 1,000 cranes. It was so hard to find an interesting person, but I can't play anymore." Seeing the vexation on her face, Shi Yizhenren couldn't bear it. "If Miss likes it, why don't I make a transportation formation at Tianyu Jie and get a disciple to guard it? Miss 1,000 Guide Crane can come through the transportation formation. Once it gets over, the 1,000 Guide Crane can automatically find him." Li Xian'er was happy. "Uncle Chi is the best." Haha, he probably still assumes that Xian'er's paper crane is the normal little 1,000 cranes. Shi Yizhenren's heart was comforted, and he smiled, complimenting, "The 1,000 Guide Crane that Miss invented, even the elders in the sect praise it." Li Xian'er proudly pouted, "Of course." Chapter 19 Shixian Wei Shang. Chapter 19 Shixian Wei Shang. The breeze blew coolly. Again and again, Zuo Mo practiced the finger movements. The fingers moved faster and fast, but suddenly, with a crisp sound, the fingers paused and turned into a mess. This was already the 7th time. Practicing finger motions today, he wasn't successful once. Exhaling a long breath, he suppressed the fretfulness in his heart. The finger motions of the art of flora were complicated. If his mind wasn't calm, it was easy to make mistakes. But how could Zuo Mo calm down his mind? 2 months have passed, but he still couldn't complete one embryonic breath. That wasn't what made him most discouraged, was that he was unable to find the door. Before, no matter if he was studying Little Art of Cloud and Rain, or the other 4 spells in the jade stick that he had brought, even if he temporarily could understand, but at the very least, he knew in which direction to work in. But after he fixed his consciousness using embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he couldn't find the direction. He wanted to spend more time, however, the amount of time spent practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation couldn't be over 4 hours. The ball of light hadn't explicitly stated why it couldn't surpass 4 hours, but Zuo Mo was suspicious it could cause harm, so he didn't dare to experiment. According to the directions in the ball, he only needed to stop breathing with the nose and mouth before he would be able to turn to embryonic breathing. But not matter how he closed his breathing, the instinct for living always made him unconsciously open his mouth. He couldn't even find the feeling of the embryonic breathing. In the following 2 months, other than his consciousness recovering to full health, he hadn't made any new breakthroughs. In the rest of the time, he could only practice other spells. What was unexpected to him were that the great speeds his ling energy and spell work improved. Especially his spell work. Other than Little Art of Cloud and Rain and Art of Aged Gold, in just 2 short months, he managed to elevate the remaining 3 spells to the 2nd level. This kind of speed, even he found it unimaginable. Other than joy, his heart was also worried. Embryonic breathing spirit cultivation hadn't improved at all. There was only 1 month left until the 3-month deadline. Whether a reversal of blood flow was as horrifying as Pu Yao said, he wasn't clear, but any of the feelings he got from the 4 words were not good ones. He tried to ask for aid from Pu Yao, but Pu Yao's sneer instantly provoked him. For some unknown reason, he was easily enraged in front of Pu Yao. the ling grains had a bountiful harvest. Compared to the other Shixiang, the output of his ling grains were clearly higher. In the disaster last time, even though his ling grains were affected, but the situation had been much better than Old Black and the others. After that, he basically didn't try to conceal it. Art of Flora, Art of Earth Energy, Art of Aged Gold, were all used. Only, Art of Crimson Flame, due to the fact that it was opposite the yin attribute of the ling grains, was not used. Adding on the 5 mu of ling fields in the yard, the overall output far surpassed his estimates. Taking out the rent for the sect, he kept a portion of the ling grains for his own use before selling all of the rest. His income was 62 pieces of second-grade jingshi. Adding on the 15 pieces of second-grade jingshi from last time from Liang Feng, his total assets now totaled 77 pieces of second-grade jingshi. The reason that he had profited so much was that the price of ling grains were increasing. Even Old Black, so seriously affected by the calamity, had enough to pay the sect's rent. It could be seen just how much the price of ling grains had grown on the market. And the other thing that made Zuo Mo worried was how Min Shiji and Luo Li Shixiang. Up until now, those two still hadn't returned to the sect. In the past few days, he had found that some of the ling herbs in the medicine fields of Cold Mist Valley were showing hints of illness. Taking care of ling herbs was an extremely meticulous job, much more care was needed than taking care of ling grains. His own little art of cloud and rain could only guarantee their water intake. From the perspective of the plant, this was just its most basic requirement. In the short term, nothing could be seen, but as time passed, it was easy for problems to occur. At present, he was hard-pressed. His purse had become the fullest it had ever been, yet he didn't have any joy. The damned, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The horrid Hao Min Shiji and Luo Li Shixiang. And the twice accursed Pu Yao. Why was it that GE has such a kind heart yet have to face such evil? He wanted to cry. In the previous few days, other than embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he spent all of the other time on Art of Aged Gold. In the 5 arts that a ling plant farmer required, at least 3 had to reach the 3rd level. Zuo Mo's little Art of Cloud and Rain had already reached the 4th level. And in the 4 remaining arts, the one most likely to reach the 3rd level was Art of Aged Gold. Today, he didn't have the mood to practice Art of Aged Gold. He widened his eyes, frantically running over every word in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation in his head. If his face could have expressions, then right now it would be twisted into a ball. 1 month. Only 1 month left. Biting the corner of his lip, he carefully thought over every word. Pu Yao was still sneering. This completely aroused the stubbornness in Zuo Mo's bones. The damned bastard. By now, he finally understood why he was easily provoked in front of Pu Yao. Pu Yao could easily tear away a person's disguise. He would explicitly or implicitly guide the other's emotions and expose the other's most basic personality. And once he knew that, to someone of such cunning like Pu Yao, swearing wouldn't really provoke him, Zuo Mo didn't try to restrain his own emotions anymore. If he couldn't vent, he felt that he would, under the damned Renyao's attacks, die. As to suffering a little, he didn't care. Even if he was obedient, would Pu Yao be kind to him? That would be clear even if one used a toe to think. It was better to get some back verbally, and he would feel better. Ku is a little stalk of grass, no matter how you blow, you can't blow me down. Thud thud thud. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Little moge, moge. It was Old Black. Why did he come? Zuo Mo controlled his fretful heart and stood to open the door. Opening the door, as expected, it was Old Black's wind-blown face, but there was an unfamiliar male standing beside him. Seeing Zuo Mo, Old Black released a breath. Oh good, you're here. Finishing, he introduced the male beside him. This is Wei Sheng Shixiang. Wei Sheng. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. This male stranger in front of him was the head of the outer sect disciples, Wei Sheng. He couldn't help staring in examination. Not very tall, thick and broad shoulders, square face, thick brows. He looked extremely honest, but the flickers of light that occasionally came from the pair of eyes made one unable to underestimate him. Wei Sheng Shixiang. Zuo Mo made a greeting. Wei Sheng Shixiang rarely showed his face outside, but his reputation within the outer sect disciples was extremely high. To have good relationships with this kind of person, there were only benefits and no drawbacks. Wei Sheng scrutinized Zuo Mo for a few seconds and returned the greeting, smiling warmly and responding, "Zuo Mo shitty is really hidden deep." Zuo Mo was slightly shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. Wei Sheng Shixiang's cultivation was higher than him. His mouth was humble, Shixiang over compliments. "Come, let's come in to talk." The three walked into the yard. Wei Sheng gazed at the surroundings and praised, "Such a big yard." And Old Black's two eyes were rooted to the ling fields in the yard. A beat later, he said, vexed, "Why didn't I think of this way? Isn't this exempt from the rent?" Zuo Mo smiled, saying, "I'm just taking advantage. I don't know which Shixiang built this yard, and put in 5 mu of ling fields. But it was a pity that it was barren for too long, the grade dropped 1 grade ling fields, at least it's better than nothing." Old Black gave a sorrowful expression, "Such a pity to waste the good ling fields." Zuo Mo didn't speak. He didn't know if it was that Old Black had farmed for too long, but towards ling fields, Old Black had an unique affection. Even the yard is all ling fields. Zuo Mo shitty really lives up to being a farming madman. It seems that I found the right person this time. Wei Sheng added. The three sat down under the old tree. Zuo Mo quickly boiled a pot of tea. His Art of Crimson Flame was only on the first level, and he could only form a small ball of fire, which wasn't very useful. But it was convenient to use to lit fires. Shixiang was looking for me? Zuo Mo didn't decline and headed straight for the main topic. Have you encountered something? Sure, she might be limited in cultivation, but if I can add in an effort, I will certainly do so. Wei Sheng didn't stand on courtesy, coming this time, it really is to trouble shitty with something. He carefully took out from his bosom a jade box. Opening the jade box, a flow of extremely thick ling energy wafted out, a stalk of ling herb inside. This ling herb was about 30 centimeters long, leaves fire red, a black line running through. Contrasting against the red leaves was a completely green fruit. If the muscles on his face weren't paralyzed, Zuo Mo's expression would have been very rich. The ling plant that he couldn't name was shockingly thick with ling energy. He cautiously took it up, putting it in front of his eyes for examination. The ling plant seemed to have been carved out of a piece of red fire jade, translucent and glowing. Definitely 3rd grade and above. In this segment of time, as he helped Hamin Shiji take care of the medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley, his knowledge in the subject of ling herbs broadened greatly. He might not be able to call out its name, but from the appearance and the ling energy it emitted, it was better than most of the ling herbs in Cold Mist Valley. This fire dragon grass, its grade is a rare 3rd grade, and was very hard to find. Wei Sheng's expression was solemn. There is still a length of time before I reach Juji. In this time, I ask for shitty to help take care of this fire dragon grass for me. Take care? Zuo Mo was surprised. His response was extremely quick. Is Shixiang using this fire dragon grass to Juji? If Wei Sheng didn't say this was fire dragon grass, Zuo Mo probably wouldn't have recognized it. Was it because it was 3rd grade? This fire dragon grass was very different from the one in Zuo Mo's memory. Yes. Wei Sheng nodded, his face calm. At the side, Zuo Mo and Old Black couldn't help but give an admiring look. There were many ling herbs that were required for Juji, but only a few of the primary herbs were the crucial ones. Fire dragon grass was one of them, but not the best choice because it needed to be consumed raw and its effects were violent. Someone without great willpower might not be able to endure the violent nature and cause the ling energy of the body to dissipate. These years, there were very few that would use it to finish Juji. However, even though fire dragon grass was akin to a poison, but if one overcame it, it was extremely beneficial to the cultivation. The effect was much better than normal ling herbs. But third-grade fire dragon grass, think how violent the effects would be. In just a few words, Zuo Mo felt respect form for this Shixiang that he just met for the first time. He had heard some of the rumors about Wei Sheng Shixiang. Supposedly, Shixiang had been orphaned from young. After he was taken into the sect, he was entranced with cultivating the sword. In order to learn a better sword art, he didn't even hesitate about going to Luoli Shixiang's place to be a sword servant. Meeting him today, Zuo Mo found that Wei Sheng Shixiang lived up to the rumors. Chapter 20 Obsession. Chapter 20 Obsession. He lowered his head to think for a moment before raising his head. Shitty admires Shixiang's bravery. But the ling herb is third grade. If it cannot be planted in third grade or above ling fields, the ling energy would likely dissipate and the grade will drop. Wei Sheng's expression changed but recovered. He smiled, responding, "If that's the case, it will mean I won't have to suffer the pain." Compared to the calmness on Wei Sheng's face, there was heavy worry on Old Black's face. His heart considering for a second, Zuo Mo quickly organized his words. Little brother might have a solution to try. Oh, shitty, please tell. Wei Sheng's mood roused. I have been requested by Haomin Shiji to take care of the medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley. I saw that many of the fields in the valley are empty. We could plant it in the valley. I'm just worried if Haomin Shiji returns before Shixiang enters Juji, something will happen. Wei Sheng's expression became joyful. Shitty doesn't have to worry. Haomin Shiji and Luoli Shixiang wouldn't come back so quickly. Zuo Mo finally remembered that Wei Sheng Shixiang was Luoli Shixiang's sword servant. He probably knew where the two people had gone. He was naturally willing to be able to help Wei Sheng Shixiang, but thinking about the fact that Haomin Shiji wouldn't be returning soon, his mood instantly darkened. He was extremely careful every day, fearful that something would go wrong in the medicine fields. It was like a hot potato. Sorting out his emotions, Zuo Mo smiled, declaring, "Then it's good. I will first congratulate Shixiang for successfully Juji." Wei Sheng waved his hand. It's too early to say those things. Finishing, he took out a jade stick, handing it to Zuo Mo. Shixiang doesn't have many possession, and nothing to give out. This is some of the experiences that Shixiang had these years. Hopefully they would help Shitty. Zuo Mo was overcome with joy. He had always been along in learning with no one to discuss with. Wei Sheng Shixiang's cultivation was only just higher than him, but his experiences and realizations were just what he needed and could use. He wasn't courteous and gleefully took it. Many thanks, Shixiang. After the three chatted for a while, Wei Sheng and Old Black stood and made their farewells. After the two left, Zuo Mo hurriedly took the fire dragon grass to Cold Mist Valley. The medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley were third grade and Zuo Mo had been drooling after them. He didn't know much about ling herbs, but he knew what the price of third grade ling grains were. Finding a patch of empty ground, he carefully planted the fire dragon grass. And then he cast Little Art of Cloud and Rain. The effect of the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain was extremely evident. The fire dragon grass quickly recovered its vitality, the leaves becoming even shiner. Greedily inhaling the thick ling energy in the air, Zuo Mo exclaimed inside, third grade was really third grade. He made another circle around the medicine fields. Finding no problems, he left. When he returned home, the sky was already dark. Sitting on the rooftop, Zuo Mo suddenly thought if he couldn't complete one breath in the 1 month of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, then wouldn't he be hampering Wei Sheng Shixiang's Juji? But then he turned it around. If he wasn't successful, he wouldn't even have a life left. How could he care about that? Thinking about Wei Sheng Shixiang, he automatically took out the jade stick that Shixiang gave to him and sent ling energy into the jade stick. Very quickly, he was entranced. The jade stick described in fine details the realizations and experiences of Wei Sheng's entire cultivation journey. It was extremely scattered in many places. It could be seen that it was only Shi Xiang would just casually record down whatever he thought. The rumor that Shi Xiang was infatuated with the sword wasn't false. The writings in the jade stick were scattered all over, not a system to be found, but the great majority were about sword shio. After reading for a while, Zuo Mo's heart started to jump uncontrollably. Those of sword, enter the grounds of death, find life in death, like a wounded soldier, hold the resolution of death, attack with full power, nothing is undefeatable. Traveling night, encounter over 20 blood duck bats, hard battle, injured 21 places, all slaughtered. Streamside met iron ape, skin like steel, hard to wound with blade, tempted enemy 200 so miles, wounded eye, no strength to chase. These phrases were all extremely short, yet the vicious and resolute aura came through the words. Life and death, they were the characters that appeared the most. The Wei Sheng Shi Xiang in the jade stick and the person he saw today were like two people. What made the biggest impression on Zuo Mo and gave him the most shock were these few segments. Walked 100 days, finally saw 9 rivers falling over sky, gazed from bottom, galloping and rolling, like the godly thunder of heaven, weight like 30,000 caddies, vast and unending, cannot be resisted. My heart follows, if aura of sword can be so, no regrets in death. Sat and gazed 3 months, thought day and night, but due to dumbness, cannot find the meaning. Stood on top of waterfall 7 days, not sleeping, not drinking or eating, suddenly comprehended. Fish jump following the watering down, moving among, forgetting life and death, consciousness clear, and finally found flavor. Broken bones 13, bedridden half year, lost hearing and sight, so practiced in heart. Zuo Mo fell into a daze, muttering, insane. Such insanity, such obsession, it wasn't anything he had ever thought of. Under the stars, he sat on the roof, hand holding the jade stick as his thoughts wandered. In his own world, there wasn't anything that made him so crazy, so obsessed. He had great talent in the field of the 5 elements. He easily learned any kind of spells. He didn't have high expectations for life. He put effort into learning and comprehending the 5 elements spell, it was only so that he could live a better life. The obsession that Wei Sheng Shi Xiang had towards the sword, it gave him an unparalleled blow to his spirit. He could see the sweat and fresh blood behind each character. Something inside his body seemed to be turning and vibrating, making him feel uncomfortable. A long time later, his emotions gradually calmed down, but he didn't have any desire for sleep. Under the night sky, he just started to learn the sword motions according to the sword scripture in the jade stick. There was a set of sword scriptures recorded in the jade stick. It was moves Wei Sheng Shi Xiang had picked out of the sword scriptures he practiced and read every day. Wei Sheng Shi Xiang had rich battle experience and these sword moves were extremely useful. There were not beautiful techniques, it was extremely simple to start with. It was a pity he didn't have a flying sword. After motioning for a while, he could only sit down. Once he sat down, he started to muse about embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation again. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was cryptic, but now he wasn't discouraged at all, only ashamed. The obsession of Wei Sheng Shi Xiang deeply provoked him. Compared to Wei Sheng Shi Xiang, what were the little difficulties that he ran into? Alright, if he wanted to see Ji's humiliation, Pu Yao, wait for the next life. Deeply inhaling a breath, he started to once again investigate this embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation that he couldn't wrap his head around. The days passed one by one. Other than going once a day to Cold Mist Valley, he didn't take a step out any other time. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao sat on the gravestone and leisurely listened to the sound tablet. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth but still went forward, fawningly asking, Pu, what is really the main point of the first step of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation? I'm stupid, can't you show a little bit? The first step? Very simple, there's no main point. Pu Yao didn't even raise his eyelids, still listening to the sound tablet. Looking at the sound tablet that Pu Yao held on his leg, Zuo Mo thought that since asking didn't work, then it had to be enticement. He asked, Pu, this sound tablet isn't bad, right? Pretty interesting. Pu Yao inattentively responded. Do you want a better one? Zuo Mo's voice was like that of a strange uncle that was holding a lollipop to fool little girls. For the first time, Pu Yao opened his right eye, the deep red pupils expressing interest. Want? Zuo Mo shook his head. If you help me explain embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, I'll buy a better one. I can buy it myself. Pu Yao said carelessly. He closed his eyes again, listening to the sound tablet. Zuo Mo stared with an open mouth. You have Jingshur? No, Pu Yao's eyes were still closed. With a face full of enjoyment, following the music that the sound tablet broadcasted, his body strangely swayed. Zuo Mo released a breath, his tone smug again. If there's no Jingshur, you can't buy anything. He suddenly realized, with Pu Yao's strength, if he tried to snatch one, that wasn't impossible. Or he could steal one, he definitely wouldn't leave a trace. You have Jingshur. Pu Yao moved his body following the beat of the music. Then you have to explain. Zuo Mo's heart was comforted, and he continued to emphasize the relationship between Jingshur and the sound tablet. Inside, he muttered, thankfully he hadn't thought to just use brute force. Pu impatiently interrupted Zuo Mo, holding out his right hand. He showed a handful of Jingshur. I can take it myself. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck, staring at the Jingshur on Pu Yao's hands. So familiar. After a silent moment, he suddenly gave a sky-shaking bellow like a beast in desperate straits. Damned Run Yao! You dare to move Ye's Jingshur, ye will kill. Beside the pond in Cold Mist Valley, Zuo Mo gazed at the pond water, scared. The pond water was cold to the bone. He had touched it with his hand. Even now, the palm was still stiff. There was only 3 days left until the last deadline. He still hadn't made it past the gate of the first breath. Pu Yao still didn't seem to care. Zuo Mo understood. This guy really didn't care about his life and death. But in these many days, it wasn't he hadn't made any progress. He thought of a method. Right now, he was thinking of trying to find out if this method was right or not. But the rushing waterfall couldn't stop the coldness of the pond water from spreading. Just from beside the pond, he still could feel the oppressive coldness. He nervously licked his lips. He didn't want to try this method. But seeing that there were only 3 days left, he had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment, hardened his heart, closed his eyes, and jumped into the pool. The bone-aching iciness of the pond water seemed to freeze his entire body into an ice cube in an instant. He couldn't help shudder. He was like a rock, continuously sinking. The pond water flowed up his mouth and nose. The outside world seemed to have been blocked off, so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. After the initial panic, Zuo Mo quickly calmed down. He then followed embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation to move his breath. He didn't know if it was the stimulation from the cold pond water, but he was abnormally alert. The movement of the breath was abnormally smooth. After 10 minutes, when his breath was almost consumed, the feeling of suffocation became even stronger. Zuo Mo raised his awareness. He knew. The most crucial time had arrived. Before, every time, it was at this step that he would unconsciously open his mouth to breathe. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation didn't have much elaboration on this step, as though in the eyes of the Shouja that created this scripture, this was the simplest thing. Chapter 21 One Breath. Come on guys, vote. Thanks to those who have voted, but for those who haven't, it's 2 clicks of the mouse, 5 seconds of your time. Clicking I don't care would do. Great big spoiler, Zuo Mo doesn't die. Chapter 21 One Breath. He didn't know if embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was correct. Even if he didn't want to admit it, but with Pu Yao's cunning, if he wanted this little life, he only had to curl his fingers. There wasn't a need to use a half-accurate scripture to fool him. But with Pu Yao's perverseness and strange sense of humor, finding ways of torturing him, that was almost certainly the case. However, Pu Yao was usually very quiet. Other than forcing Zuo Mo to cultivate embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he didn't make any other moves. There wasn't any hint of tormenting. Zuo Mo couldn't understand Pu Yao, and didn't know what was Pu Yao's true aims. Pu Yao definitely had a goal. Sometimes, this thought was extremely clear and certain in his mind. However, when he tried to think about it, he found it was as though he was facing a vast and deep ocean. You never knew what was really hidden at the bottom. Maybe Pu was really trying to help him. Zuo Mo knew just how difficult it was to heal wounds of the spirit. If it wasn't embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it would still be a question of whether he would be breathing right now. Blaming Pu Yao, it seemed unreasonable. It could only say that Pu's strangeness and sense of perversion made him instinctively afraid. The most tragic thing was that no matter which kind it was, he had no space to rebel. No matter if this embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was true or not, no matter what aims Pu Yao had, he had no room to rebel. In front of the kind of great existence that was Pu, he was pitifully weak. The only thing he could do was force himself to charge forward in hopes of finding that glimmer of light. If it was really just tormenting, as one already in the situation, he would sink in Pu Yao's torment or make it through. Damn it! How did he provoke such a calamity? Time passed drop by drop, accompanying the strong feeling of suffocation was terror that uncontrollably rose. His awareness started to fade. He was completely unaware of the face his legs were instinctively moving, trying to rise out of the water. But he had been sinking the whole time and it was now too far from the surface. Was he going to die? Even this thought was incomplete. He was paralyzed, weak as he swam in the limitless ocean. No! I can't die. He tried to struggle, tried to wake his own awareness. But all of it was useless. Under the feeling of suffocation, his awareness slowly dissipated, became muddled. Was he really going to die? In a stupor, he seemed to hear someone was yelling. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. For some reason, those two phrases that he considered nightmares seemed to be like a large hand that suddenly pulled him back from unconsciousness. I can't die. Zuo Mo used up the last remaining strength in his body, furiously shouting soundlessly inside. His body shook violently like a sieve, the blood vessels under his skin quickly expanding, visible to the naked eye. Raven black and thick, twisting and turning like earthworms, covering the entire body, unspeakably terrifying. That breath at the chest that had become extremely weak turned into a candle flame, a flame that could be easily extinguished. Yet this weak feeble candle flame became a prairie fire, lighting up the sea of consciousness like lighting up firewood that was bone dry and then soaked in oil. Dark red flames, spitting and roaring, followed the ground in the sea of consciousness, rolling forwards. The grasses and woods instantly turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. In the blink of an eye, the consciousness became a burning hell. Endless dark red flames flickering in every corner of the sea of consciousness. The bright and hot red fire recklessly danced. On the strange black gravestone shrouded in black smoke, there sat a handsome male with a strange cold face. No one was able to forget his beautiful and enticing features. The sound tablet was on his knee, the concentrated sounds of the zither were like a hurricane that made people unable to breathe. The red sea of fire burned soundlessly. Under the hair that blocked half his face, Pu's thin blade-like lips imperceptibly rose on one side. Just as usual, enchanting yet cold. Zuo Mo curiously examined the surroundings. After achieving one breath, his perception of the surroundings changed dramatically. It was hard to explicitly describe. It was as though the surroundings had been cleaned, changed beyond recognition. This feeling was extremely unique. It took a long time for him to get used to it. The other change was his sea of consciousness. Right now, it had turned into a sea of fire. A sea of fire that might extinguish sometime. Other than that, he didn't have any new discoveries. As to whether embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation had any good attributes, he didn't have any high hopes. He was just a guy that wanted to be a ling plant farmer. What did he need such a strong consciousness for? If he could pass this obstacle, keep his little life, he was content. The game was too dangerous. Go won't play. Thinking about the danger yesterday, there were still lingering fears. However, the sharp sword hanging over his head finally disappeared. He could finally release a breath. He resolutely decided that no matter what Pu Yao gave him next time, he wouldn't take it if it meant his heath. The painful experiences gave him a hard lesson. To steal benefits from Pu Yao's hands, that was an action leading to death. Zuo Mo found his own little life very precious. Pu Yao didn't seem to care if he was practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Every day, he guarded his new sound tablet, endlessly amused. Every time he saw the brand new sound tablet that was higher in quality than the one in his hands, he would feel pain. 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi was wasted. His teeth hurt. His heart sour, he could only hold in the tears as he took the sound tablet that Pu Yao was preparing to throw away. That was his old sound tablet that Pu Yao had taken from his hands. Enamored with the new, bored with the old. This was another bad habit that he found on Pu Yao's body. But coming back to it, did Pu Yao have any good habits? Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was like a small detour in his life, and Pu Yao seemed to have put away his perverseness, silent as a virgin. It made Zuo Mo feel unaccustomed. But malicious curses like Ranyao is just Renyao. Do you think if you don't speak, you can turn into a woman, naturally weren't avoidable? What made him happy was that he sped through the 5 elements spells. He didn't know if it was because he completed the one breath. Many of the fuzzy part previously were abnormally clear now, easily realized. He became even more motivated. He didn't have any interest in something as strange as embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The kind of things like Art of Aged Gold, which could get him real things like Jingshi, and spells were his true love. He was like a monk, living an extremely dull life each day. Cultivating 10 principles scripture, accumulating ling energy, again and again, practicing all kind of spells, finger motions. Just like when he had practiced little art of cloud and rain, he furiously cultivated. The one that had the most improvement was Art of Aged Gold. Presently, the aged gold energy was dark gold, the light subdued, changing according to his wishes. And compared to before, there was now an addition of a hint of imposingness. Even though it was extremely faint, but in actual use, the effects multiplied and made Zuo Mo gleeful. It wasn't strange that Art of Aged Gold improved, since the most important aspect of Art of Aged Gold was consciousness. Even though he had just finished one breath in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, but compared to before, his consciousness was much stronger. So it was expected that Art of Aged Gold would improve. What made him surprised was that Art of Earth Energy also improved much. The crucial factor in Art of Earth Energy was communication and perception. Did his consciousness help with communication and perception? He didn't know, but since it was a good thing, he went with the flow and didn't examine it deeper. Zuo Mo was in the yard as he practiced Art of Aged Gold, when suddenly a calm and authoritative voice echoed through Wu Kong Mountain. Outer sect disciple Ling Feng continuously practiced and broke through to Zhuji. From today, she is formally taken into this sect's inner disciples. Outer sect disciples should take this as an example, cultivate relentlessly in order to reach the right result. This voice wasn't loud but clear. It rippled through Wu Kong Mountain and reverberated endlessly. Ling Feng managed to successfully Zhuji? Zuo Mo couldn't help but admire and feel happy for Ling Feng Shiji. He hadn't interacted for a long time with Ling Feng Shiji. The two of them even had a misunderstanding, but he admired this brisk and clever Shiji. This was the role model a Shiji should be. In comparison, Haomin Shiji was greatly lacking. His life wasn't affected by the news. His interest in Zhuji was much smaller than to become a ling plant farmer. Zhuji was the first great step to cultivation, but other than achieving Jindan, there wasn't much of a difference in lifespan compared to a normal person. As to Jin Dan, don't even think about it, not just an outer sect disciple like him, even among those inner SEC disciples, how many would achieve Jin Dan? And if he became a ling plant farmer, that was true and real Jingshi. He continued to bury himself in practicing his spells. To something he decided on, he never was remiss. Just like practicing little art of cloud and rain, without anyone to teach him, he cast it again and again. He didn't know how many thousands of times he casted, but he managed to fill up the large pond in the yard using little art of cloud and rain. Just like that, he managed to achieve the third level of little art of cloud and rain. His cultivation was interrupted by an uninvited guest. The one who came was the one who just became an inner sect disciple, Ling Feng Shiji. Congratulations, Shiji, for successfully Zhuji. Zuo Mo smiled as he congratulated, but his expressionless features made it weird. Shidi is too polite. Liang Feng's face was full of joy as she responded, it won't be long before I would probably hear Shidi's good news. In Liang Feng's heart, this Shidi that kept himself concealed in the dark, it wouldn't be unexpected to her if he completed Zhuji. Behind her, there were 3 other female disciples, Xiaoguo among them. Zuo Mo hurriedly said, it's still early, still early. Shiji, please. Xiaoguo's adorable and tender apple face was still timid. Zuo Mo suddenly felt this little girl was really bashful. Taking advantage of when Liang Feng turned, he blinked his eyes at Xiaoguo. As expected, Xiaoguo's face flushed red. After everyone was seated, Liang Feng declared her intentions, coming this time, it's to ask for a favor from Shidi. Zuo Mo was surprised. Seeming to have detected Zuo Mo's puzzlement, before he could ask, Liang Feng herself answered the question, lightly sighing, entering the inner sect, in the future, I'm afraid I won't have the time again to care for these sisters. Shidi's growing skills, no one in the sect can compete, Shiji can only come with a thick face to beg. Zuo Mo hurriedly deflected, Shiji, please tell. In the future, Liang Feng was an inner sect disciple. As long as Zuo Mo would still stay in Wu Kong sect for one more day, he wouldn't offend them. Liang Feng took out a small bag, putting it on the stone table, informing, this is 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. It's a little bit of regard from Shiji. Shidi, don't decline. Shidi, if you are free, spend some time at the Eastern Peak and attend a bit. Their lives aren't easy. If something like last time occurred, with Shidi's help, they wouldn't have no one to ask for aid. Beside her, Xiaoguo's mouth twisted and the rims of her eyes instantly turned red, the other 2 also had red eyes. Zuo Mo sighed inside. Compared to Wei Shang Xixian, the eldest Xixian who only had cultivation, Liang Feng, as the eldest Shiji, was undoubtedly more competent. Only now did he understand why her reputation among the female disciples was so high. Thinking, Zuo Mo pushed the bag back in front of Liang Feng, declaring, helping each other, it is a part of friendship. Shiji, don't worry, Shidi will do his best. Xiaoguo stared with wide eyes at Zuo Mo. The other 2 females also had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand why this money-grubbing zombie changed his personality this time. Liang Feng shook her head and pushed the Jingshi again in front of Zuo Mo. Shidi, don't decline. The sect has provisions for the inner sect disciples each month. Shijie doesn't lack for Jingshi. But Shidi, you aren't far from Zhuji, so you would most likely need it soon. Having some Jingshi, it's just in case. The strange expression on the 3 females' faces turned to shock. Zhuji? This ill-tempered zombie Xixiang was going to Zhuji soon? To be called nearing Zhuji, at the very least, it had to be 8th level of Lianqi and above. They were frightened out of their wits by Shiji's words. A cultivation of Lianqi 8th level in the outer sect disciples could be counted on one hand. Even Guo Lu Xixiang was just at Lianqi 7th level. And among the female disciples of the outer sect, other than Liang Feng who just entered Zhuji, the highest person was just Lianqi 6th level. In the outer sect disciples, other than Wei Shang, Zuo Mo's cultivation was the highest. This zombie face, he was actually the second best in the outer sect disciples. This was something they would have never thought about. Originally planning to grant a boon to Shiji, Zuo Mo saw the situation and didn't stand on courtesy, and accepted the jingsher. Then many thanks, Shiji. It should be me that gives thanks to Shidi. Ling Feng smiled and informed, after I leave the Eastern Peak, Xiaoguo will be responsible for communicating with Shidi. Her personality is soft and obedient. Shidi, don't bully her. Zuo Mo couldn't help laugh. What is Shiji talking about? My temper is the best. That's good. Ling Feng nodded. On the side, Xiaoguo wrinkled her adorable nose, clearly disagreeing with the words. She turned to show a dark face and said to the three people, in the future, if you have any questions, find Zuo Mo Shixiang, he'll help you solve them. Zuo Mo Shixiang's words are my words. If someone doesn't listen, I will personally punish. Yes. Shiji. The three females replied. As expected from the eldest Shiji. Just this bearing, no disciples in the younger generation could compete. Zuo Mo couldn't help but compliment inside. After chatting for a while, Ling Feng left with the three other females. Zuo Mo suddenly didn't have any interest in cultivation. This was a society with strict classes. Like Ling Feng Shiji, after successfully Zhuji, she had to bid farewell to the life of an outer sect disciple. She had to aim for even higher goals, no matter if it was her own goal or the needs of the sect. The lifespan of a Jindan was about 300 years. Before that, Zhuji, Ningmai, and Lianqi didn't have any differences in lifespan. His own sect was temporarily deficient in manpower and had been for a long time. Including the leader of the sect, the Shirshu were all Jindan. This was the basic reason that Wu Kong Sword Sect had expanded so well these past years. However, even the youngest Shirshu, Shifeng Rong, was more than 200 years old. And among the disciples of the second generation, there wasn't even a Ningmai disciple, much less a Jingdan. If there wasn't a successor, Wu Kong sect, not a very big sect to begin with, would quickly decline. No matter which Jia, a sect, once it declined, it was harder to rise again than to reach the heavens. Why did he suddenly become so melancholic? Zuo Mo shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of the third-grade fire dragon grass that Wei Sheng Shixiang gave into his care. Ling Feng Shiji had already entered Zhuji, Wei Sheng Shixiang must be close as well. Thinking about it, the desire to go to Cold Mist Valley formed. Chapter 22 Silver-Horned Worm. Reminder to vote in the poll for one more day if you haven't done so. I know you are out there, thanks for all the votes. Welcome, new followers and new readers. Say hello or drop a suggestion/improvement. Chapter 22 Silver-Horned Worm. It wasn't the first time he came to Cold Mist Valley, but he didn't know if it was the fact that his consciousness had improved but the Jinji that he could only just feel the pressure of last time, or now like a beast that revealed the tip of its horn. That heavy power was multiple times stronger, making him feel unable to breathe. Zuo Mo walked with a trembling heart and rushed through the thick mists. The suddenly open valley was drifting with the fragrance from the herbs. Zuo Mo unconsciously looked with trepidation at the roaring cold pond. Even though he successfully completed one breath, the feeling of oncoming death was in front of his eyes. He definitely didn't want to try again. He should be realistic and become a ling plant farmer, he told himself. Walking in front of the fire dragon grass, he was instantly shocked. The fire dragon grass was drooping, a hint of death coming from the red leaves. His heart instantly panicked. This fire dragon grass was intimately related to the big event of Wei Sheng Shixiang entering Zhuji. If something went wrong, what would happen? He was extremely admiring of Wei Sheng Shixiang, and truly hoped for Wei Sheng Shixiang to successfully Zhuji. He hurriedly bent down to inspect this fire dragon grass. The soil in the surroundings was still moist. It wasn't a problem of underwatering. Then what was the problem? His knowledge of ling herbs was pitiful, not to mention for a third-grade fire dragon grass. He ran through his brain, furiously going through his experiences of growing plants in these 2 years and at what time the symptoms were similar to what the fire dragon grass was experiencing now. Was it that there was a pest? He was uncertain, but he still put his hand on the fire dragon grass. In any case, Art of Aged Gold wouldn't harm the ling herb, so it wouldn't hurt to try. The dark gold grains of sand entered the inside of the fire dragon grass from Zuo Mo's fingers. His consciousness, carried with the aged gold energy, entered the interior of the grass as well. The interior of each ling grass was a different world. The inside of ling grains was green. And the interior of the fire dragon grass was completely bright red. Before he could examine clearly, a dark and icy presence locked onto his consciousness. Contrary to expectations, Zuo Mo's heart calmed. What he was most afraid of was not knowing what was happening. Now that he knew where the problem was, it was much easier. In any case, GE has the aged gold energy, specializing in killing all kinds of pests. A crowd of silver-colored armored worms slowly climbed around the interior of the fire dragon grass. Their presence wasn't very strong, not as vicious as the aphids he met the first time. Zuo Mo felt slightly relieved. His abilities with Art of Aged Gold were limited. If it was some strong worms, it wasn't that he would have no solution, he would also be in danger. He pushed the aged gold energy, sweeping towards the crowd of silver-armored worms. The silver-armed worms weren't panicked. They only kept on chewing the plant material in front of them. The aged gold energy was like a gold cloud, quickly surrounding these silver-armored worms. Zuo Mo's heart settled. He believed he would quickly finish the battle. The aged gold energy was much stronger than before, and he was full of confidence. After 10 minutes, sweat appeared on Zuo Mo's forehead. He had encountered trouble. No matter how much power he put into the aged gold energy, it was all useless against these silver-armored worms that were indifferent. He could clearly feel the ever-successful aged gold energy be blocked off, unable to move an inch. The aged gold energy, as sharp as steel sand, couldn't even leave a single mark on the surface of these silver-armored worms. Such hard shells! Third grade was really third grade, even the pests it had were stronger. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Art of Aged Gold was his only method of dealing with pests. And the other person in the sect whose Art of Aged Gold was at the second level, while Lu Shixiang was still lying on the sickbed. What should he do now? The sweat poured down even more, his heart becoming panicked. Wei Shang Shixiang was depending on this to Zhuji, please don't let anything happen in his hands. Just when Zuo Mo had no ideas, Pu Yao suddenly appeared, tisk, tsk. Can't even deal with a little silver-horned worm. You actually want to become a ling plant farmer? Zuo Mo suspiciously looked at Pu Yao, you have a way? Not waiting for Pu Yao to speak, he rolled his eyes, even if you have a solution, I wouldn't ask you. The painful experiences of the past told him to never to even think of trying to take advantage of Pu Yao. It would be a cruel death. But inside, he silently noted down the name, silver-horned worm. He thought he would go research at some other time to see if he could find silver hornworm. Pu Yao wasn't angry, a faint curve to his mouth, his crimson right eye slightly narrowed. Hee, the way you are now, it really makes one feel hurt. Oh, that what's his name Shixiang of yours, the jade stick he gave you, isn't there some basic sword moves there? You could try to use sword moves with your aged gold energy. That works? Zuo Mo was puzzled. You could try and find out. Pu Yao left behind before disappearing. Pu Yao was very strange today. Very strange. Even though he hadn't interacted with Pu Yao for a long time, couldn't see how deep he went, but Zuo Mo was very clear that this guy wasn't someone good. And suddenly becoming kind today, it wasn't normal, definitely not normal. However, the only thing he could pick out was the abnormality. As to why he was strange, he couldn't find a reason no matter he spent a long time pondering it. This question was quickly thrown to the side. What was most important at this time was solving these silver-horned worms. Pu Yao's words, he was half convinced. The sword moves recorded in the jade stick that Wei Sheng Shixian gave him were some of the most basic moves. There wasn't anything deep in them. Even someone like Zuo Mo, who had never practiced the sword before, could easily understand. To use sword scripture with aged gold energy? He sat on the ground, sinking into his thoughts. A beat later, he suddenly jumped up, the dark aged gold energy appearing at his fingertip. The aged gold energy was a cloud that seemed to be composed of gold sand, slowly revolving, extremely pretty. The aged gold energy suddenly restlessly turned, rapidly shrinking. Seconds later, it formed into a dark small sword the size of a grain. Calling it a small sword was really an overstatement. It was like a thin gold flake that had been flattened from a gold grain. But Zuo Mo didn't care. He had only ever seen just a few flying swords in total. In this area, his imagination was nothing to write home about. He gestured each movement according to the moves in the jade stick. Very quickly, he found the benefits to his consciousness becoming stronger. He could easily manipulate the tiny sword. It was really just a few moves. He quickly familiarized himself. Entering the inside of the fire dragon grass again, the silver hornworms were still unconcernedly chewing on the inside material of the fire dragon grass. Zuo Mo didn't send a greeting and directly sent the sword over. Ding! The indifferent silver worm shook, sparks flying on the silver armor. Effective! Zuo Mo was very happy. One blow after the next, according to the sword moves in Wei Sheng Shixiang's jade stick, Zuo Mo's hand wasn't lenient. Ding 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 ding! The shell of the silver hornworm was incomparably hard. The sparks flew, but there still weren't any cracks. But to Zuo Mo, the silver hornworms were the best targets. No matter how hard, it was still a target that wouldn't fight back. Zuo Mo forgot himself. The rawness and unfamiliarity of sword moves slowly became familiar. The strength of the little aged gold swords gradually started to show itself. Ding! The sound was majorly different than before. On the armor of the silver hornworm, a crack had been chopped out. Zuo Mo had originally started to become tired. Using the sword moves to manipulate the aged gold little sword, it used up more ling energy than using aged gold energy. And it required much more from his spirit. If he hadn't achieved one breath in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation before, his spiritual power wasn't enough to do this. Finally breaking through the silver hornworm's defenses, Zuo Mo became motivated and sent out a flurry of blows. Ding ding ding! The silver hornworm finally couldn't endure it and with a crack, suddenly exploded. Fighting with me serves you right. Zuo Mo stared with disdain at the corpse of the silver hornworm. However, his spirit became unstable and he hurriedly came out of the fire dragon grass. He had used up a lot of his ling energy and consciousness. He hurriedly sat cross-legged to recover his ling energy. His ling energy recovered very quickly, but the usage of his consciousness hadn't recovered. To recover his consciousness, the only thing he could think of, the only way, that was embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Was this Pu Yao's aim? He couldn't help but hesitate. When his gaze landed on the fire dragon grass, he struggled for a second but still decided to first exterminate these silver hornworms. This was the first time he practiced embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation after achieving the first breath. It seemed that as soon as he sat down, the breath was circulating in his body. A feeling of numbness that he never felt before seemed to spread from inside his bones. His entire person felt like it was flying. His mind was calm, as though it was a void. That was when he found that at some unknown time, in the sky of his sea of consciousness, there was an addition of one star. The star wasn't very bright, it was actually really dark. The flickering bright fire took away its light. Normally, he wouldn't have even noticed it. An illusion? Zuo Mo wasn't certain. The addition of a star, his sea of consciousness becoming a sea of fire. All these changes, they didn't bring many changes to him. Waking up from his mediation, Zuo Mo's mind was refreshed. He made an inspection. His spirit seemed to be just a sliver stronger. He was both joyed and worried. It was a good matter for his spirit to be stronger, but the lesson of last time when he reached one breath was right in front of his eyes. After destroying these silver horned worms, he definitely wouldn't practice it anymore. He told himself inside. That extremely comfortable feeling just now made him automatically intoxicated and he was deeply alert. The most beautiful didn't have to be fish soup, it could be poison. Pu Yao's abnormality made him feel that the chance it would be poison was extremely large. Gradually becoming fluent, Zuo Mo's efficiency increased greatly, the sword moves became even more penetrating. The silver hornworms that he could do nothing about previously, in just a few strokes, they were taken down. Zuo Mo felt exhilarated, but he was extremely rational and didn't practice anymore. The fire dragon grass, rid of the silver hornworms, instantly sent out exuberant vitality. Zuo Mo had found a pattern. If he killed the natural predators inside the plants, the corpses of these natural predators would become the best fertilizers. In the next few days, he guarded the fire dragon grass, fearful of another accident. This day, like normal, he came to Cold Mist Valley. Huh, what was this? His gaze was on the fire dragon grass. A rice-sized red fruit. Before, this fruit had been green but now it was red. But with his pitiful amount of ling herb knowledge, he couldn't distinguish if this small fruit was really a fruit or a seed. However, no matter if it was a fruit or a seed, it still meant that the growth of this fire dragon plant was very good, it was a good event. What he had been most worried about was that this fire dragon plant would be unaccustomed to the soil, or if the grade would drop. Then he wouldn't have the face to see Wei Sheng Xixiang. In the next few days, he carefully guarded the fire dragon grass. Fire dragon grass was a classical young-oriented grass, appropriate for Art of Crimson Flame. Each day, Zuo Mo didn't forget to cast it a few times. The leaves became even more red and bright, and that rice-sized fruit was now about the size of a soybean, the color steadily darkening. Everything was good for Wei Sheng Xixiang to come to the door. Chapter 23 Apparition. Something astounding happens, not to Zuo Mo. The results are in. With almost 400 votes, the majority, 59%, is to keep italics. Only 8% said no to keep italics and 34% of voters didn't care. So the italics are here to stay. Chapter 23 Apparition. Zuo Mo looked in shock at Wei Sheng Xixiang. The clothing on Wei Sheng Xixiang's body was ripped to shreds, his entire person an unsheathed sword, exuding a heavy presence. This felt strange to Zuo Mo. Suddenly the term appeared in his mind, a sword essence. Zuo Mo suddenly realized, "Congratulations Xixiang." Hearing this, Wei Sheng smiled. The sword essence surrounding his body seemed to have been pushed by an invisible hand, suddenly vibrating. The small pebbles on the ground were all thrown up in the air, dust rising. In just a few seconds, the ground underneath his feet was cut into a shallow hole by the invisible sword essence. My apologies, shitty. My cultivation is limited and cannot control it. Xixiang needs the fire dragon grass? Zuo Mo waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. This was the first time he saw someone preparing to zhuji and he was extremely curious. Thanks for the trouble, shitty. Wei Sheng helplessly moved his feet. The dirt hole under his feet was almost up to his knees. Understanding that Wei Sheng was at a crucial time, Zuo Mo didn't waste words. Xixiang, please come with me. Finishing, he started to sprint in the direction of Cold Mist Valley. Behind him came the continuous sound of cracking. Anywhere that Wei Sheng Xixiang passed, there were crisscrosses of fine cuts on the ground, little pebbles sent flying away. The two very quickly ran to Cold Mist Valley. Zuo Mo threw out, "Xixiang, please wait a moment." He then entered the mist and in a short while came back out holding the bright red fire dragon grass. He carefully put the grass on the ground and then quickly jumped to one side. The fine and scattered sword essences creating a shroud around Xixiang were extremely damaging. His heart had trembled on the way here. Wei Shang bent down to grab the fire dragon grass. He saw the fire dragon grass was like a ball of fire, the color even brighter than before. Joy appeared on Wei Shang's face. His expression solemn, he bowed to Zuo Mo, many thanks Shitty. Finishing, Wei Shang Xixiang quickly left. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at Wei Shang Xixiang's back. This was the first time he saw a person's state right before they were going to Zhuji. It was completely different from what he had imagined. So when Liang Feng Shiji was entering Zhuji, was it something like this as well? Zhuji, it was called the first barrier for Xiuzha. As expected, it really was extraordinary. His mind was slightly distracted all day. The scene of Wei Shang's sword essence flying around gave him a tremendous shock. And he still hadn't heard the voice that had announced last time when Liang Feng Shiji had successfully Zhuji. Would it have failed? His heart was full of worry. On its own, fire dragon grass was like a violent poison. Just the slightest misstep and the ling energy would collapse. Even more, what Wei Shang Xixiang had taken was a third-grade fire dragon grass. He had only met Wei Shang Xixiang twice, but this steel-hearted, indomitable Xixiang made him admire. Before this, he had always felt that he was a very hard-working person, but compared to Xixiang, he wasn't even worth a mention. At midnight, Zuo Mo sat on the roof, absent-mindedly listening to the sound of the sound tablet's broadcast, the worry inside even greater. Just at this time, an extremely blinding light suddenly ascended from a certain location in the mountain, thrusting up at the sky. Clang! Like a treasure sword being unsheathed, iron and stone striking, resonating in Wu Kong Mountains. With such a large commotion, the other disciples were all startled awake, each one running out, their faces full of awe as they looked at the sword-like light that seemed to have pierced the heavens. On the rooftop, Zuo Mo's expression was also dumbstruck. Inside, he was both happy and surprised. Happy because this presence was Wei Shang Xixiang. What made him surprised was that this sword-like light gave him tremendous pressure. He couldn't help but think of the snow-white sword essence that had wounded his sea of consciousness. The two were extremely alike, but while this one wasn't as vast and icy as the snow-white sword essence, Xixiang's sword essence had a honest and concentrated flavor. Zuo Mo's understanding of the sword was pitiful, but in that instant, he was certain that it was Xixiang's sword essence. He dazedly stared at this sword tip that was thrusting into the clouds, both happy and envious. There wasn't much of a sound when Liang Feng Shiji had Zhuji. The fact that Xixiang's Zhuji had influenced the sky, he was really awesome. Such an apparition, not just Wu Kong Mountain was alerted, but the sects in the surroundings were all alarmed. He could see countless swords flying like meteors over. No one noticed that at some unknown time, the sect leader and the other Shirshu were already waiting in the sky. Our sect will rise. The third Shirshu Yan Li's voice was slightly trembling. There wasn't a hint of the smile that was usually hanging on his face. Just the reverse, there were tears. The sect leader Pei Yuan Ran also couldn't bear it. Right there in the sky, he suddenly knelt down, facing the east, his voice choked as he cowed out 3 times, "This unworthy disciple thanks our sect's ancestors for your protection. Protecting our sect's passage to continue." Raising his head, tears streamed down his face. Yen Lo and Xin Yan also knelt down, notoing 3 times towards the east. The 3 stood, each of them smiling from ear to ear, like they were drunk. Even Xin Yan, the one most stern usually, had a slight blush on his face. Such a pity 4th shimmy is still traveling and hasn't returned. Otherwise, if she saw the scene, it's unknown how gratified she would be. Pei Yuan Ran's expression recovered as he sighed ruefully. Yen Lei felt the same. To be able to see this, I have no regrets left in this life. Pei Yuan Ran berated, "Shitty, don't speak nonsense. Our sect is going to rise. We need to put in all our effort and nurture Wei Shang, so that we will not disappoint the expectations our previous teachers have." Yanla nodded. Shixiang is right. He suddenly turned his face, brows furrowing, and said, slightly displeased, there's a lot of guests today. A cold light flashed through Pei Yuanyan's eyes, his voice calm as he ordered, but tonight isn't the time to receive them. Second shitty, do not let them disturb Wei Shang. Yes. Xianyan, who had calmed down, was as stern and grave as iron and stone. Just the one word was full of ice. No matter if it was the Xiozha that were flying towards Wukong Mountains or the outer sect disciples raising their heads to look, they all felt a snow-white light flash across their eyes. Before they could react, a terrifying sword essence, vast and filled with an apocalyptic presence, spread over their heads. Everyone stilled in shock, uncontrollably retreating. A gigantic snow-white dragon, taking over half of the sky, moved its nimble body as it flew in the night sky. That pair of eyes like ice crystals were full of arrogance. From very far away, a cold and fierce presence could be felt. Only at this time did the people remember, Wukong Mountains had 4 Xiozha that were Jindan. Is it, Ice Dragon Sword? An ancient-sounding voice came from far away. Xianyan raised his eyelids, desire for battle flickering through his eyes, as he responded frigidly, this one is Xianyan. On Wukong Mountains, all the outer sect disciples, with raised faces, sighed in shock. Xianyan Shirshu, who usually had a stone face, actually had such a big reputation. The person from far away didn't speak. It is too late today, and coincidentally, it is the time that this young disciple is Zhuji. We really cannot receive everyone and have to disturb you. Please forgive us. Why don't everyone find another day to come? This sect will prepare for your arrival. Pei Yuanyan's authoritative voice could be heard near and far. Didn't think my Dong Fu would have someone as skilled as Ice Dragon Sword. Sorry for the discourtesy. Wu Kong Sword Sect will soon prosper. This poor cultivator Tiansong Zi first congratulates you. Today is inconvenient, then I will disturb at some other day. The voice echoed until it couldn't be heard any longer. The cultivators in the surroundings were greatly surprised. They hadn't thought the person who came was Tiansong Zi. Tiansong Zi was renowned in the entire Dongfu. He was the descendant of Dongfu Xianrun, and the true ruler of Dongfu. Even Pei Yuanra was surprised. He hadn't thought that the disturbance here would startle Tiansong Zi. Tiansong Zi's reputation was extremely high in Dongfu, his rumored cultivation was also astounding. But he truly was a leader of a sect. He held his composure and shouted, "Take care, elder." The Xiozha that had wanted to explore saw the situation and tactfully scattered away. Someone that even Tiansong Zi would treat respectfully, they wouldn't dare be rash. Smart people recognized that Wu Kong Sword Sect's position would rise in Dongfu. Most of them knew that Wu Kong Sword Sect had 4 Jindan Xiozha. However, normally Wukong Mountain rarely conversed with outsiders. The 4, other than Yanlo who was mainly in charge of the operations, the other 3 basically didn't step outside the doors to the mountain. Intelligent people decided to go find out more about Ice Dragon Sword. Such a strong person, yet silently living in a little mountain, it was really puzzling. Zuo Mo didn't hear a word of the conversation between the sect leader and Tiansong Zi. He stared, dumbstruck, at the snow-white dragon that was swimming in the night sky. Just like he could conclude that the sword energy that was piercing the sky was due to Wei Xing Xixiang, he recognized that snow-white dragon that was twisting in the sky. It was that sword essence that was in his sea of consciousness. On the outside appearance, the two were greatly different, but for some reason, he was abnormally certain that this dragon and the white sword essence that he had only seen 2 times weren't inherently different. He blanked. So that night, it had been Shirshu. This conclusion made his heart leap. He suddenly remembered the main culprit was still in his consciousness. This thought instantly made his heart madly shake. If the sect leader and the others knew that Pooh was in his consciousness, he couldn't help but shudder, his teeth chattering. He looked again at the snow dragon in the sky, coldness creeping up his heart. He always had the feeling that this snow dragon could discover Pu Yao at any time and then would unhesitatingly swoop down and tear him to pieces. This feeling became stronger and stronger. He even felt that the gigantic dragon was always staring at him. His soul leaping, he couldn't do anything except frantically escaping down the rooftop and shrinking back into his rooms. When he returned to the seclusion room, he finally recovered. After a few seconds, his heartbeat calming, his tongue was dry. The damned Pu Yao! Zuo Mo couldn't help but curse again inside. He suddenly remembered that Pu Yao could come out on his own. This thought made him instantly panicked. Pu Yao, that crazy maniac, don't create a disturbance now. He quickly sat, forcing his heart to calm, and entered his consciousness. His sea of consciousness seemed to have a violent wind blowing, the dark red flames furiously dancing, like a crowd of beautiful naga twisting their heart-stopping waists. Pu wasn't sitting on the gravestone like he normally did, but was standing in front of the gravestone like a spear. The smooth satin-like black clothing flapping in the wind, the black hair flying in front of his forehead but still covering his left eye. His blood-red right eye was deep as he gazed at the gravestone. Chapter 24: Finding a Different Way. Conversion rates for Jingshi are terrible. Sometimes, Zuo Mo has a very practical understanding of himself. The cultivation world also has its own version of a forum/jobs market. One chapter close to a fight, more like a skirmish, but fighting action. Considering how the author wrote Zuo Mo dealing with aphids, don't have very high hopes for this first battle. Also, Zuo Mo might be the MC, but in some ways, Wei Sheng is more like the typical MC, which is what some Chinese reviewers had said. Time spent on Wei Sheng is story development, and he really is Zuo Mo's role model at the moment. If you expect Zuo Mo to go at everything alone, not this story. Chapter 24: Finding a Different Way. After the ruckus last night, no one in Wu Kong Sword Sect got a good night of sleep. In comparison to the other disciples who had gathered together to excitedly discuss, Zuo Mo was frightened awake. Right now, he was on the same boat as Pu Yao. When he saw the snow dragon, his brain had exploded. Before, he still had a delusion, but now his heart was restless. His heart nervous. If he wasn't extremely fond of this place, he would instantly pack his things and escape without a trace. After being scared witless for a few days and seeing that nothing had happened, his heart finally landed back above his stomach. Wei Sheng Shixian was thrust into the limelight this time. In the area around Dongfu, the news that a genius of Wu Kong Sword Sect appeared out of the blue, the sword energy piercing the heavens when he entered Zhuji, instantly made a buzz. As expected, Wei Sheng Shixian quickly was taken by the sect head as his disciple, personally bestowing down a 4th-grade flying sword, splitting rainbow, and the person teaching him, however, was Xian Yen Shirshu. When the previous inner sect disciples had received their swords, it had all been 3rd-grade flying swords. Even the most talented Luo Li Shixian wasn't an exception. Such favor, it was the first time for Wu Kong Sword Sect. And the one who received the sword had been an outer sect disciple previously. When all the outer sect disciples discussed this matter, they all had proud expressions on their faces. But even more was envy that was unable to be hidden. An outer sect disciple that once was a sword servant, skyrocketing to become the most valued 2nd-generation disciple, Wei Sheng Shixian's experience was almost every outer sect disciple's dream. Other than more admiration, Zuo Mo wasn't shocked. He believed that anyone who had seen that jade stick that he had would be just as clam as he was. He admired, but he would not copy Wei Sheng Shixian. He didn't have that obsession inside. Fundamentally, he was a lazy person. He was working hard now just so that he could be lazy in the future. Pu Yao also seemed to have recovered. Just like usual, he sat on the gravestone and listened to the sound tablet. The sea of consciousness hadn't changed, except that the flames seemed bigger. Zuo Mo didn't know if it was just his imagination. In any case, it was just a patch of red. The agitated Wukong mountain finally calmed down. Zuo Mo's life also calmed down. What he reminisced about the most was the life he had before all the apprehension and worry. His life returning to normal, his heart became much peaceful. However, he met trouble. A ling plant farmer required 3 kinds of spells to reach the 3rd level. Zuo Mo's Little Art of Cloud and Rain was at the 4th level. Right now, the one that he had that was most likely to reach the 3rd level was Art of Aged Gold. He even knew how to break through to the 3rd level of Art of Aged Gold. Using sword scriptures to manipulate the aged gold energy was the crucial factor. It was the method that Pu Yao had pointed out that day for him to kill the silver hornworms. This road also proved his previous hypothesis that Art of Aged Gold was a certain kind of offensive spell. But Zuo Mo wasn't dumb. He detected the fishiness. If he walked down this road, then he needed to strengthen his consciousness. The aged gold sword wasn't really a sword. If he didn't have the spiritual power, he couldn't manipulate it. He experienced that deeply when he exterminated the silver hornworms this time. If his spiritual power had been greater, then the power of the little aged gold sword definitely would have multiplied. If it moved according to his wishes, the sword moves also would be able to unleash their full power. Strengthening his consciousness, then he would have to face a problem: practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. No wonder Pu Yao had been so generous. He was waiting there. Originally Zuo Mo, who had been irritated at not finding a way to elevate his Art of Aged Gold, was now having a headache because he could not level up. Hesitating for a long while, in the end he still decided not to raise his Art of Aged Gold. Didn't a ling plants farmer need 3 kinds of spells to reach the 3rd level? At the very worst, he'll pick 2 others from the remaining 3 spells. Art of Flora, Art of Crimson Flame, and Art of Earth Energy. He had practiced them all to the 2nd level. But no matter which 2, he had only just arrived at the 2nd level. It was far from entering the 3rd. Originally, Art of Aged Gold had been the only he had the greatest confidence in reaching the 3rd level, but now he had to put it to one side. He really was depressed. Thankfully he still had Jingshi on his hands. At the worst, he could go search to see if there was any jade sticks related to this area that was being sold. The jade stick that he had brought before was just a normal one. It described all 5 spells, but in most places, it just brushed over, and a direction could barely be found. For the majority, it still needed him to comprehend for himself. Most of the jade sticks that were on the market were this version. The true premium ones were with the large sections. Even when it wandered onto the market, it was extremely expensive. In some of the top sects, before each shoujo died, they would use their consciousness to leave behind what they had learned in their lives in the jade sticks and pass them on. These were the highest jade sticks. The jade sticks that held the consciousness and understandings of the elders were distributed to the disciples in the sect with the greatest potential. These young disciples would change themselves in one night, greatly shortening the time they needed to spend cultivating. But for normal shoujo, they didn't even need to think about this kind of things. It was better to walk step by step. Not just that, it was like they were on a dangerous and misty mountain road, carefully climbing up. As to whether they would walk an indirect route, fall and break into pieces, that depended on each individual's luck. Adding on the 20 pieces of 2nd-grade Jingshi that Ling Feng gave, Zuo Mo's wealth was the greatest it had ever been, even though Pu Yao had spent a large amount. Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh, even though everyone was cultivating, but of those that were outstanding, how many didn't have anything to their name? Ling Feng Shiji's family was wealthy. Giving out tens of 2nd-grade Jingshi, her eyes didn't even blink. This kind of manner, Zuo Mo was deeply envious. His pouch was fat, his cultivation was hindered. It was natural that Zuo Mo thought about using Jingshi to solve the problem. His goal this time was to buy a jade stick about 1 spell. There were very few people who could practice all 5 kinds of spells at the same time. But there should be more people who were skilled in 1 or 2 types. This kind of spells definitely wouldn't be cheap. He would probably bleed a lot this time, but he had no other choice. Riding the creaking Xiao Huang, he slowly made his way to Dongfu again. As one of the most important towns of Tianyujia, the development of Dongfu was very good and had attracted a wave of pretty good shoujo. Basically, all the normal requirements could be satisfied here, especially to the kind of lianqi cultivators such as Zuo Mo. In a moderately sized store, Zuo Mo's body was almost lying on the desk, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the other. Bro, I'm saying, just buy another one, it's really not expensive. If you want to fix it, and add more ling energy, it wouldn't be cheaper than buying a new one, and it can't level up. The person was holding Zuo Mo's flying paper crane, Xiao Huang, as he said in a seasoned tone. Looking at the visible cracks on the paper crane, Zuo Mo was slightly unwilling. After all, this was his first steed. Gritting his teeth, he said, just fix it for me, naturally I wouldn't give less for the cost. The others shrugged indifferently, whatever you say. He took out all kinds of tools. First he cut out several lengths of green thin bamboo to reinforce the skeleton. Then he glued the cracks in the yellow paper, cutting off the frayed edges. He took out a brush, using cinnabar to carefully mend the seal arrangement before adding in ling energy. Only when the red cinnabar had disappeared from the surface of the paper crane did he repeatedly put on a layer of liquid and the seal that had disappeared appeared once again. All right. I slightly made it stronger. If you're careful, you can still use it for a while. 3 pieces of second-grade dingshi. As expected, the price wasn't different from buying a new one. Zuo Mo's heart jerked in pain, but he still crisply paid. Walking out of the small store, he stared to walk to the free market and found Fu Jin. Fu Jin saw Zuo Mo and instantly became alert. Yellow, hey, emojis here. What do you want this time? The wily eyes found the copper ring on Zuo Mo's hand. Instantly he became even more attentive. His eyes were very experienced. That was a talisman. Even if the grade wasn't high, but it still meant that Zuo Mo definitely still had some jingshi in his hands. Zuo Mo asked, do you have anything about Art of Flora? Relating to the 3rd level. Art of Crimson Flame, or Art of Earth Energy, would also do. The 3rd level? Fu Jin grimaced as he shook his head, MOGE. You know the market. Whatever spell, once it reaches the 3rd level, it isn't hard to find. Even if it was available, the price, TSK, at least 2 pieces of 3rd-grade jingshi. 2 pieces of 3rd-grade jingshi. Zuo Mo didn't know what to say about the price. Even though he was much wealthier now, but this price was still out of reach for him. 1 piece of 3rd-grade jingshi, it needed 100 pieces of 2nd-grade jingshi. This was only for low-grade jingshi. As the grade increased, the disparity in the exchange rate would become even greater. Like 4th-grade jingshi, at the very least, it would require 500 pieces of 3rd-grade jingshi. 3rd grade was a dividing line. If he could make spellwork jade sticks, Zuo Mo would have already been selling jade sticks. Disregarding everything else, just based on his 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, if he could make jade sticks, he definitely could sell it for a good price. It was a pity that making a spellwork jade stick wasn't a simple matter. While Zuo Mo's Little Art of Cloud and Rain might have reached the 4th level, but for the overwhelming majority of the profound parts, he could only grasp, but could not convey. Like the jade stick that Wei Sheng Shixian gave him. It only basically recorded some of his experiences and realizations. It couldn't be considered a spellwork jade stick. Those that could make spellwork jade sticks, they were usually those of high cultivation. They could stand at a higher spot and penetrate through to the core of the spells. The spellwork jade sticks that a Jindan Shoujo made, and one that a Ningmai made, the price was astronomically different. The ling plant jade stick that Zuo Mo brought had been made by a Ningmai. Many of the part inside were not adequately described. The most common spellwork jade sticks on the market were for the stage of Zhuji. They frequently could get sold for a pretty good price. Since once one entered Zhuji, they had some wealth. This was also the reason that why the spellwork jade sticks for lianqi cultivators were so rare. The majority of those in the stage of lianqi were poor bastards. and Tianyujia, it was a district under the jurisdiction of Kunlun Jing. The mainstream was Sword Shou, so there was much less spells in the other areas. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be disappointed. Even though Zuo Mo's face was paralyzed, but Fu Jin still sensitively detected his disappointed. He thought before suggesting, Moge could try taking a look at the notice altar. Zuo Mo instantly hit his head in frustration. How could he have forgotten that place? Each sect would always encounter all sorts of problems. Like the strange disease of the ling fields that Wu Kong Sword Sect had encountered this time. If the sect could not solve it, they would post to the boards in hopes of those with extraordinary talent that could aid them through their difficulties. After that, everyone found the convenience inside and more people asked for aid at the boards. Consequently, they created a specialized temple to post notices which was called the Notice Altar. This also became the place many shouja used to find jobs, especially those with the cultivation of lianqi or zhuji. Of course, posting a message required paying a fee, and the post would clearly state the payment. Gratefully giving thanks to Fu Jin, Zuo Mo started heading for the notice altar. Chapter 25 Fourth Shirgu. I get into this awkward state where I want to translate but I can't deal with the tension even though I've read the whole novel. It's very weird. Chapter 25 Fourth Shirgu. The notice altar was in the southern part of Dongfu, and it was also the most prosperous and busiest part of Dongfu. Because he had already joined a sect, and taking care of the ling fields and cultivation had taken up almost all of his time, Zuo Mo had never been to the notice altar before. This was why he hadn't thought of this place at the beginning. Stopping at the notice altar, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Looking out, countless posts made from cloth banners pointed at the sky like a forest, spreading out into the horizon. Under each banner, people's heads moved. The stream of people also moved slowly. Zuo Mo was in awe at the scene. Dazedly, he followed the stream and entered the notice altar. This sect has a pair of fiery gold eyes beast pups, requires one zookeeper. Requires cultivation above intermediate level of zhuji, 5 or more years of experience in animal care, salary generous. This sect is clearing out ling fields, needs large number of body cultivators, above lianqi 5th level. Includes residence and food. 10 pieces of first-grade jingshi each day. In just a quick while, Zuo Mo's eyes started to blur. Just at this time, someone came up. Bro, what? It's hard to search. I have the complete table of content for the entire notice altar, detailed and accurate. It is updated at the first time. How about it? Do you want a copy? How much? Zuo Mo asked cautiously. Not expensive, 20 pieces of first-grade jingshi. The person said, Bro, at one look, I can see you are one for doing big things. Time is so precious, wasting it like this is not worthy. Just 20 pieces of first-grade jingshi, it's really worthwhile. 8 pieces. Bro, look at all these notices. Just me alone, how can I collect all of them? I have to support an entire bunch of people. Adding on 2 pieces, I'm very sincere. Bro, we don't have it easy. Zuo Mo turned to leave. The person hurriedly pulled Zuo Mo. Okay, I'll sell it to you at a loss. Looking at the directory that he spent 10 pieces of first-grade jingshi to buy, Zuo Mo was a sorry figure as he escaped from the notice altar. He found a less busy place nearby and sat down. That was a really scary place. He looked with trepidation at the bustling notice altar. Adding ling energy to the jade stick, there were more than 1,500 posts in the directory, a huge variety, everything was there. After a long time, Zuo Mo finally found an order and started to look down. After a full 2 hours, he finally raised his head, his eyes full of disappointment. It wasn't that there weren't related posts that paid with spells, but not one of them were something that he could accomplish. Thinking about it now, Fu Jing was right. When any spell reached the 3rd level, the price also changed drastically. Discontentedly returning on the flying paper crane, Zuo Mo's expression was blank. When he returned home and saw Wei Shang Shixiang standing outside his door, he couldn't help but blank. Wei Shang Shixiang didn't seem to have changed much from before. Still clad in rough cloth. Even though he still gave others the feeling of being as sharp as a sword, but it was much more restrained than before. It could be seen that Wei Shang Shixiang's cultivation was much deeper than before. Even when Zuo Mo was still far away, he already detected it. Shitty has really made me wait. He smiled as he greeted. Wei Shang Shixiang's warmth that was just like before made Zuo Mo very surprised and slightly moved. The attitudes of inner sect disciples towards outer sect disciples were usually extremely bad, and those of low birth and had an accomplished cultivation, their arrogant manner was the normal state. If Shixiang has something, just send a notice, why wait so long outside the door? Zuo Mo solemnly replied. Wei Shang took out a small box from his bosom and handed it to Zuo Mo. The fire dragon grass seed won't be of any use in my hands, but at least it's third grade, so it would be a pity to throw it out. Shitty is skilled in planting, so this is given to Shitty. Zuo Mo was greedy about wealth, but facing the little box, he didn't hold out his hand. The seed of a third grade fire dragon grass, it wasn't a question to sell it for a few tens of pieces of second grade jingsher. Shixiang has successfully zhuji, and there would be many places that would require jingsher in the future. Wei Shang interrupted his words, shoving the wooden box into Zuo Mo's chest. Don't be chatty. I'm telling you to take it. My heart is for the sword, and doesn't like other things. Holding the wooden box, Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. Shitty has outstanding talent and should work hard to not fail to live up to this good vessel. He urged, very soon I will enter the sword cave to study. When I come out, Shitty should have successfully zhuji. For some reason, Zuo Mo's heart warmed and burst out, I definitely will successfully zhuji. Then I won't worry anymore. It's a pity that Shitty isn't interested in the sword. There was a hint of pity in Wei Shang's expression. Zuo Mo smiled, it isn't bad being a ling plant farmer. Jingxiai is a very dependable thing. Ha ha. Wei Shang roared with laughter, that's so true. I won't bid farewell. When I come out, us brothers will drink. Finishing, he swept away. Even when Wei Shang Shixiang had walked a long ways off, Zuo Mo's heart was still slightly excited. No matter if Wei Shang Shixiang was deliberate or not, but this bit of solicitude, he would firmly remember. From when he opened his eyes, what he faced was a completely unfamiliar world. The sect leader that picked him up had asked a few words before he was never seen again. He was like a newborn baby that started to dumbly learn bit by bit everything in the surroundings. His strange zombie face, and the ignorance about the affairs of the world caused him to receive endless mockery and ridicule. The only thing he was glad about was that the heavens had left behind some assets for him, a cultivation of Lianqi 5th level. The setbacks he endured everywhere didn't make him sink but actually stirred up the stubbornness in his bones. He cultivated day and night, used the rain of, little art of cloud and rain, to fill the dry pond drop by drop. After that, the treatment he received gradually changed. Piling on the insincerity and worldliness, deliberately getting close to the other disciples in the sect, and earning a pretty good reputation. But that alienation inside, it gradually deepened with time. Wei Shang Shixiang, who he only had met 2 times before, it was the first time he felt a sincere concern. Before this, he wasn't interested in zhuji. That astounding sword essence in his sea of consciousness, while it had stirred up some interest in power, but quickly, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, had completely made him lose interest in power. For him, power was undoubtedly very far away. But Wei Shang Shixiang's exhortations today made him suddenly feel that he needed to zhuji. This feeling was so fierce, from the moment it left his mouth, he felt that, no matter what, he had to complete zhuji. Zhuji. Zhuji, it was the first barrier in the long journey of cultivation. For those disciples in the large sects, zhuji was so easy that it was like stepping over a doorstep. But for normal Xiuzhi, this would decide their status. Those that were in the stage of zhuji basically had left behind the lowest level of work, their income enough for those as greedy as Zuo Mo to have red eyes. But there was a high degree of difficulty in Juji, especially to someone like Zuo Mo who only had the kind of mainstream street trash like 10 principles scripture. To finish Juji, it needed luck and character. Other than that, the success of Juji depended on whether the wallet was full or not. The ling dan and ling herbs that were required for Juji, not one of them was cheap. And the effects varied greatly. Normal Juji dan, it generally was 100 pieces of second-grade jingsher. But this kind of Juji dan could only be considered to barely usable. And if one was willing to spill some blood, 2 pieces of third-grade jingsher, they could buy the highest grade of Juji dan, the success rate multiplying. This was also why the disciples of the large sects didn't care about Juji. For them, 2 pieces of third-grade jingsher was really a small amount. But for Zuo Mo, 100 pieces of second-grade jingsher was almost his entire wealth. And this was only because his income had been high lately. Before this, did he dare to even think? That was also why he would put his efforts on ling plant farmer. In reality, the difficulty of becoming a ling plant farmer was much higher than Juji. This could be seen from how much the salary of a ling plant farmer surpassed a Juji cultivator. But the difficulty was based on talent. There wasn't much of a jingsher investment. What other than this was more perfect for a money-grubbing Zuo Mo? But now he wanted to Juji. His brain was occupied with this though as he dumbly walked to Cold Mist Valley. Who are you? How dare you enter this sect's important lands? Suddenly a cold shout broke through Zuo Mo's thoughts. A matron, appearing about 40-something years old, was standing in the medicine fields, coldly looking at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo unconsciously raised his head. When he met the other's eyes, he instantly dropped into ice. The other's gaze was as sharp as a sword, almost piercing him through. Zuo Mo shook, as though waking from a dream, his mind whirling quickly. He hurriedly made the bow of a disciple. This disciple is Zuo Mo. Received Hao Min Shiji's orders to temporarily care for the medicine fields here. That girl dares. Dares to be lazy. The green-clad matron's face was cold, hinting at the anger. Zuo Mo silently grimaced. Right now, he largely knew the identity of this elder in front of him. Wu Kong Sword Sect hadn't been big to begin with. The only one that fit the description was the 4th Shirgu, Shifeng. Shifeng spent long periods of time traveling abroad, occasionally returning. Zuo Mo had never had the chance to see her before. But supposedly this Shirgu didn't have a good temper, was hard to be close with. Looking at it now, it was true. His only hope now was that 4th Shirgu wouldn't blame him. Hao Ming Shiji was an inner sect disciple. Even if she was punished, it wouldn't be heavy. But his status was low. If he was blamed, he wouldn't have a good ending. Shifeng scanned the medicine fields and the surroundings. Seeing the ling herbs were fine, the coldness on her face retreated slightly. She relaxed her tone to ask, "What are you called?" Disciple Zuo Mo greets 4th Shirgu. Zuo Mo answered respectfully. Your care isn't bad. Glancing at Zuo Mo, her eyes held praise. Cultivation of Lianqi 8th level. N can be considered ambitious. From today onwards, Cold Mist Valley is under your care. Humph, when Hao Min returns, I will sort her out. Temporary worker turning to actual worker, Zuo Mo wasn't very 100 times unwilling, but facing 4th Shirgu's gaze that could cut him up, he perceptibly swallowed the words back into his stomach. Inside, he muttered, 4th Shirgu was the same as Xian Yen Shirshu, they looked at everyone like the others owed them money. This Juji Dan, it is your reward. Zuo Mo stared with bright eyes at the Juji Dan in his hands. The 100 times unwilling instantly became 100 times willing. As expected, it was Shirgu Wood was considerate. He praised 4th Shirgu effusively inside. The most basic Juji Dan was 100 pieces of second-grade jingsher. He had heard that this Shirgu was skilled at concocting pills, but he didn't know what grade this Juji Dan was. Keep cultivating, and enter Juji. Your power now, to care for Cold Mist Valley, it isn't enough. Fourth Shirgu's icy voice rang in Zuo Mo's ears. Zuo Mo, already drowning in joy, hurriedly responded. Feng was going to leave when her eyes glanced at Zuo Mo's face. Her steps instantly stopped, an astounded expression floating on her cold face. Raise your head. Chapter 26 Appearance changed and mind erased. In this chapter and onward, there's going to be mentions of Void Sword Scripture, which is also Wu Kong Sword Scripture. For the sect name, I didn't translate it because I thought Wukong wasn't a bad name for a mountain or a sect, but to fit in with the other scriptures, it's going to be Void. Literally, the sect is named after the sword scripture, or the other way around. Also, Wei Sheng get to enter a secret place. Zuo Mo finally becomes motivated and we get to know the difference between Xiuzhe, Yao, and Mo. I'm going to use Xiuzhe as well as Cultivator interchangeably, especially when Xiuzhe and Yaoma are mentioned together because in reality, all of them are cultivators of a sort. Chapter 26 Appearance changed and mind erased. Zuo Mo raised his head. Feng walked gracefully in front of him. Carefully examining for a few seconds, her brows suddenly furrowed. You are the child that sect leader Shixian picked up? Zuo Mo blanked, nodding, and answered, yes. You cannot remember anything from before? Zuo Mo's heart suddenly started to beat furiously, blood rushing up to his head. He felt that he was trembling, his entire body uncontrollably trembling lightly. He heard his trembling voice answer, yes. Oh. Feng nodded. She hadn't planned on saying anything, turning to leave. Zuo Mo almost unconsciously yelled, Shirgu. Feng stopped, expression irritated as she looked at him. Zuo Mo didn't know where he got the courage to intently stare at Feng, eyes full of terror and hope. This disciple has nothing left of the previous memories. What this disciple is called, who are the parents, nothing. Thinking about it every time, the heart is grievously sad, and begs for Shirgu's guidance. Feng looked at Zuo Mo for a beat and shook her head. For you, it's better not to know. Please, Shirgu, complete this desire. Zuo Mo almost used up all the strength in his body. Feng slightly wrinkled her bows, coldly stating, since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. If I hadn't seen it wrong, you might have been the target of a technique to have your features changed. Someone had changed your appearance. Changed, Zuo Mo muttered to himself absent-mindedly. As to your previous memories, it should have been erased by someone. I don't know who has such deep enmity against you. Finishing, she gave a look deep with meaning at Zuo Mo. Changing your appearance or erasing a mind, it all needs great cultivation. You should just immediately take care of the ling fields for me. It was as though Zuo Mo was struck by lightning and frozen to his spot. When his mind slowly came back, the sky was dark and Fourth Shirgu had left long ago. Zuo Mo was muddle-headed, his eyes bleak. Changed appearance, erased mind. So his memory had been erased by someone, so his face had been changed. So that dream. Why? Why was it like this? He lowered his head, his fists unconsciously cleaning, knuckles cracking, fingertips white. The bamboo-like body was like a dry stalk of grass waving in the wind, small and weak. The temperature of Cold Mist Valley in the nighttime was extremely low, humidity high. Small tendrils of cold permeated into Zuo Mo's body, and also into his heart. The puzzle that had perplexed him finally had been solved at this time, but even more puzzles were lying in front of him. Who am I? Who did it? The messy mind instantly quieted. Zuo Mo raised his head, his eyes as though they were dyed by blood, a patch of red. He had expected that he would be furious, would shout. But he didn't. His heart was encased in ice, as though he was an outsider watching from the sidelines. His heart was an iced body. Under the thick layer of ice, a vague hint could be seen to the undercurrents roiling in the deep. Fourth Shirgu's words echoed in his ears. Someone that even Fourth Shirgu would call of high cultivation, at the very least, one of their hairs would be thicker than his leg. Even if he wanted to settle a score, he couldn't manage it. Suddenly everything in these 2 years, sunlight, ling grains, it was like a dream and an invisible great hand forcibly squeezed it to dust. It was gone. He relaxed his fingers, stepping in the sea of consciousness where the flames were dancing. Just like normal, Puya was still sitting on the gravestone shrouded in black smoke. Seeing Zuo Mo, the corner of his mouth rose. Ha 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 ha. Reckless and crazy laughter rang out in the sea of consciousness. Wei Sheng closely followed behind the sect leader and Xin Yen Shirshu as they walked in the back of the mountain. The two elders were both extremely solemn as they silently walked at the front. Wei Sheng was also cautious as he closely followed. This was a forbidden area of the sect. Master and Xin Yen Shirshu had cast more than 20 spells on the way here to open the path. It could be seen just how guarded this place was. He had just entered Zhuji, his willpower 10 times what it had been previously, but the pressure that the Jinji exuded, it still made him feel as though he was suffocating. So the sect had a place as strong as this. He felt his blood was gradually warming up. He was full of hopes to the sword cave that they were going to arrive at. After walking for 4 hours, the three finally stopped in front of the mouth of a cave. Nervousness came upon both Pei Yuanran and Xin Yan's face. The sect leader Pei Yuanran said solemnly, "This sword cave, it had been created by this sect's first leader. It was used for the sect disciples to refine their sword essences. Only disciples below Jindan can enter." Some shame suddenly made its way across his face. The ancestors' power was astounding. To open this sword cave, it requires 2 Jindan to simultaneously act. This sect has declined. In the generation above us, there was only 1 Jindan, so this sword cave was never opened. I and your Shirshu practiced our sword essences by ourselves in Yao Hunt. When we reached Jindan, we could not go in. What is actually in this sword cave, we don't know either. You have to explore for yourself. Wei Sheng listened closely, his expression calm. Pei Yuanran looked at his disciple, concern in his eyes. "Every 10 days, we will prepare enough ling food for you. Right now, your 4th Shirgu has returned and you don't have to worry about herbs and dan. But the sword cave is dangerous and you need to remember your own safety. You have just entered Zhuji and your cultivation is low, so in reality, you are not suited to enter the sword cave. But you have immense talent on the sword that we have never seen before. To not hinder you, we have decided to make an exception and let you enter the sword cave. If you encounter any danger, you need to leave the sword cave immediately." The last warning, Pei Yuanran couldn't help raising his voice. This sincere and honest disciple in front of him, his talent was astounding and surpassed all of their expectations. He seemed to have been born a sword shio. Other than his cultivation that needed to steadily progress, any sword scripture that entered his hands would quickly become familiar and flowing. Even the strongest Xin Yen was shocked at Wei Sheng's progress. Other than joy, they couldn't help but be worried. Such a good piece of jade, if they didn't nurture properly, wouldn't it disappoint the ancestors? They had pondered for a long time and in the end, decided to open the sword cave. Other than the legend about the sword cave and the sect, they hoped that Wei Sheng could practice the complete void sword. Void sword was the strongest sword scripture of the sect and the greatest accomplishment of the first ancestral master, Wu Kong Sword. But when it came to their generation, they didn't have a complete, void sword scripture. Like Xin Yan's Ice Dragon sword scripture, it had been created by one of the ancestral masters but was not the strongest sword scripture of the sect. Before, they had put their hopes on Luoli, who only managed to achieve empty sword. Who could have thought that he, who had once been Luoli's sword servant, would have even greater talent than Luoli? Even more, while Luoli had outstanding talent but his personality was arrogant. Compared to the honest and humble Wei Sheng, he was quickly defeated. In their hearts, Wei Sheng was the present and uncontested head of the disciples. Disciple understands. Wei Sheng's expression was grave. Pei Yuanran and Xin Yen exchanged a lot and nodded their heads. Both started to revolve their ling energy, casting a spell. Two Jin Dan undertaking a task at the same time, the commotion was extremely alarming. Over their heads, clouds gathered from every direction. In a few blinks of an eye, the small mountain valley was shrouded by roiling black clouds, dark as night. On the outside wall of the mountain cave, countless seals started to light up and flash. The Jinji in the surroundings also lit up, countless seals floating midair as though they were communicating with the seals that were carved into the mountain. Feeling the shock and shivering that came from the bones, Wei Shang's calm gaze seemed to have been ignited and he excitedly went forward. Pei Yuanran and Xin Yan's expressions were grave. Both of them simultaneously shouted, "Open!" The seals turned and the formation changed. The mountain cave suddenly became dark and deep, as though it was a void. Wei Shang, who had already prepared, didn't hesitate and rushed in. At this time, Pei Yuanran and Xin Yan finally gave a breath of relief. The two slowly let go of the spell, dispersing the ling energy on their hands. The seals on the mountain and on the Jinji slowly faded. The thick clouds overhead spread out, sunlight once again reaching the valley. "Let's go, he needs to walk the road himself." Pei Yuanran sighed. Of course. Xin Yan treated words like they were gold. In the sea of fire, Zuo Mo sat not far away from Pu Yao, listening attentively. What is Yaoma? There are many ways of distinguishing, but the most important is the method of cultivation. Shouja, extract the ling energy of the world to use for themselves. What they cultivate is ling energy. And Yao, what they care about is the spirit shaking the sky, primarily cultivating the spirit. And Mo? That group of people whose absolute majority is stupid to the point of no return can only cultivate themselves, using their bodies as talismans. Zuo Mo seemed to understand but didn't really understand. Oh, all of this is nonsense. Okay, we'll talk something practical. Your road wasn't wrong to use sword moves to manipulate the aged gold energy. However, it is a pity that you aren't your Shixiang. Based on your speed, I estimate it would be at least 2 to 3 years. Pu Yao suddenly smiled strangely, revealing half of his crimson tongue, but I have a quick fix. Do you want to try? Quick fix. Zuo Mo's eyes were lit up, his body slightly leaning forward. Pu Yao's eyes narrowed even more, his voice full of enticement. Exactly, very fast. Within 1 month, you definitely would break to the 3rd level of Art of Aged Gold. Really? Zuo Mo was slightly suspicious. Pu Yao's expression gave him a bad feeling. You won't know until you try. Pu Yao shrugged his shoulders. There isn't a free lunch in the world. To get power, how can you not pay? Zuo Mo fell silent. To find the answers, to find the person that changed him, he needed power, desperately needed power. Pu Yao wasn't wrong. To get power, it required a certain cost. He was a little Shouja who hadn't even entered Juji. What could he rely on to find the answer? The only one he could ask aid from was Pu Yao. He still didn't know what Pu Yao wanted, but did he have a choice? Choices were a question that only those that were strong would face. What he was glad about was that Pu Yao was willing to help him. Regardless of Pu Yao's reasons for doing so, he would accept it. All right. He stood up. Pu Yao's blade-like mouth once again skewed towards one side. He laughed lightly, declaring, "Ha, what is more simpler than sword scriptures? After being sliced a few thousand times, you'll learn it." The words hadn't landed when a vast snow-white sword essence came down from the heavens, easily slicing Zuo Mo's consciousness in half. A heart-wrenching pain came on. Zuo Mo felt that his body had been cut into 2 halves. The pain came on and he straightforwardly fainted. Chapter 27 Looking Up in the Darkness. I got so enraged translating I wrote an essay examining my rage. But it's full of spoilers, so I can't share why I'm angry about the story. Also, hello to everyone who followed me recently on this site. Chapter 27 Looking Up in the Darkness. Shixiang, is your body ill? Xiaoguai had fought for a long time but couldn't resist asking. It's nothing. Zuo Mo's voice was raspy as he replied and continued to walk forward. Xiaoguo looked worriedly at Zuo Mo, gathering her courage to state, Xixian, if you don't feel well, we could change to another day. I said it's fine, so it's fine. Zuo Mo glared at Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo couldn't help but shrink back. She muttered, but Shixji said the body is the most important. Zuo Mo decided to shut up himself and not argue with this little girl. He didn't have the energy. Anyone that would have been sliced over and over in half by the sword essence of a Jindan definitely wouldn't have the energy. Pu Yao was insane. Certifiably insane. Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence far surpassed what he could endure. Each time that he faced the vast snow-white sword essence, he felt that he was at death's door. The terror that seemed to come from the deepest part of his heart made him tremble. The difference between the two of them was too large, so large it didn't have meaning. Even this terror that seemed to happen right before death, Zuo Mo would only have a short instant to feel it before his consciousness would be easily cut in half. His only outcome was fainting. But he would quickly wake up because of pain. The enormous pain due to his wounded spirit would wake him up. The only thing he could do was grit his teeth and practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Only that thing could heal his spirit and lessen the pain. Before he could take a breath, another sword essence would drop down from heaven and he would faint again. Just like that. Slice, faint, wake up due to the pain, continuously repeating. In one day, he would faint a few dozen times. One could imagine, how could his state be good? If he had the time, he would be suspicious of himself of being able to endure to that day. However, Pu Yao wouldn't even give that amount of time to him. Later on, the pain turned to numbness. Only when Xiaoguo came to find him did Pu Yao temporarily let him go. Xiaoguo came to find him to take a look at the ling grasses. After the weed incident, all the girls on the eastern peak were scared. Ling Feng became an inner sect disciple, entering Yan Li's doors. Other than cultivating, she had to follow her master to learn how to take care of the sect's assets and had no time to come to the eastern peak. But the girls still remembered zombie Xixiang Zuo Mo, and before Ling Feng left, she had especially given notice with him in hopes he could help these female disciples. After a certain amount of time, they would always pull Zuo Mo over to inspect the ling grass. There weren't any big problems with the ling grass, other than some problems that would occur due to improper care. For Zuo Mo, who planted ling grains, these were all simple problems. Most of the attention of the female disciples was on the ling beasts. Planting ling grass was only to provide food for the ling beast, so they did not put much attention and care into the grass. Looking at the ling fields being wasted, Zuo Mo felt pain. If all of these ling fields were planted with ling grains, think how much jingsher there would be. Xixian, these little things aren't worth much but are a token of our thanks. Please accept them. A female disciple handed over the gifts that they had prepared beforehand. He understood the intentions of these female disciples. No matter where, female disciples were always more vulnerable, especially the kind of outer sect female disciples. Ling Feng had left, and had no time to spare to look after them. They needed someone with the power to protect them. It wasn't surprising. Most of the female disciples' cultivations were around level 5 or 6 of Lianqi and no one was able to pick up the burden. Zuo Mo thought for a second but accepted the gifts. Even if this matter was slightly troublesome, but if they really encountered something serious, he believed that Ling Feng definitely would get involved. Seeing Zuo Mo take the gift, the crowd of female disciples gave relieved expressions. Everyone had a hard time surviving, Zuo Mo thought silently. Returning home, he opened the gift box. Inside were all kinds of lingworms and ling beasts. Similar to mud-turning earthworms, they would even enter a grade. A large majority were first grade, and there were only 1 or 2 at the second grade. But it could be seen that they had taken some care with the lingworms and animals. Even if the grade wasn't high, but they were all quite useful. Pu Yao suddenly erupted, crouching in front of the lingworms and beasts. talking of playing with worms, tsk, us Yama is the true masters in this area. He randomly flipped through the ling worms, extremely disappointed. All of these are low level, not worth much. Zuo Mo was extremely speechless but couldn't resist objecting. They are outer sect disciples, where would they get high level ones? Pu Yao nipped one up and examined it for a long while. Then he carelessly threw it in front of Zuo Mo. Here, this one is barely acceptable. Throw out all the others. The one Pu Yao picked was a black armored worm, slightly larger than a fingernail. He flipped through the jade stick that they had also given to find out that this black armored worm was called black gold worm, fond of eating gold metal. Its wings could be sold for a pretty good price. Other than that, supposedly it could also be used to find sources of water. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. To him, the black gold worm didn't have much use. Pu Yao's interests clearly had been evoked by these worms. He excitedly said, playing with worms, there's a lot to attend to. Especially the techniques, they vary by person. Before, I saw one highly skilled with worms, called Blood Mosquito Daoren. This guy was very strong. Somehow, he managed to create countless souls, and bound them to a group of blood mosquitoes. And then he traveled through 100 jia. Every time he reached a jia, he would leave behind a few blood mosquitoes. His enemies had a whole bunch of people and pursued him countless times but still couldn't kill him. I played with black gold worms before too, but it isn't this kind of cheap trash. There isn't much use in the level ones. This thing's true purpose is to use it to seek out ling veins. Ling veins? Zuo Mo asked suspiciously, isn't it used to seek out water? Water? Pu Yao sneered, retorting, if you don't know, then don't pretend. That's for low-level black gold worms. Black gold worms above 4th grade can seek out ling veins, 7th grade is able to find ling sources. But 9th grade is the truly good stuff. As to 10th grade, I've never seen one. He continued to explain, picking ling worms, definitely have to pick those with good aptitudes. Like this black gold worm of yours, if you raise it correctly, it can enter 4th grade. These other ones, it doesn't even have the chance to increase to 3rd grade. Then, how can this black gold worm raise to grade 4? Zuo Mo consulted with a fawning tone. 4th grade black gold worms could find ling veins. This was endlessly tempting to Zuo Mo. This time, Pu Yao didn't make it difficult for him. He briskly said, very simple. Don't you have a small section of ling vein in your seclusion room? Put this black gold worm in a piece of pure gold or in a jade box and bury it in the area surrounding the ling vein. After a month, it should increase to the 3rd level. To get it to the 4th level, it probably would take about 3 months. Alright, let us continue. Pu Yao waved his hand and said impatiently. Before his words landed, a snow-white sword essence once again cleaved Zuo Mo's mind in half. Zuo Mo, who had been memorizing what Pu Yao just said, instantly fainted. After an unknown amount of time, sharp pain once again woke Zuo Mo up. Zuo Mo's first thought was, did he remember the method of raising the black gold worm to the 4th grade? Great, he remembered. So painful. He couldn't help but start to wail, rolling on the ground. Why did it become painful? The tearing pain tortured his fragile nerves. He could only start embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. A ball of air moved continuously through his body, giving out cold stands, seeming to inhale through all the openings in his body and then spreading through the body. The flames waved in his sea of consciousness. That dim star in the void seemed to have become much brighter. The enchanting sea of flames could not take away its light. Fainting, waking with pain, fainting again, waking up with pain again. The amount of time that Zuo Mo had to comprehend was extremely short. After repeating for a few hundred times, he still endured. Pain is the tastiest thing in this world. You have to finally savor it, enjoy it, the flavor fresh and sweet as it permeates your marrow. Even your soul is trembling. Pu Yao stuck out his bright red tongue, licking his lips and slowly said, death is like a firework. You can continuously experience the process of blossoming. How lucky you are! Damned Runyao! Zuo Mo recited in his mouth. However, his eyes were open to the widest, unwaveringly staring at that lightning-fast snow-white sword essence. He knew that the kind of pain that was coming. Just like Pu Yao had said, his soul was trembling. Regardless of how many times he had been cut, but whenever he practiced facing that snow-white sword essence, he was still terrified, incomparably terrified. When he was clear-headed, he didn't dare to even think about it. He was afraid that any memory would make his fragile psychological barrier instantly collapse. His trembling bones and flesh was like a blade of grass that was going to break any second in the storm. Maybe the next second, he would fall down. But his eyes still firmly stared at the front. The direction that the snowy white sword essence would appear from. But Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence, was it something he could see clearly? The difference between the two was like the sky and earth. Xin Yen Shirshu was a tried and tested Jindan, a swordshio that even Tian Sonzi admired. And Zuo Mo was only an outer sect disciple with a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level. The total amount of time that Xin Yen Shirshu had spent in the flying sword was over 200 years, and Zuo Mo hadn't even learned the most basic sword arts. On the surface, all of this looked futile. However, he still trembled as he stared fixedly at the front, his mouth unconsciously cursing damned Runyao, damned Runyao. Snow white, blindingly bright, flying down from the sky like the Milky Way. Zuo Mo tried his best to widen his eyes. At this moment, his body stopped trembling, the mutters from his mouth gone. The entire world was a patch of snow white. He needed to strenuously search in this sea of snow white, search for the quintessence of this sword essence. The time that was given to him was extremely short, not even the blink of an eye. He was like a crazy gambler, betting on that chance that wasn't even 1 in 10,000. However, he didn't have a choice. He didn't have another road. His pupils suddenly dilated and it didn't have the time to recover. Whoosh, the snowy white sword essence sliced Zuo Mo in two. After an unknown period of time, it was still the sharp pain that woke Zuo Mo up. Opening his eyes, Zuo Mo wanted to roar with laughter, but when it came up, it became groans and wails. Ah! So painful! Ah! Fighting to climb up, he resisted the great pain and started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Strands of coolness entered his body. The pain instantly lessened greatly. When he opened his eyes again, they were full of ecstasy. Chapter 28 The Doorway. Chapter 28 The Doorway. Zuo Mo finally found the doorway. This sword essence appeared to look like snow, but he managed to faintly see countless smaller sword essences. These tiny icicle-like sword essences were enormous in number, and were densely packed together, moving in layers. Each tiny sword essence was like a drop of water. And countless drops of water created the ocean, the movements the tide. Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence was like a little tide, a little icicle tide. For the first time, he forgot the pain from his injured mind. The scene he had just seen was extremely short, but what he had seen was enough for him to think for a long time. Dazzling tiny sword essences like ice crystals, moving like the tide. In the vastness and danger was a certain kind of beauty. Even if it was someone like him that didn't understand the sword, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He suddenly realized that the snow dragon that Xin Yen Shirshu had released wasn't a real one. It was also constructed out of countless snow-white thin sword essences. Dazedly standing in the yard, mind enthralled until deep into the night. Early morning on the second day, Zuo Mo ran over to Cold Mist Valley. Changing from temporary worker to official worker, and adding on a Zhujidan, for the money-grubbing zombie, it hit the key points and he put more care in. He was clear on the goal that he wanted to find answers, but he deeply understood the matter had to be done step by step, especially when it came to the kind of outer sect disciples like him that had nothing. Compared to before, his workload was much greater now. Fourth Shirgu had given him a jade stick. Inside were all the points that needed to be attended to for all kinds of ling herbs. About 90% of it were things that he had never known before. For him, it was a completely new challenge. But luckily he could slowly explore. The ling herbs in the medicine fields looked to be in great condition at the moment. In the corner of the medicine fields, the fire dragon grass had already sprouted. The seed from the fire dragon grass that Wei Shang Xixiang had given him had been planted. Today, he needed to accompany the female disciples to Dongfu. It was called accompaniment, but truthfully, it was more like protection. Sitting on the flying paper crane, Zuo Mo followed about 30 meters behind the female disciples. This group of women were really chatty. The sounds of their chatter could be heard from far away. Hearing it, Zuo Mo felt irritated. After being fixed and improved, the flying crane was much steadier and comfortable. He thought silently that the 3 pieces of jingsher that he paid was really worth it. Sitting on the paper crane with nothing to do, he started to once again examine Xin Yenshirshu's sword essence. Even though he wanted to die each time, but he knew very well how valuable this experience was. A chance to learn from Xin Yenshirshu, other than Wei Shang Xixiang, for an outer sect disciple like him, he didn't even need to think about it. He didn't know why Puya would keep Shirshu's sword essence, but for Zuo Mo, this sword essence was undoubtedly a treasure trove. It wasn't likely for him to learn all of it. But just learning a little was enough for him to reap endless benefits. Just at this time, a clamor came from the front, startling Zuo Mo from his musings. His heart instantly wasn't happy. Several unfamiliar male shouja seemed to be in a tangle with his sect's female disciples. Zuo Mo sighed. These days, it wasn't easy to accept gifts. Taking down the paper crane, he slowly walked forward. This was the main path to Dongfu. Zuo Mo wasn't afraid that the other would really do something too outrageous, so he was extremely confident. Ha, heard that your Ling Feng Shiji went into Zhuji? Good news, good news. The male shouja in the front said in a smooth tone. The other male shouja in the surroundings laughed. At this time, a male shouja fawningly said, Xixiang, I wasn't wrong, the level of these women, they are much tender than the shrews in our sect. True, true. The leader smiled nefariously, warning, but be careful, if they head what you said, you'll have a good time. Ha, of course. Zuo Mo lightly coughed. The female disciples instantly created a path. Since he had accepted the things, he couldn't really just stand by. What is this? Eerie one? Blocking the road for looks? Zuo Mo walked out of the crowd, stealing a look at the other, smiling coldly. This group of people looked like the dregs at a glance, each of them with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Especially the leader. Looking at that face, Zuo Mo had the impulse to raise his fists and beat him into a bun. Compared to the others in the sect, Zuo Mo's experience on the outside was much richer, his eyes could be said to be shrewd. This group looked just like the kind that wasn't mainstream. To deal with this kind of people, the more polite, the more they felt that you were soft and easy to bully. In reality, the biggest weapon that Zuo Mo relied on was the golden sword ring on his hand. There were 3 sword energies stored inside. To use it to scare people was pretty good. So it was a change of owners. The leader smirked, examining Zuo Mo, the disdain on his face evident, just Lianqi 8th level and dare to try to be the hero. Really doesn't know your own abilities. Even if Ling Feng is here, she wouldn't dare talk like this. Did this person really have a strong background? Zuo Mo's heart was uncertain, but he didn't show it on his face, such boasting. With such abilities, why don't you go to our sect's gate to shout? Running here to bully girls, TSK, really strong, really strong. The female disciples in the surroundings covered their mouths and laughed. The person's face became ugly. He snorted, heard that Wu Kong Sword Sect had a genius? Is it such trash like you? Xixiang today will let you know what is manners. His voice landed and a flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Zuo Mo instantly was stupefied. The other actually had a flying sword. The first word in his mind was Zhuji. He hadn't thought that this mouse-like person was actually Zhuji. Those with only lianqi cultivation could not imprint on flying swords. Even Wei Shang Shixiang, before he entered Zhuji, he had never had a flying sword. Incredibly nervous as he stared at the flying sword floating in front of the other, Zuo Mo swallowed tightly. This was the first time he saw a flying sword. Entirely green, about 3 feet, body narrow, edge sharp, the light gleaming. If the blow landed, a bloody hole would certainly be a result. The expressions of the female disciples also changed dramatically. They hadn't thought that they would encounter a Zhuji Xiuzhe this time. They had originally been full of confidence for Zuo Mo, but it instantly evaporated. There was a large chasm between lianqi and Zhuji. To have a lianqi face a Zhuji, there wasn't any room at all for resistance. The power of the flying sword wasn't something that a sword energy could contend against. Xiaoguo's apple-like face was pale in fright, terrified as she looked at the flying sword. The person laughed darkly. Let's get you to have a good taste of Ye's green point sword. At the same time, his fingers fused together as they swept through the air. It was as though the flying sword was intelligent as it suddenly sliced towards Zuo Mo. The instant the other's flying sword moved, Zuo Mo calmed down. All the nervousness seemed to have disappeared. He stared straight at the flying sword just like how, in these past days, he waited for that snow-white sword essence. The flying sword moved, and his heart instantly became serene. The green flying sword might have looked scary, but this guy's power was limited, and the feeling of danger that it gave him was far below that pure sword essence from Xian Shirshu. Only a beautiful surface. The sword essence was flimsy and insubstantial. It actually wasn't condensed into form, simply just unbearable to look at. The ling energy in his body revolving quickly, he calmly looked at the flying sword speeding closer. In a flash, his fused fingers lifted up and pointed into space. A gold sword energy ripped out of his hands. Ping! A crisp sound, the sword energy accurately hitting a spot 3 centimeters behind the sword point. The flying sword shook slightly. Humph! The other snorted. The ling energy revolved and the flying sword turned in midair, creating a half circle of light in the air, extremely beautiful. Ping! A sound of metal crashing suddenly sounded. The flying sword suddenly stopped, the half circle of light dissolving. It was like a dancing goddess right at the climax when she suddenly sneezed. All the beauty and elegance instantly disappeared. The other was shocked and angry. He could see the person in front of him was relying on a talisman. However, being interrupted 2 times by the other, and the other was still unharmed, he felt it a blight on his reputation. Facing a lianqi disciple, and 2 of his moves were ineffective. If this passed into the sect, his Shixiang would laugh. The previous 2 moves had only been with the intentions of teaching a lesson, but now, he didn't care that much and furiously revolved his ling energy. The worst that could happen was being punished after getting back. Gathering the ling energy, the power of the flying sword was drastically different. The flying sword flew on top of Zuo Mo's head, a skin of faint sword energy appearing on the sword, emitting a whining sound like an excited animal preparing to leap at its prey. Zuo Mo raised his head. Shining in his narrowed eyes was a hint of excitement and craziness. Hitting the target 2 times in a row greatly increased his confidence. He had no experience fighting against anyone else previously. Last time with Liang Feng Shiji, it had only been 1 move. And facing Xian Shirshu's sword essence in his sea of consciousness, he didn't even have the power to resist. Not just resist, in front of the vast sword essence, he couldn't even manage to raise a finger. But facing the flying sword here, he had successfully blocked the other's 2 attacks. Just this kind of battle success, it was enough for him to be proud. But at this time, he was completely caught up in a kind of strange excitement and zealotry. He suddenly had an insane idea. Break this flying sword. He didn't know why he would suddenly have such a crazy idea, but this idea was extremely intense once it appeared, so intense that he didn't go to even think if it was realistic. The time wasn't enough for him to think. Under the persuasions of this crazy idea, he also gathered up the ling energy in his body. Narrowing his eyes, he closely followed the green flying sword above his head. Scenes passed in front of his eyes. The pure, concentrated, vast and dangerous sword essence of Xin Yen Shirshu, as though it was a tide of icicles, seemed to be even clearer in front of his eyes. It was like a great entity, slowly moving, and that feeling of cold didn't lessen in the least. Every bit of pain when his consciousness was cleaved seemed to become abnormally clear at this time. He didn't know if it was the stimulation from the pain, but his consciousness was extremely clear, as though everything in the surroundings had calmed. The ling energy in his body swelled and rushed towards the golden sword ring. He raised his right hand, his fingers fused together as they pointed at the air. Chapter 29 Sword Essence. Chapter 29 Sword Essence. Has Shixiang heard of Wu Kong Sword Sect? Two people were on the mountain, each riding on a green bull. The two green bulls were entirely dark green, their hair smooth, the horns on their foreheads pure black, their manner leisurely as they slowly traveled. It was extremely steady, the two people on their backs as though they were statues, not moving a sliver. With such a ruckus made recently, it would be hard to not have heard. The older man was called Shi Xiang, a disciple in Shi Sword Sect. The other was his shitty, Liang Luo. Shi Sword Sect was slightly famous in the region of Dongfu. The two's innate talents were exceptional. Even though they were limited by their age, but they had power and a reputation. Yeah, it's all so unusual and mysterious, I don't really believe it. Liang Luo said as he shook his head. Shi Xiang glanced at his shitty, laughing inside. Everything about shitty was good except that he was too proud. But he could understand. Shitty was 10 complete years younger than him, yet their cultivations were almost the same. If Shitty was in a big sect, he most likely would have limitless potential. The sword energy that night, I saw as well. It really was an apparition. He mused, to be able to cause an apparition in the world, this person's comprehension of the sword is astounding. Liang Luo was unconvinced. Pity we can't encounter him and then have a good practice bout, wouldn't that be a great thing? I have never heard of this Wu Kong Sword Sect before, I wonder what great luck they ran into. Shi Xiang said with a mirthless smile, Wu Kong Sword Sect was only low-key these past years. For Jindan masters at the back. In all of Dongfu, it definitely is enough to enter the top ranks. For Jindan masters? Liang Luo was dumbstruck and couldn't believe it. Shixiang, are you sure? Our sect only has 3 Jindan masters? That Wu Kong Sword Sect can have 4? Yes. The smile left Shi Xiang, his heart heavy. The division of power in Dongfu's surroundings had been at equilibrium a long time ago. Such a strong sect suddenly appearing, it would definitely affect this kind of equilibrium. Additionally, Wu Kong Sword Sect had been biding their time, people couldn't help but think more. In the 4, the most powerful is Elder Xin Yen. If it wasn't Elder Tian Songji that exposed his identity, who would have thought the honored, Ice Dragon Sword, was in our Dongfu? There's now one more strong entity in Dongfu. Liang Luo couldn't help ask, this Ice Dragon Sword is well known? Shi Xiang smiled, replying, I had never heard it before, but according to the elders, he has some notoriety. He became known in the Yao hunt, his death kill is very high. In the past, there were countless Yao Ma that died under his sword. Liang Luo inhaled sharply. To be able to survive Yao hunt, then he was already not a simple character. And to gain a reputation in Yao hunt, it definitely meant the other was a strong one. He knew this kind of common knowledge. Just at this time, the two suddenly raised their heads, looking forward. Such strong sword essence. Liang Luo's expression changed and urged the green bull under him. The warm and slow green bull became a blur and then he disappeared. Shi Xiang was also slightly shocked. He hurriedly pushed the green bull and vanished. Zuo Mo felt the right hand that was wearing the golden sword ring was 30,000 catties heavy. Raising 1 inch would use up all the energy in the body. All the ling energy inside was like a wild stallion off the ropes, uncontrollably and crazily flooding towards the golden sword ring on his right hand. His consciousness sunk into a strange kind of void and serenity. The dancing flames in his sea of consciousness froze, as though under a body paralysis spell, frozen and quiet. In the sky of his consciousness, that star suddenly released a blinding light as it slowly revolved. Sitting on the gravestone, Pu raised his head. Looking at the shining star above his head, he laughed soundlessly. Zuo Mo had never felt his mind so clear. Everything seemed to be under his control. He just knew that he needed to quickly send out this sword energy, otherwise the sword energy was very likely that it would explode in his body and he would become a mess of blood and flesh. He also knew that on the other's flying sword, with its uneven sword energy, he could find at least 7 holes. Yes, he couldn't find any other descriptor. Holes, this label, he felt it was just appropriate. It was much a wondrous feeling. He was drowning in enjoyment. Yet in the eyes of Xiaoguo and the others, at this time Shixiang seemed to be a sword exuding coldness. Every gaze that met his eyes felt their hearts shake. The usually warm and peaceful black pupils were entirely gray-white, indifferent and empty, like a borderless tundra. Even Liang Luo and Shixiang, who just managed to arrive, were shocked. Liang Luo couldn't control his exclamation, "Whoa!" Shixiang was a much steadier person and saw in more detail. But when he found the other just had a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, his expression couldn't help change slightly. The flying sword, shrouded in a green light, turned into a stream of light and howled as it shot at Zuo Mo. Just at this time, Zuo Mo's slow-moving right hand finally pointed. Hiss! It was like a strange beast baring its teeth. The two noises made by the energies ripping through air were dissonant and entirely different. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted. A white frosted sword energy leapt from Zuo Mo's fingertips. Ping! 2 streams of light, one green, one white, furiously slammed together. There wasn't the imagined explosion. The white sword energy that Zuo Mo released seemed like a patch of mist, hitting the other's flying sword. The other's flying sword froze, paralyzed in midair. That person's expression changed drastically. Ding! The flying sword landed on the ground, unmoving like a dead fish. The weakness due to all the strength in the body being pulled out caused his consciousness to blank. That strange feeling was like the tide as it quickly retreated. But before that, he managed to make out his ice frost sword energy had accurately hit the flying sword in a spot near the back. That was the most serious hole that Zuo Mo had found before. He instinctively chose it as his target of attack. It was a pity that he hadn't broken it. Zuo Mo was regretful, but his mind swirled and he fainted on the ground. The female disciples behind him instantly screamed in fear. That disciple whose expression changed ran over to pick up his flying sword. When he saw the body was full of cracks, he instantly became angry and sad. When he looked at Zuo Mo on the ground, hatred rose up in his head. He couldn't help roaring at his other fellow disciples, "You group of trash, what are you standing there for? Chop up this damned guy for me." The other disciples murmured but didn't dare to go up. Zuo Mo's bravery just now had deeply shocked them. And they weren't dumb. From the looks of it, this incident would get big. Jumping out at this time, wasn't it seeking death? The sect elders were too lazy to care about the little incidents that occurred every day, but if they really wounded someone else, and the others' elders went to the mountain, then they wouldn't be well. Seeing his friends not willing, the leader didn't waste words. His face was twisted as he held up the flying sword and walked towards Zuo Mo. Xiaoguo sobbed as she leapt over Zuo Mo's body. Her small apple face was full of fear, but she still kept Shixiang behind her. The other female disciples saw the circumstances, exchanged a look and gritted their teeth as they stood up. "What do you want? In this daytime, you dare commit a crime? I'm telling you, I've endured you guys for a long time. Come on, chop me up." If we don't find your elders this time to discuss everything, I'm telling you, I'm not a woman. It might have been they got into the swing of things, but as one added a sentence here and another there, the vigor of the female disciples increased. Watching from far away, Liang Luo also found the clue. He said in shock, he really just has Lianqi 8th level in cultivation? How can he have such a pure sword essence? There are so many geniuses in this world. Shi Xiang couldn't resist sighing, just Lianqi and having such pure sword essence, his potential is limitless. And it was originally a gold sword energy, but it could transform into such an icy sword energy. Whose sect has such a disciple? Liang Luo was still staring in disbelief at Zuo Mo lying on the ground. Even now, he still couldn't believe a Lianqi disciple could have such a pure sword essence. For a sword xiu, the most important and the hardest to practice was sword essence. In the beginning, what they learned was all kinds of sword scriptures. After enduring countless battles and training, they would gradually comprehend sword essence. Sword essence was unable to be described in language. It depended on each individual to comprehend. Sword xiu that comprehended a sword essence were the only kind of real sword cultivators. Even if they didn't have a flying sword, they still were sharp and unstoppable. Sword scripture as a model, ling energy as the connection, but the true quintessence was sword essence. Both of them had a cultivation of ningmai, and had only just entered the doorway to sword essence. Suddenly seeing a Lianqi disciple having such pure sword essence, how could they not be shocked? Holding the cracked flying sword, listening to the curses of Wu Kong Sword Sect's female disciples, the person's face turned black and then white, harshly yelling, "All of you, get out of my way!" Ah! The female disciples that had just been aggressive instantly screamed and scattered in fear. Only Xiaoguo remained as she cried and unwaveringly protected Zuo Mo. That person held the flying sword, a face full of viciousness as he shouted at Xiaoguo, "Get out of the way!" Xiaoguo whined as she protected Zuo, furiously shaking her head. "You bitch!" The other was enraged. Lifting the sword, he made to slice, frightening Xiaoguo to close her eyes. Bang! Without a warning, the person suddenly seemed to have been hit by a large hammer. His entire body flew out 5 yards and didn't move. Committing a crime publicly in broad daylight, which sect are you from? A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind Xiaoguo. 2 Xiuzha slowly came over, riding on green bulls. The one who spoke was Shi Xiang. With one move, Shi Xiang had intimidated everyone. Even the most idiotic person knew that the other's power was several levels higher. Fear came onto everyone's faces, but no one spoke. Shi Xiang heavily humped in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you hear me speak?" At this time, a Xiuzha trembled as he came out. He gave a bow, responding, "We are the disciples from Dongqi Sword Sect." Offending elder, sorry. Dongqi Sword Sect. Shi Xiang and Liang Luo exchanged a look, and imperceptibly furrowed their brows. Shi Xiang sneered, "At what time Dongqi Sword Sect was able to freely harass the female disciples of other sects? I should go ask Zuo Mei Tian, is this how he teaches the disciples?" The name Zuo Mei Tian instantly caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, turning into terror. "Leave. If you do this again, don't blame me for not being courteous." Shi Xiang waved his sleeve and ordered for them to leave. The disciples of Dongqi Sword Sect hurriedly took their Xixiang and ran frantically as they left. Turning his face, Shi Xiang looked at the crowd of female disciples. In a warm voice, he said, "Don't worry, this little brother is only suffering from exhaustion of ling energy, nothing major." Which sect are you from? Chapter 30 Schemes. It's not that Zuo Mo isn't useful or strong for his age and experience. It's just that Wei Sheng outshines everyone else. Wu Kong Sword Sect is a small sect, but people are starting to know of it. Chapter 30 Schemes. Greetings to both elders. We are disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect. A sensible female disciple hurried answered. The other's cultivation was astounding, and he had helped them out of trouble. He shouldn't have any enmity. Wu Kong Sword Sect. Shi Xiang and Liang Rong's expressions instantly became strange. They hadn't thought that right after discussing someone else's sect, they actually saved the disciples of that sect, and it was a whole crowd. The two's gazes uncontrollably landed on Zuo Mo's body. This little brother is? Shi Xiang tried to make his expression seem normal. In reality, his expression was still strange. This disciple lying on the ground only had a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level and naturally could not be Wei Shang. When did Wu Kong Sword Sect produce another genius? Shi Xiang was full of surprise. He had personally seen the apparition when Wei Shang entered Zhuji. The picture of the sword energy rising to the heavens was deeply ingrained in his mind. Every time he thought of it, he would be in awe. Originally, he had assumed that all geniuses in the world would be so, yet what he saw today shocked him deeply once again. He had never heard of a Lianqi disciple that could comprehend sword essence. That disciple's sword essence was not whole. With his experience, he naturally could see at first glance that this disciple had just touched the door to sword essence. His sword essence could only be called in the fledgling stage. But this was enough to surprise him. Even more, this Lianqi disciple's sword essence was extremely weak, but it was extremely pure. This quality made him extremely puzzled. When normal Xiuzhi comprehended the sword essence, at the very beginning, it was always extremely heterogeneous. Over time, through the trials of time, the trials of one's temperament, it would slowly turn to become pure. Just touching on the sword essence, and having such pure sword essence, it was something completely unimaginable. Thinking about his hard work these years, his heart didn't feel good. When did sword essence become something that even Lianqi disciples could play with? Wu Kong Sword Sect. This unknown sect suddenly became mysterious in Shi Xiang's eyes. A Wei Shang who caused an apparition in Zhuji, and now adding on an unknown disciple who could comprehend sword essence in the stage of Lianqi. This is our Shi Xiang Zuo Mo. The female disciple said proudly, Shi Xiang is the strongest in our outer sect disciples. The other female disciples all nodded their heads in agreement. What had just happened totally changed their impressions of Zuo Mo. Zombie Shi Xiang might be a bit greedy, but he wasn't soft in the face of danger and had a sense of responsibility. When Zuo Mo had comprehended the sword essence and released that last blow, that terrifying presence made them feel deeply intimidated. Outer sect disciple. A vein throbbed in Liang Luo's forehead. A genius that could comprehend sword essence in the stage of Lianqi was only an outer sect disciple. He was very suspicious that he heard it wrong. Shi Xiang's expression froze as well before quickly returning to normal. The smile on his face became even warmer. As expected, it really is heroes come from the youth. Oh, I have a ling restoring Dan, it's just perfect for this. Come, I'll help him use it. He took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a Dan about the size of a mung bean. He got off the green bowl and coming to Zuo Mo's side, he shoved the ling restoring Dan in Zuo Mo's mouth. Liang Luo stared with wide eyes at Shi Xiang's enthusiasm. Ling restoring Dan wasn't something cheap. One pill was 20 pieces of second-grade jingshi. Even they only were given a specified portion each month. Shi Xiang actually gave it to a stranger. He stared dazedly at Shi Xiang, who seemed like a completely different person, feed another ling herbs and even aided him in absorbing the ling herbs. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange face. He was instantly startled and unconsciously sat up. Little brother, don't be scared. We don't have malicious aims. The other said with a smile and flashed to the side. The befuddled Zuo Mo stood up and suddenly found his body was warm, wisps of ling energy spreading through his body. The previous exhaustion had all been swept away. Seeing him wake up, the female disciples instantly crowded over, talking over each other as they narrated everything that had happened. It was only now that Zuo Mo knew he had been saved by the other people. He quickly went in front of Shi Xiang and Liang Luo to bow and give thanks. Many thanks to both elders for your rescue. This junior can't thank you enough. Little brother Zuo doesn't have to be so courteous. I felt you familiar at first sight. Just a minor thing, don't keep it on the mind. Shi Xiang smiled and responded, we are from Qi Sword Sect. Actually, Qi Sword Sect and Wu Kong Sword Sect aren't that far away. Everyone is like one family. Liang Luo wanted to roll his eyes hearing that. What was called not that far away? He had never heard that there was a Wu Kong Sword Sect in the surroundings. What was with Shi Xiang today? Why was he so strange? Zuo Mo said gratefully, if the two elders hadn't lent their aid. Shi Xiang waved his hands, interrupting Zuo Mo's words, we'll regard each other as the same generation. I'll call you little brother Zuo. Ha, little brother Zuo has a limitless future, maybe it is us that are social climbing. Elder is exaggerating. Zuo Mo couldn't understand the other's meaning. This kind of praises made him puzzled. Junior is only an outer sect disciple, there's nothing to speak of in terms of future. Shi Xiang brushed away his annoyance, is it that little brother Zuo doesn't like us too? Elder, it really is irritating. Zuo Mo couldn't help but struggle. In the world of Xiuzha, other than in the same sect, there wasn't any distinction of age between different sections. And there was no age in cultivation, and it was hard to distinguish from the appearance. Usually, most of it was divided by the cultivation. Those stronger were elders, no matter their age. Even though he couldn't detect the other's cultivation, but to be able to easily make that crowd leave, these two people were more than sufficient to be called elders by him. He was very sensible. Like that little thousand crane. If he hadn't been certain that the other wouldn't find him, he wouldn't have written such a reply. Right now, facing the others, he was naturally docile. Just at this time, Shi Xiang smiled and informed, you can call us De. I am Shi Xiang, he is my shitty Liang Luo. Zuo Mo was incomparably obedient and bowed again, Shi De, Liang De. The female disciples all looked with admiration at Zuo Mo. To have relations with strong Xiuzha, there were naturally many benefits. This elder in front of them clearly was admiring of Zuo Mo Xixiang. Xixiang really hit the jackpot. As expected, they heard Xixiang continue, since you have called me De, as the brother, I naturally have to have a meeting gift. This, ice crystal sword, even if it is 3rd grade, but its attributes lean towards cold and yin. I saw that brothers with sword essence leans towards ice and this flying sword is perfect for you. Under a crowd of drooling gazes, Zuo Mo dazedly received this flying sword. The sword was about 2 feet and 7 or so inches. The body was translucent and sparkling as though it was carved from ice, and emitted cold air. A pie fell down from heaven and hit him unconscious. The appearance of this flying sword wasn't ordinary. Zuo Mo straightforwardly converted it to Jingshi in his mind. So many Jingshi. Shi Xiang kept giving looks at Liang Luo. Liang Luo helplessly reached into his bosom and after fishing for a while, took out a folded seal paper with some pain. He threw it at Zuo Mo, coldly informing, spirit traveling seal. Zuo Mo was so happy right now he almost fainted. He wasn't clear about the price of the flying sword, but he had some knowledge of the price of the spirit traveling seal. The conditions for a person to use the spirit traveling seal was not high. It was one of the rare paper seals that a lianqi could use. Putting this seal on the legs, travel 1,000 miles without being tired. It was much faster than his flying paper crane. Carefully taking the spirit traveling seal, he took a look, and determined inside that this was a 3rd grade spirit traveling seal. Oh! This two were so generous. However, the suspicions in his heart increased rather than decreased. There was no such thing as uncalled for love in this word. These 2 items, any one of them was worth more than his entire wealth. The other had no reason to carelessly give to someone. This was what really puzzled him. Today, we still have other matters, so farewell. After a few days, we'll go to Wukong Mountain to find you and have a drink. Shi Xiang smiled as he bid farewell to Zuo Mo and, along with Liang Luo, rode the green bulls as they quickly disappeared. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Seeing the two vanish, after a beat, he suddenly said to the female disciples, "Someone pinch me, is this a dream?" 7 or 8 hands simultaneously reached over. A shriek echoed on the mountain path. "Shixiang, what were you doing?" Liang Luo was slightly discontent. A spirit-traveling seal naturally wasn't anything big to him, but he wasn't so generous to give it to a stranger. If it wasn't that he was extremely trusting of Shixiang, he wouldn't have even paid attention. Sitting on the green bull, Shixiang was pleased. He is an outer sect disciple. What about an outer sect disciple? There are many outer sect disciples in this world. Liang Luo said unconcernedly. Shixiang glanced at Liang Luo. He asked in return, "What does Shitty feel about Zuo Mo's talent?" Liang Luo choked. A moment later, he squeezed out a sentence, "Not bad, better than me." Shitty has no need to undervalue yourself. If you train hard, you will naturally win over him. Shixiang was afraid that his Shitty's confidence would suffer and comforted. He then said solemnly, "However, such talents, no matter in what sect, he should be one of the more important disciples in the sect." But he actually is only an outer sect disciple. Liang Luo wasn't stupid and instantly reacted, "Does Shixiang want to recruit him into our sect? Why can't I? Such potential, that Wu Kong Sword Sect hasn't recognized it, wouldn't it complete us?" An outer sect disciple entering another sect, if Wu Kong Sword Sect came up to our door, they wouldn't have a foot to stand on. Liang Luo knew what Shixiang said was true. The turnover rate and mobility of outer sect disciples were extremely high. Those that entered another sect were countless. If they swindled Zuo Mo over, Wu Kong Sword Sect could not move based on this. Such potential, are his elders blind? Could it be an elder purposefully putting him in the outer sect disciples to toughen? Liang Luo voiced a doubt. Shixiang answered, remember how he answered when I praise him for his limitless future? What he said proved that the definitely wasn't put in the outer sect by the elders. Thinking about that, I feel there is another possibility. It is probably that he only just comprehended the sword essence and his sect elders hadn't found out yet. Liang Luo's mind jumped, then why didn't we just take him with us right now? If he returns to the mountain and something else happened, wouldn't it be ruined? Don't panic. I saw that he was very cautious of us, and there were too many people. If we try too hard now, it would be unlikely to succeed. It's better to back off first and wait for a few days before we go find him. Move with feelings, entice with benefits, I'm confident it will work. Shixiang explained confidently. Liang Luo realized, Shixiang is wise. The two smiled at each other. I, eldest brother. Chapter 31 Choice. Chapter 31 Choice. Zuo Mo had come to Dongfu many times before and would always window shop. However, to accompany women, especially a crowd of women to window shop, this required a very strong endurance of the body, probably only those who cultivated the body could endure. Seeing that they brought everything they needed, Zuo Mo sneaked away. He first went to buy the gold ore. What Pu Yao had said last time, he remembered it. He also brought a jade stick full of basic seal formations. Even though there were teachings from the sect, but there were only just a few kinds. Seal formations were something that all Xiozha had to learn. No matter if it was forging or making dan, it all required understanding seal formations. Zuo Mo brought them to create ling fields in the future, even if it was far away. The jade stick didn't cost much, the expensive one was the gold ore. 20 pieces of second-grade jingsher was enough for him to suffer in pain for a long time, but he still decided to buy it. His attitude now was different than before. Before, he only looked at gingsher. Even if he still liked gingsher, but he put more importance on the future. After Fourth Shirgu revealed it, he was clear that he couldn't return to the past. Those simple aspirations were completely shattered. He was walking on a road that he didn't know the destination of. What was waiting in the front for him? Breaking into pieces? Finding the answer? He didn't know. What had seemed fresh and exciting in the past was now dull and tasteless now. He found a quiet place to sit down and started to think back to the last sword energy he had released. No one taught him. Even Pu Yao only made him experience it for himself. Towards Pu Yao, he only felt grateful. If there wasn't Pu Yao, he might not even have the chance to seek answers. Now that he had the chance, how could he not treasure it? He hadn't realized his own transformation. He suddenly understood some of what Wei Shang Shixiang felt. Obsession, unrelenting obsession. Every time he thought about his appearance being changed, his mind erased, his wooden face would burn with pain, like it was reminding him there was a pair of hands that wiped away his face, was a pair of hands that wiped away his memories. This burning that seeped in his bones made him unable to tolerate himself muddle-headedly living. He wanted answers. He was very clear just how low his starting point was. He didn't want to waste even 1 second. He thought of all the ways, worked over his minds, used all his cunning to make himself stronger, to let himself have greater power. He wanted answers. In the corner of the busy street, he serenely coiled his legs and mused. In the roaring sea of fire, Pu sat on the gravestone and lazily listened to the sound tablet. The female disciples finally brought all they needed. Everyone's faces were brimming with content. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. He was now in a rush to return back. Today's encounter let him have a taste of power. He desperately and impatiently wanted to keep training. But in consideration of the safety of these female disciples, he still sat on the flying paper crane and slowly followed them. But he still took grasp of each bit of time. Returning to the little yard, the first thing Zuo Mo did was put the black goldworm and the gold ore together, dig a small hole near the ling vein and bury them. After burial, he entered his consciousness. Facing Pu Yao, he said, "Pu, let's continue." Unexpectedly, Pu lazily said, "Continue? Continue what?" Zuo Mo blanked before quickly recovering his calm. "What conditions do you have?" It's so convenient talking with smart people." Pu smiled lightly and straightened. "This is correct. Where in the world are there free meals?" I want souls." "Souls?" Zuo Mo jumped in fear. Pu Yao's expression was relaxed and his voice carefree as he said, "Souls are good things. The taste fresh, full of vitality. Blood, human meat, they can't compare." Just a few words and Zuo Mo became quite scared. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of those great monsters, eating raw human meat, pulling tendons, sucking marrow, eating souls. For a Shouja whose dream was becoming a ling plant farmer, things like souls were enough to make him jump out of his skin. No way. Zuo Mo resolutely refused. Pu Yao was truly a great monster. Even though he wanted power, but he definitely didn't want himself become a servant of power. "Didn't you want to learn the sword?" Other than the sword, I still have many other things to teach you. I have many talismans." As long as you have good souls, I can exchange all of it." Pu's crimson tongue licked his lips, voice full of enticement. "No way." Zuo Mo suddenly relaxed. He sat down facing Pu Yao, stating, "I'm not interested in killing people." "Oh?" Pu Yao raised a thin eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. "You have to think clearly. Other people's lives, how can they be as valuable as yours?" It actually is very simple to kill another. "Oh, one soul, and I will let you have a good comprehension of this sword essence and can teach you many things. I just knew that you didn't have good intentions." Zuo Mo blared fixedly at Pu, coldly stating, "Pity you have the wrong plan." Pu Yao continued to chuckle. Zuo Mo suddenly felt his body tighten and couldn't move. "I'm wrong?" Pu Yao suddenly raised his voice. So many years, no one has ever dared to say I'm wrong in front of me." He slowly walked in front of the unmovable Zuo Mo, his icy hands touching Zuo Mo's neck. "Afraid?" Great. I really tried many kinds and found that terror is the best flavor in all of the souls. Did you know? Souls that died with great terror, it's like a beautiful wine that fermented perfectly. Just eating it once, ooh, it is unforgettable. A cold finger swiped across the blood vessel on Zuo Mo's neck. Pu Yao's expression was mirthful, the crimson red eyes flashed with craziness. Zuo Mo's body shook. He kept telling himself not to be afraid, but terror was like a spring that couldn't be plugged, furiously sprouting out. No matter how he tried, his body wouldn't move. Struggle is useless. Pu Yao was still smiling, his eyes cold. Your stupidity really makes me disappointed. Didn't you know, pets need to realize that they are pets? He hated this feeling. Being manipulated, being controlled, his body not in control. Something in Zuo Mo's heart seemed to have lit up. Terror was swiftly taken over by anger. His blood seemed to have been burning. He couldn't help swearing, "Go to hell." Such a stubborn little thing. Pu Yao shook his head and smiled, his right hand gently squeezing. Ah! Zuo Mo gave a wail. His entire person seemed to be bound by an invisible hand into a strange shape. The pain in his body was like countless thin needles piercing his body. His awareness started to dull. Just at that moment, a warm stream suddenly rose up from Zuo Mo's chest. Want to interfere? Pu Yao seemed to have found a naughty thing and his mouth had a light smile. His entire body suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared next to Zuo Mo, his right hands easily thrusting into Zuo Mo's chest. Easily taking his hand out of Zuo Mo's chest, a five-colored bead appeared between his fingers. This bead was the size of a mung bean. It looked like a rainbow glass, light swirling inside. Leisurely examining the small bead for a while, Pu muttered to himself, so it was this thing. Finishing, he prepared to crush the bead. Just at this moment, his hands suddenly stopped moving. Wisps of black smoke spread from the gravestone, slow and solid. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the sea of flames was covered by black clouds. The dancing flames seemed to be quite afraid of these misty black clouds. They shrunk down, a rarely seen sight. The star that was in the sky was also robbed of light by the black clouds. Pu dazedly stood, motionless. An extremely complicated emotion floated in his bloody eye, seemingly sorrowful, seemingly happy, seemingly fond, seemingly furious. After a long time, he said lightly. You really want to choose such a piece of rubbish? The black clouds moved, the layers roiling. The roaring sea of fire seemed to be suppressed, almost extinguishing while that star in the sky had almost completely disappeared. Pu Yao stood like a tree, seeming to not have registered it. The black clouds became even thicker. The entire sea of consciousness was now a patch of black, nothing could be seen. He suddenly sneered, the light flashing in his bloody right eye. You do know that to want to persuade me, it isn't that simple. The surroundings became quiet. The black clouds didn't give a response and the two sides were deadlocked. After an unknown length of time, the light in Pu Yao's bloody right eyes gradually dimmed. He suddenly laughed lightly, and with the burdens of the ages, he shrugged helplessly. It's always like this, so boring. His finger flicked and the glass bead in his hands entered Zuo Mo's body. The black clouds instantly clear without a trace to be found. The sea of fire that lost its suppressor started to once again burn fiercely. That star in the sky gave off light. Pu Yao stared at the gravestone for a long time without speaking. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he hurriedly inspected his body. Seeing it uninjured, he finally gave a breath of relief. What had happened? Why did Pu Yao let go of him? Just when he was puzzled, Pu Yao suddenly appeared. You really took a long time to wake up. Pu Yao's expression was full of mockery, such a fragile spirit. Originally, I had wanted to play. I hadn't bargained for a few thousand years. It ruined my fun. But it is normal. A person that doesn't have his features or mind, his heart naturally is also soft. I'm so pitiful. Zuo Mo was silent. His fists uncontrollably tightened. Speaking about it, there is a place that has souls and you don't have to kill anyone. But it is very dangerous. How about it? Are you interested? Pu Yao's expression was leisurely. What place? Zuo Mo asked in spite of himself. Just now, Pu Yao's words pierced his heart. He, you don't need to know now. Don't worry, you don't need to kill anyone. You just have to say whether you agree or not. As to payment, when your conditions are enough, I naturally will let you be satisfied. I agree. He didn't think about it further. Zuo Mo nodded. As long as he didn't have to kill anyone, he wasn't afraid of danger. He didn't have anything else to lose. AI finally finished this transaction. For a few souls, this really wasn't easy. Business, not doing it for a long time, I really deteriorated. Pu Yao ruefully said in an experienced tone. Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. Pu Yao turned his face over. All right, let's discuss another transaction. Another transaction? Zuo Mo was full of wariness and some puzzlement. Jingshi, I require Gingshi. Pu Yao chucked. Want to experience sword essence? 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi each time. How about it, isn't it cheap? Zuo Mo stared with a gaping mouth. Chapter 32 Refusal. Chapter 32 Refusal. The little dark gold sword cheerfully flew around Zuo Mo's fingers. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a dash of gold light like a gold-colored lightning bolt. Zuo Mo's eyes showed happiness. Art of Aged Gold finally reached the 3rd level. After the 3rd level, the aged gold energy also transformed. The once dark gold sands became even finer and shinier, the gold sword that was formed even more exquisite. It was like a narrow fish, nimbly darting and swerving. The little gold sword was very small. The region it moved in was only his palm, and the sword moves were all very simple. There was none of the grand moves. However, if an experienced sword show was here, they could be shocked to find that contained in the movements of this little gold sword was a faint strand of sword essence. Zuo Mo could also feel this small strand of sword essence. Other than joy, he couldn't help but feel pain. Returning home, no matter how hard he tried to remember, he still couldn't find the feeling of that last sword strike that day. With no other solution, he could only spend Jingshi at Pu Yao's to experience sword essence. 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi each time. He spent all the Jingshi he had and finally comprehended a sliver of sword essence. It was this sliver of sword essence that caused his Art of Aged Gold to break through to the 3rd level. Compared to before, the present Pu Yao was a completely unscrupulous businessman that only recognized Jingshi and nothing else. He didn't know what really happened the last time. Why did Pu Yao release him in the end? It was clear that Pu Yao's attitude towards him had changed slightly. He seemed even more impatient, even hard to communicate with. If there was no matter about him and he was called, he would ignore. But for some reason, Zuo Mo felt the present Pu Yao was much safer, even though he needed to spend large amounts of Jingshi. Art of Aged Gold, reaching the 3rd level meant that he only needed one more spell to reach the 3rd level before he could become a ling plant farmer. If he became a ling plant farmer, his status in the sect would be drastically different. The sect would supply him with large amount of resources, and then he could even more quickly increase his strength. The question he was facing now was what spell to choose to make a breakthrough. In the end, he chose Art of Flora. In the low-level spells, Art of Flora was renowned for its complicated finger motions. This was also the reason that Zuo Mo chose it. Finger motions, its trace could be found in almost all low-level spells. Low-level shoujo didn't have enough cultivation and frequently needed the assistance of the finger motions to completely cast. Even though after the stage of Jingdan, finger motions would almost completely disappear, but before that, finger motions was a very useful technique. Just as Zuo Mo was concentrating on practicing his finger motions, Pu Yao, sitting on the gravestone in the sea of consciousness, snorted and said to himself, "You just chose this piece of rubbish?" After practicing for a long time, Zuo Mo found that he was stuck at the same level. If he wanted to improve more, it was very difficult. His finger motions were actually very proficient, but it was always lacking flow. Thinking about the special feeling when he used Art of Flora to help Liang Feng Shiji and the others weed, he guessed that was the direction he should work at. But the profound feeling, similar to when he had released the sword at the enemy last time, no matter how he thought, he couldn't find it. Asking Pu Yao. It was a pity that Zuo Mo didn't have any more Jingshi. For the next following days, he still didn't have any ideas. The stubbornness in Zuo Mo's bones was aroused. Wasn't it just finger motions? He thought of a way. He took out a basin of water. Submerging both hands in the water, he started to practice his finger motions underwater. The feeling under in the water was expectedly different. The resistance was much greater. The finger motions, originally well practiced, instantly became scattered. Zuo Mo instantly became alert. He felt he found the direction. What he was most afraid of was not having a direction. If he could find the direction, he could overcome even the biggest problem. Just at this time, Shi Xiang and Liang Luo came to visit as they promised. The two's visit was very unexpected to Zuo Mo. He had originally thought the two were insincere and just said it, and never though they would actually really come. Tuning my Xiozha coming to visit a Lianqi outer sect disciple. No one would believe it. Ha, little brother Zuo, it's only been a few days, and you've improved greatly. I think that very soon you would enter Zhuji. Shi Xiang smiled and then with a face full of concern, said, have you prepared what you need for Zhuji? I have a few Zhuji Dan here, the grade isn't bad. Zuo Mo was even more cautious. Unreasonable attention, if it wasn't malicious, it was robbery. The other was way too enthusiastic and he automatically was on the defense. His mouth hurried replied, sure the Ji is too kind. Just a while ago, 4th Shirgu bestowed a Zhuji Dan, it's enough for me. Liang Luo and Shi Xiang quietly exchanged a look but this didn't escape Zuo Mo's watch. Shi Xiang smiled, responding, that's good, that's good. Inside, he thought that it was not going well. Had Zuo Mo's elders started to pay attention to his potential? Such a genius such as little brother Zuo would always attract attention no matter the place. Ha ha. When are you becoming an inner sect disciple, we can come and celebrate. He didn't give up and probed. Zuo Mo shook his head, our sect needs Zhuji before it is enough to become an inner sect disciple. It's still too early. Hope rose in Shi Xiang. His face was greatly shocked, oh, but such a great talent as little brothers will also have to be limited by such old-fashioned rules? He didn't know what the other wanted. Zuo Mo said cautiously, sure the Ge is joking, where do I count as a genius? At one side, Liang Luo was already impatient. He always liked being straightforward and crisply opened, little brother Zuo, why don't you come to our Qi Sword Sect? If you are willing to come, you would definitely be a core disciple. Shi Xiang looked nervously at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo blanked. After a long beat, he finally reacted and smiled hesitantly, both de Ge, don't joke. This brother knows how much I'm worth. Shi Xiang said seriously, we aren't joking and are inviting you sincerely. Little brother's talents are exceptional, but the hardship in the long journey of cultivation, I'm sure that little brother's is very clear. With your talents, you should try to enter Zhuji as fast as possible and leave behind the common duties, concentrate on cultivating and be assisted by guidance from elders. I cannot promise that you could reach the top but becoming Jindan, the possibility is very great. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the two people. If you are always entangled in these common duties, no matter how good your talents are, they would be wasted. Shi Xiang said earnestly. They were sincere. Zuo Mo believed in the two people's words but suddenly he also felt this was preposterous. At what time did he become exceptionally talented and was invited by others to enter a sect? Talent? He didn't have that kind of thing. Otherwise, would the sect leader not have seen it? The sect leader had been the one that brought him back. In the past he would sometimes think that maybe it was that the sect leader didn't have good enough insight, but the presence that night the sect leader and the Shirshu had exuded made him understand that the Shirshu that usually didn't appear were all powerful and extraordinary people. The two people were only interested in him because of Pu Yao. If other people had the same opportunities as him, they would definitely be much stronger than him. He thought about 2 years ago, the instant that he opened his eyes. Thought about him sweating up a storm in the Ling fields. Shi Xiang and Liang Luo didn't speak. They were quietly waiting for Zuo Mo's choice. Even though they didn't understand what he had to hesitate about, they had given sufficient sincerity. This kind of benefits, giving them to a Lianqi disciple, it had never happened at Qi Sword Sect. After a long time, when the lowered head of Zuo Mo rose and the muddled eyes recovered clarity, the two knew that Zuo Mo had made a choice. Zuo Mo said earnestly, "Many thanks to both the GE for your goodwill. This brother appreciates it. These years, I'm used to living in Wu Kong Sword Sect. The sect and the elders have been very attentive to me and I have no intentions of leaving." The tone wasn't heavy, but it was full of a kind of determination. In his sea of consciousness, Pu Yao disdainfully spat out a word, "Idiot." Disappointed expressions came upon Shi Xiang and Liang Luo's faces. But they also knew that it wouldn't be effective to speak more. They didn't have the interest in chatting, and after exchanging a few more words, they bid farewell. Sending away the two, Zuo Mo returned to his little yard and stared into space. Then he continued to bury his head in practicing Art of Flora. The time passed by extremely full. Pu Yao didn't pay attention to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was happy to not be disturbed. If the devil didn't torment him, he thanked the earth and the heavens. Every day, he would travel to Cold Mist Valley, learn to care for all kinds of ling herbs. After Art of Aged Gold reached the 3rd level, the power increased greatly. He inspected all the ling herbs in Cold Mist Valley one by one and found some deeply hidden pests. After spending effort to exterminate those pests, his Art of Aged Gold became even more proficient. He still couldn't imprint on the flying sword, so he decided to use the little aged gold sword to practice sword scriptures and ruminate on sword essence. In the water, he practiced Art of Flora and reinforced his finger movements. All the other time, he devoted it all to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The main use of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was to increase consciousness, but Zuo Mo found that it could also increase ling energy. The effects were much better than his mainstream crappy 10 principle scripture. He basically abandoned 10 principle scripture and changed to cultivate embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Every day, he only rested for 4 hours. All the other time was put on cultivation, continuous cultivation. During this period of time, he wanted his Art of Flora to reach the 3rd level. After this little while, the new cycle of planting ling grains would arrive. He would be occupied. In that case, there would be much less time left for cultivation. In the basin of water, a pair of withered hands, from fingertip to wrist, were all immersed in water. The parts above the wrist were bare in the air. Zuo Mo's eyes were closed, exhaling, and concentrating. Suddenly, the 10 thin fingers moved, fast as light, creating layers of undercurrents, the movements adding a kind of cold flavor. The speed at which the fingers moved was extremely fast. The surface of the water was like boiling water, countless undercurrents restlessly moving, but what was strange was that not even a drop splashed. The 2 wrists seemed to be made of copper, not moving a sliver. The nimbleness of the 10 fingers were astounding, the dazzling finger movements changing. The closed eyes didn't open. Zuo Mo's breathing unconsciously became heavier. The movements of his hands became even faster. The fingers under the water were unable to be distinguished. Splashes bloomed like flowers, the speed became faster, the collision between splashes suddenly became vicious. The water in the basin seemed to have been lifted by an invisible hand. The surface of the water completely raised up 2 centimeters. As the speed of the 10 fingers became faster, the surface became even higher. That pair of withered hands seemed to have a strange attraction, sucking the ball of water and holding it in midair. Suddenly, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. The 10 fingers in the water suddenly became straight. Bang! The ball of water sucked onto the hands broke like a vase, turning into 10 bursts of water arrows, slashing out. Joy made its way onto Zuo Mo's eyes. Chapter 33: The Spring Sprout Jade Metal. Over at Mangapates, an user called Maku left behind this great description of the novel. Shojin Shiji, World of Cultivation, is the tale of a disgruntled young man in his quest to be the best farmer he can be, at least if it wasn't for those annoying people keep getting in the way of his pursuit of agricultural excellence. Will conspiring forces turn him into a sword cultivator, or will he manage to throw off the shackles of fate and grow he best darn crops in the sect? Those airhead cultivators dream of too much nonsense and don't know how to live properly. They need to get a real job to earn some jingsher for a living like a normal person. I think this is a better synopsis than both of my attempts. Chapter 33: The Spring Sprout Jade Metal. Dongfu. As one of the 13 primary towns of Tianyujia, all kinds of authorities were very developed. Even though Tianyujia was governed by Kunluan Jing, and it was primarily made up of sword sects, but the requirements of sword shio to need all kinds of resources wasn't small. So while the core disciples of all the sects cultivated the sword, they would still try very hard to attract other kinds of shioja. Different shioja received different treatment. The same types of shioja would also receive different treatment based on their cultivation. Due to this, the evaluations of all kinds of professions were extremely important. It would be a very difficult thing to get a sword shio to determine the skill level of a ling plant farmer. For each shioja, after being professionally licensed, they could quickly find a satisfactory job in every location. All kinds of cultivators had their own authorities. The ling plant farmers had the Institute of Ling Plants, the beast speakers had the Institute of Beast Language. Congratulations, it's very rare to see such a young ling plants farmer in Dongfu. And you have comprehended the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Your future is limitless. The ling plant farmer responsible for the exam smiled as he gave Zuo Mo a jade medal. Barely visible inside the medal was a small and tender sprout, 5 elements energy revolving around it. The jade medals of a ling plant farmer were sorted into 4 levels: Spring Sprout, Summer Flower, Autumn Fruit, and Winter Hibernation. There were even finer distinctions at each level, but those exams were extremely complicated. Many ling plant farmers only ever did the licensing for the 4 levels. Zuo Mo joyfully took the jade medal. To get this jade medal, he really hadn't wasted all his effort. The ling plants farmer in Dongfu only had the authority to give out Spring Sprout jade medals. To get a higher level jade medal, he needed to go to a more prosperous place. However, in the short term, Zuo Mo completely didn't have to consider that problem. The leveling up of ling plants farmers was extremely hard. The Summer Flower jade medal required all 5 kinds of spells to reach the 5th level. Other than that, they needed to know how to create ling fields above the 4th grade. After giving thanks to the elder, Zuo Mo decided to leave the institute. Just as he came out of the Institute of Ling Plants, numerous people instantly circled around. Mr. Zuo, our sect desperately needs a ling plant farmer. Is Mr. Zuo willing? Don't listen to him, he's only a small sect, can't give good benefits. Our sect is much more prosperous, you can ask for all the benefits if you are willing to come to our sect. The explosions of sound caused Zuo Mo's head to turn to a mess. Just at this time, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. Sorry, excuse me. Everyone, don't block my Shirji. 1. Sorry, please make way. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. A hidden presence spread and the crowd naturally made way. Just this cultivation was enough to make everyone stop talking. Seeing the smiling fat person not far away, Zuo Mo's heart jumped and he hurriedly went up to bow, 3rd Shirshu. And then bowed to Liang Feng behind Yanlu, Shiji. The smile on Yan Li's face was harmonious and affable. He patted Zuo Mo's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. Didn't think a ling plant farmer could come out of our sect. The sect leader will be ecstatic. If it wasn't that I had something to do in Dongfu, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know. At this time, Liang Feng added, when Shidi went weeding a short while ago, I knew that our sect would soon have a ling plant farmer. But I didn't think Shidi would be this fast. Shidi, congratulations. Just a fluke. Facing Yan Le Shu, Zuo Mo was extremely nervous. A great monster was still living in his head. If Shu found out. He barely kept his composure, his mouth going, my luck was good recently. Originally, even I thought it would take longer. This clearly says that our sect is soon to rise. The smile on Yan Li's face became energetic. Let's go, today is a happy occasion. Pick whatever you like, it would be Shu's gift to you. Liang Feng smiled from the side, adding, yeah, Shidi made this such an unexpected attack, as a Shiji, I didn't even have time to prepare a present. No, Shiji is too polite. Zuo Mo furiously waved his hand. Standing beside third Shu, he was extremely nervous and didn't dare to even breathe heavily. But third Shu started to talk and pull him at the same time. Of the wealthiest in the sect, third Shu would be the wealthiest. Third Shu had managed all the assets of the sect for many years and accumulated much wealth. Based on what could be seen now, Yan Le Shu seemed to want to nurture Liang Feng Shiji into his successor. Zuo Mo felt this was pretty good. Liang Feng Shiji was straightforward and honest, knew how to conduct herself and had a pretty good relationship with him. The store that third Shu took him to was naturally much higher class than what he normally shopped at. All kinds of talismans dazzled his eyes, a veritable feast. What he picked most of was jade sticks. For him, the jade sticks that recorded all kinds of scriptures and spells were what he needed the most. Yan Lu also noticed it and his attitude towards Zuo Mo became even more amiable. The fact that Zuo Mo would get the Spring Sprout Jade Medal before he entered Juji was proof of his exceptional talents. After getting the Jade Medal, he wasn't greedy and lived it up. What he picked the most were still jade sticks, that meant that he had strong motivations to keep going. A young disciple that had both of those points, even if they didn't have good opportunities, they would definitely reach a pretty good height. There wasn't an elder that didn't like this kind of disciples, especially Yan Lo, who was used to the mediocrity of the disciples in the sect. He knew that there hadn't been any attention paid to this disciple in the past. If he didn't rope him in now, then he would be too stupid. Today, he had coincidentally been at Dongfu to take care of matters. Hearing that someone had received a jade medal, he had come over to see if he could attract them and hadn't thought it would be a disciple of his sect. He couldn't help picking out a pile of talismans that Zuo Mo could have a use for. At the side, Liang Feng also recognized that even though her zombie Shidi hadn't entered Juji, but in reality, he had already become one of the core disciples. Maybe in the Wu Kong Sword Sect of the future, Wei Sheng Xixian would be in charge of fighting, Zuo Mo Shidi of internal matters, and she would take over her master's role and be responsible for external matters. Especially since no one could replace her and Zuo Mo in their roles. Looking at it now, Luo Li Xixian was unable to threaten Wei Sheng Xixian's position. Also, Wei Sheng Xixian's relationship with Zuo Mo Shidi was extremely good. For the elders, they were naturally happy to see everyone cooperating. Liang Feng, who sorted out her thoughts, was also generous and gave 2 talismans to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's mind was completely blown. Holding a pile of talismans and jade sticks, his awareness was dizzy. Any item that he was holding now, in the past, was something he dreamed about. Now he was holding a pile in his hands. The affable smile on Shu's face made him think of a previous life. In the past 2 years, after the first time he met the sect leader when he woke up, he had never spoken to another Shu after that. And all of this, it was only because he received a jade medal. The gray-beaked goose flew steadily, its back broad and soft. It was very comfortable sitting on the top, nothing that Zuo Mo's impotent flying paper crane could compare to. Little Mo doesn't have a steed yet. Yanli said and turned toward Ling Feng. I remember there are still a few more gray-beaked geese. Send one to Little Mo. Tell the people below to send over ling grass as necessary. Yes. Ling Feng noted it down. Zuo Mo thought to himself, their sect does have some wealth. When the three reached the gates of the mountain, the outer sect disciples had already lined up at the gates to welcome them. It was evident that the sect leader had already known of the news that he had received a jade medal. Their gazes as they looked at him were extremely complicated. Jealousy, admiration, dissatisfaction. Just a day ago, everyone was the same outer sect disciples. Today, they needed to come out to welcome him. Not many people had been surprised that Wei Shang Xixian would become an inner sect disciple, since he had been the first among the outer sect disciples and established a powerful image in their hearts. But among them, Zuo Mo hadn't been exceptional. Other than his little art of cloud and rain, and that face that never had an expression, there were very few places which he had that people would remember. Some of the people had caution and fear in their eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo. They had once bullied Zuo Mo and was afraid he was going to get back at them now. Even the most stupid knew that it was certain that Zuo Mo was going to become an inner sect disciple. Seeing the looks of these people, Zuo Mo's heart wasn't comfortable either, but felt slightly relieved. He had finally left this group. That meant that he had made progress. For him, any kind of progress right now was incredibly valuable, and he didn't care about the looks of the other outer sect disciples. The gray-beaked goose didn't slow down but followed the mountain path past the outer sect disciples, respectfully standing as it climbed. Wu Kong Hall was the discussion place of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Many of the main matters of the sect were held here. When Zuo Mo and the others arrived, the sect leader and the other Shirshu were already waiting in Wu Kong Hall, faint expressions of joy on their faces. The fact that someone from the sect could qualify for a Spring Sprout Jade Medal was definitely an unexpected delight. And such a young disciple, his future would be limitless. First there was Wei Shang, who had such outstanding talent, and now there was a disciple in Lianqi that could receive a medal. They were completely bowled over by joy. Facing so many of the Shirshu for the first time, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be nervous. Xin Yen Shirshu's pair of cold eyes made him feel there was a blade behind his back, his entire body frozen. Please, Puya, don't make a fuss now. Just as he was nervous, the sect leader Pei Yuan ran opened. At the beginning when I picked you up, I didn't have too many expectations for you, and didn't give much care. To be able to achieve all this, it is all your own efforts and extremely rare. To not give up in such a hopeless situation, swimming against the current, very good. In our sect, whatever strength you have determines the level of treatment. You showed your potential, and so the sect will treat you better. Do not have hate. Pei Yuan Ran was very straightforward. The bits of hate in Zuo Mo's heart had dissipated much upon hearing the sect leader's words. This disciple doesn't dare, he said with his head lowered. Pei Yuan Ran nodded his head and his voice became warmer. Now that you have a jade medal, you are the only ling plant farmer in our sect. The treatment in the past is naturally not appropriate for you. I heard your fourth Goose say that you are responsible for the medicine fields of Cold Mist Valley now. This will depend now on whether you have the interest. From this day onwards, you are formally one of the inner sect disciples of our sect. You will receive the same allowance of Jingshi as your other Xixiang. Other than that, our sect's West Wind Valley has a patch of empty third-grade ling fields that will be given to you. The ling energy is thick in the valley. You could move to live inside the valley and try to enter Zuji earlier. If you need anything, you can ask your third Shirshu. As to the ling fields inside the valley, you can plant whatever you want. We will not interfere. You can also use the other empty ling fields in the sect, but at the end you need to give 3/10 to the sect. Zuo Mo's eyes widened, his gaze stupefied. He felt that he was going to faint. The sect leader was giving an entire mountain valley to him. 1 refers to disciple of a younger generation, means nephew. Chapter 34 Inner Sect Disciple. I have an editor now. One that edits before I post. Warlord 212 has edited this chapter. Thanks for all your comments. Chapter 34 Inner Sect Disciple. Pei Yuanran looked at Zuo Mo, who was stupefied, and a mirth-filled smirk flashed at the corner of his lips. All inner sect disciples must have a master. Since you received the Spring Sprout Jade Medal, you should go under your fourth Shirgu's line. Your fourth Shirgu is skilled at making Dan. No one else in the sect can compare to her knowledge of ling herbs. Even in Dongfu, she is famous for this knowledge. What do you think of becoming her pupil? Zuo Mo shook and instantly reacted. Bowing his head to Shifengrong, he said, "This disciple greets master." Entering fourth Shirgu's line, it was the best possible outcome for him. His skills laid in farming, and that is very beneficial for making Dan. The demands of ling herbs in making Dan were very large. Stand. Shifengrong said lightly, her voice sounding like her usual iciness. Zuo Mo obediently stood. Shimmy, in the future, he'll be in your care. Pei Yuanran said solemnly. Shixiang, don't worry. I definitely wouldn't conceal any of my knowledge. But if he isn't willing to put any effort in, Shixiang cannot blame me. Shifengrong's cold words were like a basin of ice-cold water that instantly woke Zuo Mo from his joy. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The implication in Master's words made him feel apprehensive. Pei Yuanran nodded his head and spoke, "This is good," turning to ask Zuo Mo, "Do you have any questions?" Zuo Mo shook his head rapidly to show he didn't have any more questions. Originally, he had wanted to ask if he could ask second Shirshu if he had any questions about forging. He suddenly remembered that the snow-white sword essence that tortured him countless times and made him want to die, that it originated from Xianyan Shirshu? The words that reached his mouth instantly shrunk back. He felt that he was crazy. Why would he ever have such a stupid idea? Wasn't that walking straight into a trap? Pu Yao was still in his consciousness. After his fright dissipated, his brain instantly recovered its clarity. He felt that in the future, he had to be a bit more careful. He might be an inner sect disciple now, but if Pu Yao was exposed, he was certain that the first reaction of Xianyan Shirshu was to cut him up along with Pu Yao. Subdue Yao and exterminate Mo. That was too terrifying. Even though he was not as terrified as he used to be when facing that sword essence, but that was only in his consciousness. In the real world, one blow from Xianyan Shirshu's sword was enough to tear him into countless pieces. Pu Yao might be arrogant in front of Zuo Mo, but Pu Yao estimated if he had to face Xianyan Shirshu, he would also be killed instantly. He still remembered the scene when Xianyan's sword cleaved the Black Sea. Pei Yuanran detected Zuo Mo's nervousness but didn't put any importance on it. Which disciple in their sect didn't tremble when they saw the masters? The sect leader and the Shirshu were all very busy. Even though it was a delight that Zuo Mo became a ling plant farmer, but the Shirshu wouldn't spend too much time on this matter. The sect leader gave a few more words of encouragement and then left with the other Shirshu. Shifengrong moved away gracefully and Zuo Mo hurried to catch up. Shifengrong didn't turn her head back and said, seemingly to herself, "I have warned you, but in the end, you choose the road to walk. Since you are now my disciple, I naturally will have my demands. Your private matters, I will not interfere, but what I order to be done, you have to complete it." Following behind, Zuo Mo's heart almost jumped out of his chest as he answered, "Yes. Go attend to your own matters. After a few days, I will send someone to find you," Shifengrong said. Zuo Mo carefully sought his master away, his heart very depressed. It seemed that his master wasn't easy to interact with. Returning to his little yard, he found the outside was full of people. Almost all the outer sect disciples were waiting for him. "Ayaya, Shixiang's back." I had said it before, with Shixiang's talents, wouldn't getting an inner sect position be easy? Shixiang, this is a small token of little brother's regard. Not enough to pay respects, Shixiang, don't look down. Zuo Mo's head swelled up. Originally, he had prepared to reject the gifts, but noticing the worried glances of these people, he accepted the various gifts. As expected, when they saw him accept the gifts, these outer sect disciples all gave expressions of joy. Knowing that they would disturb Zuo Mo, they only gave their congratulations and stayed for a short while before leaving. The little yard finally returned to its normal silence. Releasing a breath, Zuo Mo held a large pile of various gifts as he walked into the yard and put the gifts down. This entire day today was so fantastical. Taking out the spring sprout jade metal, he gently caressed it, feeling the fineness and smoothness of the jade metal. His body was very tired, but his mental state was still excited. The sect leader had divided an entire mountain valley to him. Even though part of it was due to his ling plant farmer profession, but this kind of benefits was still very generous. Other than Wei Sheng Shixiang, it probably would be him that had the best benefits. Suddenly remembering the jade box that he had buried in the ling vein of the seclusion room, he instantly became alert. Quickly running to the seclusion room, carefully digging out the jade box, he opened it for a look. The gold ore had disappeared as expected, and the black goldworm had clearly changed. There was a new additional mark on the pure black shell similar to a coin, extremely eye-catching. Zuo Mo ran into his sea of consciousness. Pu Yao was sitting on the gravestone, listening to the sound tablet. He didn't even blink an eyelid. Shrouded in the black clouds, the red rhombus-shaped jewel was alluring and attractive. After last time, Pu Yao had continued to maintain this attitude. He seemed like a completely different person than before. Pu, has this black good worm reached 4th level? Zuo Mo tried his best to make his tone as friendly as possible. 5 pieces of 2nd grade tincture. Pu reached out a palm. As expected. When did this guy become even more greedy than he was? Zuo Mo didn't get it. Almost all of his tincture ended up in Pu Yao's wallet, yet he hadn't found Pu Yao using the tincture for anything. Pu Yao was like a bottomless hole that ate tincture. Supposedly Yao could eat souls. However, compared to just a Lianqi cultivator, Yao Mo was an insurmountably strong and incredibly distant entity. What function did eating souls have? Only ghosts would know. In the future, he should go to the records in the sect where it was possible to find some traces. In any case, now that he was an inner sect disciple, the records in the sect were open to him. But right now, he could only comply. Okay. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and decided to spend the money. When his voice landed, 5 pieces of tincture disappeared from his wallet. On this point, Pu Yao was much better than before. He would never take extra. Yes. Pu Yao spat out a word. Glee rose in Zuo Mo's heart. He remembered that Pu Yao had said that 4th grade black goldworms were able to find ling veins. How do I get it to find ling veins? 50 pieces of 2nd grade tincture. Pu Yao made an outrageous demand without even raising an eyelid. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. After a moment, he gave a wail, "You're killing me." This was definitely premeditated. Zuo Mo only had 52 pieces of tincture remaining. He hadn't thought that Pu Yao's opening quote was his entire wealth. Pu Yao disregarded Zuo Mo's struggle. "I increased the amount by 10 tincture every day." Zuo Mo almost spat blood, but Pu Yao was at a complete advantage. Zuo Mo had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "Fine. If it's 50, then 50 it is." Clink, clink, clink. The sound of tincture moving was extremely clear. Pu Yao was doing it on purpose. Zuo Mo's teeth itched in hate, but he didn't have any solution. An enormous benefit was enticing him. If the black goldworm really could find ling veins, it would be nothing less than a long-term benefit for him. Finding ling veins, he could then create high-grade ling fields. Adding on his techniques as a ling plant farmer, no matter what he planted, it was certain that there was more profit to be made. Right now, he was an inner sect disciple. If he could find a new ling vein, other than giving up a portion to the sect, the large majority would still land in his pocket. Jingshi was one of the factors of strength, especially when he had at his side a money-grubbing Yaoma like Pu Yao. Pu Yao threw a spell fragment at him. This spell allowed him to control lingworms, and it was very short and easy to learn. Zuo Mo easily learnt the spell in a short amount of time. Zuo Mo treated the worm like treasure. If his own yard had a small section of ling veins, it was possible there were more ling veins in the Wukong Mountains. Every section of ling veins were very valuable, even the thinnest ling vein. Even the West Wind Valley had been assigned to him, but ling fields, especially high-grade ling fields, were in short supply. Just his master's place, it needed large amounts of ling fields to support. The price of high-grade materials were just way too expensive. He had started to try to engage in business. The benefits of a ling plant farmer was pretty good, but it wasn't as fast at earning jingshi like other kinds of xiuzhe. The little section of ling vein in the seclusion room had disappeared already. Zuo Mo speculated that it disappeared due to the black gold worm absorbing all of the ling energy. Even though he had meditated there for a long time, the ling veins hadn't been affected at all. It must have been that he was in Lianxi, and the amount of ling energy he absorbed each time he meditated was a pitiful amount, so the ling veins hadn't been affected. In the process of the black gold worm increasing its grade, it needed too much ling energy and in the end, caused the ling vein to disappear. However, this caused the last regret in Zuo Mo's heart to disappear. The most valuable thing in this entire yard was this section of ling vein. He decided to go take a look at West Wind Valley. West Wind Valley was located between three peaks, but as none of the three peaks were high, the sunlight that streamed into the valley was plentiful. Compared to the coldness and humidity in Cold Mist Valley, this place was much warmer and welcoming. Holding the copper medal the sect leader had given, Zuo Mo carefully avoided the jinji along the road. The jinji in this place wasn't as strict as Cold Mist Valley, but far beyond anything that a Zhuji cultivator could content, much less the little Lianxi cultivator that Zuo Mo was. But his spiritual power just had to be much stronger than the typical Lianxi, so the pressure he felt from the jinji was much stronger than normal xiuzhe. Carefully passing through the jinji, he could see this was much more desolate than Cold Mist Valley. The geography of the valley was very flat. There was only a patch of about 20 mu of ling fields. Based on the looks, it seemed to be third grade. Even though the weeds were growing all around, but there were still people who came to this 20 mu of ling fields at intervals to take care of it. The grade hadn't dropped. 20 mu of ling fields wasn't very much, but this 20 mu of ling fields was going to become his personal property. The entire West Wind Valley was going to become his private property. In here, he could do whatever he wanted. This benefit was very generous. Looking at the ling energy encapsulated in the ling fields, and the enormous mountain valley that belonged to him, a feeling of satisfaction rose. The only regret Zuo Mo had was that there wasn't a waterfall here. If there was a small waterfall, it would be perfect. Looking at the old trees and weeds in the surroundings, his heart suddenly moved. Taking out the black gold worm from his bosom, he casted the spell. The black godworm spread out on the ground and started to slowly crawl. Since this place belonged to him, then if he explored it, it should be very reasonable. Honk honk honk. Zuo Mo's strange gong-like laugh echoed through West Wind Valley. Chapter 35 Discovery. Thanks to Warlord 212 for the editing. Pooh doesn't sell snake oil. Also, what's wrong with honk? My other candidate was snort. Chapter 35 Discovery. The black goldworm, once it landed on the ground, was motionless. After a while, the antennas started to wave, reaching out in every direction. No wonder it was a fourth-grade black goldworm. Zuo Mo praised it silently. This kind of intelligence was not something normal lingworms would have. The black goldworm raised its head after a while. The two antennas in the front slightly shook as it quickly crawled along the ground. It sometimes stopped or sometimes slowly proceeded. Zuo Mo carefully casted the control spell, tightly following the worm from behind, not daring to relax his watch even slightly. Other than the ling fields, various weeds dominated all other areas of the valley. This created some difficulties for Zuo Mo. He took out the ice crystal sword that Shi Xiang had given him to cut out a path. Grasping the translucent ice crystal sword in his hand, it gave off a kind of bone-aching cold. The good thing was the blade was extremely sharp and pretty good at cutting up grass and wood. Suddenly, the black good worm stopped but then went at an even faster speed. It went deep into the grass-covered land. Zuo Mo instantly became alert. Carrying the icy crystal sword, he followed right after. The black gold worm stopped in front of a protruding rock. Following closely behind, Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes and started to examine this large piece of rock. The rock was a normal granite, about 50 or 60 feet tall. From the outside, there was nothing special about it. Was the mystery located inside the rock? In any case, this place was his own private one. It didn't matter how he played with it. Lifting up the ice crystal sword, he started to dig at the rock. Granite might be hard, but facing a third-grade flying sword, it was like tofu. In a short while, Zuo Mo dug out a large hole. As expected, the black gold worm climbed into the hole. This caused Zuo Mo to be even more motivated, his hand moving faster. This rock was even bigger than he had imagined. When he dug for more than an hour, and it was 70 or 80 feet deep, it still hadn't reached the bottom. In the end, Zuo Mo wasn't one of those that cultivated the body. His two arms seemed to be filled with lead, his entire body almost falling apart. No way, it's killing me. He collapsed on the ground, panting as he looked dispiritedly at the black gold worm lying on the bottom of the hole. Bro, you are really obsessed. Gu can't do it, need to sleep first. He grimaced at the black gold worm. Finishing, he fell into a deep sleep in the hole he had just dug. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, he saw a patch of blackness. Sitting up, the moonlight came in through the opening of the hole. The inside of the hole was slightly illuminated. The black gold worm was still silently motionless at the bottom of the hole, the gold coin on its back releasing a faint gold light in the dark of the rock hole. It was already night. Zuo Mo drifted off into his thoughts for a while before he took up the ice crystal sword again. Brother, let us continue. Ding ding, dong dong. The continuous sound of a sword cutting rocks rang inside West Wind Valley. Zuo Mo continued to dig mechanically straight down until the sky was almost filled with light. Zuo Mo suddenly felt the icy crystal sword in his hand had cut into empty space. His heart instantly jumped, his exhaustion swept away. Putting power into his hands, he quickly cut out the last thin piece of rock. Behind the rock was a large black hole. Zuo Mo's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The black gold worm didn't hesitate. Flashing into the black hole, it quickly vanished. Zuo Mo forced himself to swallow his spit and he hesitated for a moment before holding the ice crystal sword and squeezing into the black hole. The black hole was much deeper than he had imagined. As he went deeper, his heart became heavier. There were clear signs of human cutting in here, but it would have been long ago since there was a strong moldy odor in the cave. Who had made a dwelling here? Was this the tomb of one of the sect's elders? This guess made him very excited. He walked quickly into the deeper regions. There was a thin connection being maintained between him and the black gold worm. He was able to know things about the situation ahead. Very quickly, he saw the black gold worm. In the darkness, the gold coin mark of the black gold worm could be seen from far away. The black gold worm was spread out over a lump, unwilling to leave. Zuo Mo scanned the surroundings. This was a very crude stone room. There was a spring in the corner, a stone desk, a stone bed, and nothing else. When he went closer, Zuo Mo was frightened out of his wits. The black gold worm was actually on a pile of bones. Zuo Mo's heartbeat increased. His mouth became dry, he resisted the great terror inside himself and walked for a closer look. He didn't know whose remains these were. It was spread out on the ground. From the appearance, it seemed to have been a long time ago. He looked around. His eyes suddenly became dumbstruck and then he showed a joyous expression. This was the death place of one of the sect's elders. With the fastest speed possible, he picked up the various jade sticks and talismans on the ground. He seemed like an extremely hungry beggar who suddenly saw bread. There weren't many talismans, and it had been too long since they were supported with ling energy, their functions were almost entirely gone. In comparison, there were many more jade sticks, about 20 or so. He explored every corner, not leaving anything behind before Zuo Mo's eyes once again went back to the pile of bones. The black gold worm was lying on that pile of bones, motionless, but the gold coin mark on the back seemed slightly brighter. To have died here, it definitely was his sect's elders. He had received such a big convenience from them. Pondering for a second, Zuo Mo bowed 3 times to the pile of bones and then lightly buried the bones in a corner. Moving away the bones, Zuo Mo found that there was actually a prayer mat underneath the bones. Prayer mat. He blanked. This white mat, it was almost the same as the mat that the nameless Shixian had left behind in the seclusion room at Zuo Mo's little yard. He hurriedly poured out the jade sticks that he had put away in front of him. One by one, he poured ling energy in. After a while, he managed to generally understand the cause and effect. This rock room was the death place of an elder in the sect, but this elder was actually an outer sect disciple. What Zuo Mo felt even more unimaginable was that this was the elder who had always been an outer sect disciple but almost managed to enter Jindan, who was also the previous owner of Zuo Mo's little yard. The matters of the world were just this fantastical. Zuo Mo dumbly sat there and couldn't help but sigh. This Shixian, called Wei Nan, was an outer sect disciple from 300 years ago. He had a special ability. He was naturally sensitive to ling veins. So he could find that weak ling vein, build the little yard in painstakingly cultivator. Even though he had the help of the ling vein, but he didn't have good talent at cultivating and just barely kept up with the other disciples. He had great ambitions and didn't want to live a mediocre life. He racked his brains and thought of all kinds of methods. In many places, Wei Nan Shixian was extremely similar to Zuo Mo. Wei Nan also chose Ling Plant Farmer as his best path to riches. However, his talents in the area of the 5 elements were not as good as Zuo Mo's, and it took him 5 long years before he barely became a Ling Plant Farmer. But Wei Nan didn't tell anyone else. From then on, he started to learn how to make Dan, yet his talents in making Dan was also average. After spending 10 years, he finally managed to make his first 4th grade Ling Dan. He developed slowly in cultivation, yet his talent developed rapidly. He was even able to detect the ling veins buried deep underground. When he was 37, he found this ling vein. Afraid that the sect would take it away if they knew, he quietly created this rock room. Taking advantage of the ling veins, he finally reached Ningmai at 40 years of age. At this time, he was still an outer sect disciple. Wei Nan was extremely talented at concealment and pretense. No one in the sect managed to find that his cultivation had risen to Ningmai. Due to the fact that his potential truly was too average, he was afraid that his Ningmai cultivation would cause the elders in the sect to be suspicious and from that, find the sect of the ling veins. He was satisfied with seclusion. After painstaking management through the years, he had some measure of wealth. He continuously purchased all kinds of jade sticks. What he learned was extremely broad and mixed. He didn't know what caused it, but in that period of time, the progression of his ling energy became faster. He was extremely happy and put even more effort into collecting all kinds of jade sticks. The more odd the jade stick, the more he was obsessed. And no matter how strange the jade stick, he would always try it out. When he had reached 50 years old, the number of spells and scriptures he needed to practice each day reached 15 kinds. At that time, he knew he had no hope of entering Jindan and killed off his dream. In the following 20 years, he started to organize and study the variety of odd jade sticks and scriptures that he had collected. His cultivation was limited, but his scope of knowledge and spells was very wide. There weren't many that could compare to him. In addition, he had cultivated many of the unpopular scriptures for a few decades and had many conclusions. Comparing the different scriptures, he finally managed to finish the summary and organization of all the types of scriptures he had collected through his lifetime. In total, there were 20 sticks. No name, nothing too profound. It was the last thing he left in this world. Carefully putting away the jade sticks that were on the ground, Zuo Mo was full of respect for this elder Wei Nan. He lifted the mat, went to the spring and carefully poured water over to wash it. Even though so many years had passed, after a gentle wash, the mat once again recovered its snowy white appearance. This mat wasn't something ordinary. It was made from meditation grass and its effect was to calm the heart. It wouldn't decay, won't have worms for hundreds of years. It was much rarer than the mat from the little yard. He put the mat back in its original spot and sat on it. A thick ling energy seemed to pour in through his skin. He quickly entered mediation and became motionless. Beside the mat, the black goldworm was also motionless, abnormally quiet. Only the gold coin mark on the back flashed with a gold light. When he woke up from meditation, Zuo Mo couldn't disguise the ecstasy in his eyes. This ling vein, compared to the ling vein in his little yard, was much greater. If the ling vein in the seclusion room of the little yard could be said to be a small branch, then this ling veins was like the stem. The abundant ling energy made one unconsciously comfortable. With such a high-quality ling vein, he could quickly enter Zuji. He had decided, in the future, this would be his secluded cultivation room. When Zuo Mo squeezed out of the rock hole, the blinding sun outside made him unconsciously narrow his eyes. Turning and carefully covering up the hole, he scattered the granite that he had dug out into the weeds. Nothing could be seen. After finishing, he released a breath. Just at this time, Ling Feng came looking for him with other people. Because there wasn't any buildings in West Wind Valley, if Zuo Mo was going to live inside the valley, then it required building a house. She was naturally in charge of this kind of matter and personally came to ask about Zuo Mo's preferences and needs. After attentively listening to Zuo Mo's demands, she waved her hands and the other outer sect disciples instantly started to move. In half a day, a little yard was built. Zuo Mo named it the Little West Wind Yard. The Little West Wing Yard became his new home. Chapter 36 Encounter Again. Warlord was too busy today, so here's the version I proofed myself. The edited version will be up whenever Warlord 212 finishes with it. Warning, I have no control over cliffhangers. Chapter 36 Encounter Again. The Little West Wind Yard became one of the important places in Wu Kong Sword Sect, especially for outer sect disciples. Its importance far surpassed the residences of all other inner sect disciples. The great majority of outer sect disciples farmed, and what they were most afraid of were problems in the ling fields. Having a ling plant farmer in the sect, they felt more secure. At least when a problem occurred now, they knew they could find someone. A brand new yard appeared in the valley. The outside walls were constructed from limestone. The fine patterns and the cool hardness of the limestone added a few hints of serenity and peace. The vines were like a waterfall, the stars in the sky occasionally reflecting, glittering, and speckled. The pond in the yard wasn't the mud pond in his previous residence. First-grade purple fire lotus were planted in the pond. The purple lotus flowers were like purple flames that were burning in the water. In the night, they would release a hazy purple light. Between the purple fire lotuses, the silver scissorfish swam happily. It was like countless blades crashing together, dozens of silver lines intersecting, blinding to the eye. Zuo Mo wasn't in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery. Just like before, he would go to Cold Mist Valley at the same time every day to make rain and take care of the plants. Now that he was an inner sect disciple, the rule that it was not allowed to fly inside the mountain was not valid for him. Putting on the spirit traveling seal, each of his steps was a small flight. His speed wasn't slower than those flying steeds. Other than saving a lot of time, he enjoyed the process very much. These days, during the daytime, he was like normal as he cared for the ling fields. At night, he would quietly run to the ling vein in the rock room to meditate and practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Even though the primary purpose of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was to cultivate the spirit, but the increase in ling energy was also pretty good and much better than 10 principle scripture. Adding on the help of the ling vein, after a few days, his progress was astounding. Without him detecting it, his cultivation quietly broke through to the 9th level of lianqi. The ling vein in the rock room became Zuo Mo's biggest secret other than Pu Yao. He was especially careful. In order to disguise the opening, he just didn't use a piece of granite to seal the entrance, he also planted large amounts of weeds and shrubs around the opening. From the outside, there was nothing that could be detected. His only worry was that elders like his master or the sect leader would come here, so he didn't dare to put out any jinji. With his skill, the jinji he would create would be completely ineffective against the sect leader and the other and would arouse their attention instead. His days were extremely leisurely. Other than the provision of jingshi each month, there was also a provision of ling grains. He had planted ling grains for 2 years yet had never ate it before. The ling grains were filled with rich ling energy. And when it was absorbed, it was extremely gentle, unlike the forceful nature of the ling energy absorbed from the jingshi, and used if one had to go to some special places like Bloody Heaven Metropolis Jia. 3,000 years ago, Yama were defeated. In order to preserve their strength, the last remaining 100 or so great powers of the Yama, using their own bodies and blood as the guide, as 7 medium Jia as the axis, 49 little Jia as the screen to create Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia and stop the Xiuzha in their steps. Inside Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, all of the ling energy became extremely unrefined and unordered. Xiuzha basically had no way of absorbing it. Those that traveled to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, they always needed to bring large amounts of jingshi and ling grains. Jingshi was used to replenish the normal usage of ling energy, but due to the fact that the ling energy in jingshi was extremely strong, relying only on jingshi could easily cause the cultivation to collapse. While the ling energy in the ling grains were not as potent as it was in jingshi, but it was gentle and could help Xiuzha stabilize their cultivation. The disciples in some large sects would use ling grains every day to increase the speed of cultivation. But for a small sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect, they would only provide a certain amount each month. And it was only low-grade ling grains. But even just first-grade ling grains, Zuo Mo had never eaten any before. Zuo Mo was presently studying the jade sticks that Elder Wei Nan had left. Even though Elder Wei Nan's cultivation had been limited, but many of the roads he had walked were worthy for Zuo Mo to use as reference, such as farming. Elder Wei Nan had been a ling plant farmer, and had learned how to make dan. How similar was that to Zuo Mo? Zuo Mo hadn't thought to touch the obscure scriptures yet. How to earn jingshi, it was what he needed to think about right now. What was easiest to earn jingshi within lianqi? What to plant? Finally getting 20 mu of third-grade ling fields, Zuo Mo naturally wanted to organize it well. Right now, he had no money, completely wrung dry by Pu Yao. The allowance from the sect each month wasn't an insignificant amount, but for him, it was just a drop in the bucket. Things like ling veins couldn't be converted directly to jingshi. But even if it was possible to sell it, Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't sell it. To surrender long-term benefits for short-term gains, how would such a shrewd person like him do such a stupid thing? Thinking of ways to earn jingshi was one of the most important matters of Wei Nan. Actually, for every single Xiuzha, jingshi was a problem that couldn't be avoided. The amount of jingshi earned directly influenced the speed of cultivation. Talismans, jade sticks, materials. What didn't require jingshi? Even though Zuo Mo was now an inner sect disciple and the sect would put effort into nurturing him and give him conveniences in each area, but it was limited. But compared to Zuo Mo's circumstances, Wei Nan's past circumstances were much more difficult. The paths that he had explored were extremely worth of reference to Zuo Mo. Sitting on the gray-beaked goose that the sect had given him, Zuo Mo took big and small pouches as he sat idly on the goose's back. These things, all of them were what others had given him which he couldn't use. He planned on turning all of it into Jingshi. Even though it really wouldn't be a lot, but right now he had no other way. Hoping that Pu Yao could spit out some Jingshi, that was impossible. Pu Yao always sat with his eyes closed on the gravestone every day. He seemed to be meditating. Did he need to cultivate too? Zuo Mo was very curious. Right now, he wouldn't actively interact. Pu Yao's mood was fickle, ruthless, and crazy. Yet his power was extremely deep. This kind of person, you never knew what his next step would be, you never could guess what he was thinking inside, you also never would know what his true aims were. Zuo Mo felt that Pu Yao was a true devil. He would give you enticements that made your soul shake, and just when you were enjoying it to the limit, you would fall to the lowest level of hell. The torments Pu Yao gave him, Zuo Mo had hated, had raged, had felt hopeless. But when Master had said that his features had been changed and his mind erased, these emotions that had troubled him dissipated like smoke. Because he needed power. Because he needed answers. These petty torments, what was it really? He clearly remembered the unfamiliarity he felt when he first woke up 2 years ago. In these 2 years, the voice that appeared in his dreams tormented him countless times. He had been afraid, terrified, hesitant, uncertain. He had thought of trying to find answers but had no clues. There was nothing he could do. So he muddled his way through the days and was never happy. Right now, he was awake. He only had one thought. He needed to find the answer. Who? Who did all this? Unable to be forgiven. On the back of the gray-beaked goose, Zuo Mo looked at Dong Fu appearing through the clouds. He tightened his fist. Dong Fu was the same as usual, people streaming. Zuo Mo headed straight for the free market and found Fu Jin. Fu Jin's eyes were extremely sharp. Seeing the spring sprout jade medal on Zuo Mo's waist, his entire person blanked. After a while, he recovered. Even though shock still remained in his eyes, but he piled a smile on his face. Congratulations, little Emogu, little Emogu. TSK, such a young ling plant farmer, little Emogu is definitely extraordinary. Come in, come in. Zuo Mo didn't waste pleasantries. With a bang, he threw the large bag at Fu Jin. Sell these things for me. What things? Fu Jin asked as his hands rapidly opened the cloth bag. With just one sweep, he could generally determine the value of these things. There were many items but they weren't valuable. It was actually normal. The Lianqi outer sect disciples, they couldn't give anything valuable. His brain moved rapidly and quoted a generous price, 50 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. How about it? Zuo Mo knew the market. These things definitely wasn't worth 50 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. He shook his head. Too much, 30 pieces is good. All right. Fu Jin briskly handed over the Jingshi and put away the items. With a smile, he said, now that little Emogu has flourished, don't forget to support this little brother. The two chatted a bit more. Zuo Mo listened very carefully. Don't estimate the kind of small business people like Fu Jin. Their intuition was extremely sensitive. Any movements in the market couldn't be concealed from their eyes. Between the words, Fu Jin was extremely worried. Recently, the price of the ling grains was continuously rising. This was the first time it had occurred in the recent years. Each year, people would go to Bloody Sky Metropolis to hunt Yao, but the price of ling grains had never been as exaggerated as this. Connecting it to the recent rumors about Bloody Sky Metropolis, it made people worried. According to Fu Jin, it wasn't just Tianyu Jia. The price of ling grains and all the other jia were continuously rising. All of this clearly showed that the conflict in Bloody Sky Metropolis was become even more intense. Was the Yaoma starting the counterattack? After hearing Fu Jin's words, Zuo Mo's heart became slightly heavier. For low-level shoujo, the greatest danger was turmoil. If a great war like the one 3,000 years ago started, low-level shoujo was the cannon fodder that would die the quickest. Oh, it's really a small world, fate lets enemies meet. A strange voice interrupted Zuo Mo's musing. He raised his head and a headache started. The two people in front of him, one of them was the Dong-Chi Sword Sect disciple whose flying sword had been cracked by him the last time. The person at the side was very unfamiliar. It probably was his Shixiang. His presence was even greater. Fu Jin was extremely perceptive. Seeing the situation, he instantly felt bitter inside but pushed a smile on his face. Sirs, come. Everyone sit down and drink some tea. Pa! The voice instantly stopped. Fu Jin was thrown flying like a sandbag. Trash! Is there space for you to talk here? The other took away his hand and said icily. Zuo Mo hadn't thought the other would start punching right away. He hadn't managed to react in time. He hurriedly ran over to support Fu Jin. Looking at the hand mark on the face and the blood spilling from the corner of Fu Jin's mouth, Zuo Mo's eyes became dark. He carefully helped Fu Jin up and then slowly turned around. Who was so stupid and let their dog out? Zuo Mo stared at the one that had moved, his finger caressing the gold sword ring. That guy's face instantly became flushed. In a rage, UF. The voice suddenly stopped. A sword energy, carrying a faint cloud of frost energy, pointed straight at his forehead. Chapter 37, 2 Blows. Warlord 212 is back and has edited this chapter. No cliffhanger this chapter since it was a really short fight. You can really see Zuo Mo's mentality in action here. Chapter 37, 2 Blows. The two shoujo from Dong-Chi Sword Sect clearly hadn't thought that Zuo Mo dared to move first. Especially the one that had moved first. In his perspective, if Tuning Mai hadn't suddenly appeared in that previous encounter, Zuo Mo would have been easily dealt with. This Lianqi trash, he dared to actively provoke the two? The sword energy almost reached the Dong-Chi disciple's forehead. The faint cold energy made him abruptly wake up. He instinctively pushed out his flying sword but suddenly remembered that his flying sword had been ruined by this guy in front of him. He didn't manage to dodge in time and got brushed by the faint mist surrounding the sword energy. Hiss! A bloody wound the width of a finger appeared on his forehead. The Dong-Chi disciple managed to steady himself, his eyes full of hatred as he stared viciously at Zuo Mo, wanting to cut Zuo Mo to pieces. This damned guy in front of him. He was clearly only in the stage of Lianqi, but every time they met, he himself would become extremely sorry. Reaching up to touch the wound on his forehead, he saw the blood on his finger. His viciousness rose and he roared angrily, "You want death? If I don't kill you today." Taking advantage of the time he took to speak, Zuo Mo sent out another blow. The thin sword energy contained a faint mist as it headed for the other's open mouth. This sword energy was even stronger than the one before, the white mist shrouding it even thicker. If one listened carefully, they could almost hear a stream of tinkling as the icicles crashed. The pupils of the Dong-Chi disciple that had been spectating from the side suddenly shrunk. Zuo Mo had been clever in his timing to send out the sword energy, the speed even faster than before. The other's flying sword had been ruined by Zuo Mo. He had actually come today with his Shixiang to help him pick a new flying sword. He hadn't thought he would meet his enemy. When he detected the sword energy, he suddenly realized that it wasn't just his flying sword that had been ruined, but he didn't have any other defensive talisman on his body. Usually, he amused himself by bullying others and neglected his cultivation. Seeing the sword energy coming near, in his panic, he completely didn't know what to do. Pa! The misty sword energy accurately landed on the other's mouth. The blood instantly flew, two teeth landing on the ground. This string of attacks completely stupefied him. He covered his mouth, looking in disbelief at the two teeth on the ground. Zuo Mo kept his guard up. Compared to the excitement of the battle last time, he was extremely calm this time. The only thing he could rely on was the gold sword ring. But the gold sword ring could only store 3 sword energies. Zuo Mo only had the last sword energy remaining. It was his last and only attack. If the other was only one person, he would unhesitatingly add it on. But he was very clear that the 2 people's strength were above him, yet he could not just stand by and see Fu Jin be humiliated because of him. The worst case would be getting beaten up viciously. He already prepared to endure it. He wouldn't release this last sword energy easily. He wanted to make it a vicious one. They won't end well. Zuo Mo thought viciously. Ah! The other gave a shocking howl, his features twisted and his eyes sprouting fire. The voice once again stopped abruptly. It seemed that an invisible hand was chalking his neck. His entire body slowly rose, leaving the ground. Compared to roaring a second ago, he was now like a fish out of the water, eyes bulging, speaking but unable to make any noise. Zuo Mo was astounded, his eyes couldn't help looking towards the side. A young person dressed in white slowly moved in their direction. He didn't even look at the Dongqi disciple hanging in the air. Dongfu does not allow fighting, don't you all know? The other Dongqi disciple furrowed his toes. He suddenly raised a hand. A sword energy shot out of his fingertip, stopped and twisted, like drawing a plum branch. The disciple that had been fighting with Zuo Mo landed with a plop, face deep purple and unconscious. Sir, you are too biased. Both sides were fighting yet you only blame one person. It isn't fair. The white-clad youth stared at the other, Dongqi Zong Mingyan? A little humble name. Didn't think that Sir would have heard it. Honored. Zong Mingyan raised his hands in a greeting, his expression still cold. Elder Zuo Mei Tian's disciple, it naturally rings in my ears. The white-clad youth said non-committally. Zong Mingyan raised an eyebrow. Sir is? You Bai. The white-clad young person gave 2 characters. Oh. Zong Mingyan responded faintly, but his voice then turned sharp. So it is the honored disciple of Elder Tian Songzi. However, can brother you tell me, why only punish my sect's disciples? Does brother you discriminate against my Dongqi disciples? Yu Bai smiled. He pointed with a finger at the jade medal at Zuo Mo's waist. Only now did Zong Mingyan notice the spring sprout jade stick at Zuo Mo's waist. He blinked for a second before nodding his head. Ling plant farmer, I understand. Giving a deep look to Zuo Mo, he turned to leave. Yu Bai imperceptibly furrowed his brow. Is Sir not taking your shitty with you? Zong Mingyan didn't even turn his head, heading forward, leaving behind a sentence. A piece of trash that can't even win over a Lianqi Ling plant farmer, what's the use? Yu Bai shook his head and didn't speak. He casually sent out a stream of white light that entered the sky. Flying sword messages. Compared to little thousand cranes, flying sword messages were much faster. As expected, in a short while, 2 Xiuzha flew over and landed, bowing to Yu Bai. Yu Bai pointed to the unconscious Dongqi disciple on the ground, stating, this person broke the prohibitions of Dongfu, and is now exiled from Dongfu. Yes. The 2 bowed to Yu Bai and lifted the person with them as they flew away. If I didn't see it wrong, you are the disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect's Elder Xianyan. Yu Bai turned his face and said warmly to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo shook his head. My master is Shi Fengrong. The time that the other 2 had fought had been very short, but no matter if it was Ling energy or the manipulation of spells, they were hundreds of times better than Zuo Mo. And both of them had vast and intimidating presences. Zong Mingyan was cold and sharp, Yu Bai confident and carefree. They were all outstanding. However, Zuo Mo didn't feel very comfortable. No matter if it was Zong Mingyan or Yu Bai, their bodies would unconsciously give an aura of being high up. Zuo Mo disliked the aura very much. Unconsciously, he didn't want to have deeper relations with Yu Bai. Elder Shi Fengrong? Yu Bai was slightly surprised at this answer. When the 2 had started to fight, he had already noticed. He hadn't detected anything in the first sword energy but had been shocked that a ling plant farmer could send out a sword energy. When he noticed the gold sword ring on Zuo Mo's hand, did he understand? At that time, he had prepared to wade in. Tianyu Jie was a classical minor Jie primarily composed of sword cultivators. Xiuzhia like ling plant farmers were a very rare resource. Not just Dongfu, but in almost all the primary towns of Tianyu Jie, there were prohibitions that protected production cultivators like ling plant farmers. But just at that moment, Zuo Mo sent out the second sword energy. Yu Bai's eyes were very skilled and saw it clearly. The first sword energy only had a little sword energy, not enough to be of significance. But the sword essence in the second sword energy was very similar to Wu Kong Sword Sect's Ice Dragon Sword, Xianyan's sword essence. Wu Kong Sword Sect's sudden rise had attracted everyone's eyes. And as the true ruler of Dongfu, Tian Songzi naturally would pay more attention. Yu Bai was the core disciple of Tian Songzi and he knew much more about Wu Kong Sword Sect than normal people. The apparition when Wei Sheng entered Zhuji had alerted Tian Songzi. That night, Yu Bai had accompanied his master to investigate. He had personally seen with his own eyes that sword energy that rose into the heavens at Wei Sheng's Zhuji and had never been so shocked. And the scene when Xianyan's sword had turned into a dragon made his mouth wide and unable to forget. His talents were exceptional and the scope of his eyes far surpassed others in his generation. In the area around Dongfu, the people who could rank with him could be counted on the fingers. But in one night, 2 successive blows, it created a great interest in him to the low-key sect of Wu Kong Sword Sect. He couldn't help closely examining Zuo Mo. From the beginning, the expression on Zuo Mo's face had never changed. Yu Bai didn't mind that. He had met countless unique individuals. Those that had strength always had some unique qualities. What made him shocked was Zuo Mo's age and cultivation. It wasn't high, but low. It was very hard to estimate the age of cultivators, but a general decision could be made from the eyes, the manner of speech and conduct. The age of the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciple definitely wasn't high. Such an age, it was common to see a cultivation of lianqi. So young, such low cultivation, yet he could comprehend sword essence. This made Yu Bai very surprised. The sword essence carried in the second sword energy had been in a fledgling stage. The white mist surrounding the sword energy easily confused others. That wasn't mist that was caused by the coldness of the sword energy. In reality, it was composed of large numbers of even smaller sword essences. These scattered sword essences were far from complete like Xianyan's sword essence, but this lianqi disciple was able to control them in a certain range. That wasn't easy to do. Yu Bai almost couldn't believe it. He always had been confident in his own talents, but seeing this zombie-like disciple, he felt that he didn't know what to say. When he first comprehended sword essence, he had been in the middle stages of Zhuji. He had sat quietly in his master's sword stove for more than 30 days before he had some understandings. Even more, the jade metal of a ling plant farmer wasn't easy to get. Yu Bai had grown up in Dongfu and knew very well of the difficulty. Another strong entity had come out of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Even if his cultivation right now wasn't high, but his future was limitless. Wu Kong Sword Sect, already mysterious in Yu Bai's mind, became even more mysterious. Give my greetings to Elder Shi Fengrong. Yu Bai warmly gave a bow. Noticing the alertness in Zuo Mo's eyes, he was a proud person, and his desire to form a relationship instantly faded. Dongfu might protect ling plant farmers, but you have to be careful and not have bad relationships with others. Finishing, he raised his hands and floated away. Zuo Mo's heart instantly landed back. He had already prepared to be injured and hadn't thought he would be safe. Even he found it wondrous. Fu Jin wasn't seriously harmed and firmly refused the jinxure that Zuo Mo handed over. This crisis changed the relationship between the two. Zuo Mo didn't like Yu Bai but was very happy to interact with Fu Jin. Everyone was little people. Fu Jin was the local snakehead here. He was clear to what each place was selling. In 2 hours, he managed to help Zuo Mo buy everything he needed. It was a giant bag of a variety of seeds of ling herbs and grasses. 30 pieces of jingsher were completely spent by Zuo Mo. Taking the things he brought, he bid farewell to Fujin and sat on the gray-beaked goose straight back to Wukong Mountain. He had decided that he definitely wouldn't leave the mountain before he entered Zhuji. He was still scared about what happened today. He and Dongqi Sword Sect were now at odds. If he encountered Dongqi disciples again, it wouldn't end well for him. To have such good luck as today every time, that was a dream. Dongfu wasn't some safe place. Chapter 38 Fragrant Ginger Yard. Transition Chapter. Zuo Mo has started his farming once again. For the person who commented about an updated glossary, it might take a few days. I have my own glossary, but I don't think that how I translated locations and techniques are what you want. The stuff about Shirbua, and Shirshu, and other terms, I have to collect together and reorganize. Thank you everyone who pointed out typos. Chapter 38 Fragrant Ginger Yard. Zuo Mo needed to carefully plan out the 20 mu of ling fields. He had very little money in his hands and couldn't buy many of the ling herb seeds. Following the conclusions that Elder Wei Nan had made from his experiences, what he picked were species that had a high quality price ratio. To guarantee his profits, Zuo Mo had attentively researched the present market before taking all his bags with him to the mountain.